Chapter 261. In a dark and damp cave, all sorts of bugs crawled on the walls. At the same time, there were many beast corpses piled up around. The atmosphere was really terrifying. Monster Emperor, how did you become so pitiful? In the cave, a person stood there and looked at the depths of the cave at the 9-bug gang leader who was so fat that he turned into a ball. His tone was teasing like he was gloating. Kiki, pitiful? No, it isn't pitiful but an improvement. Swordhead is really amazing, I didn't expect you to beat me up like that, ha 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 ha. Monster Emperor laughed out loud. As he laughed too intensely, the fats on his body were shaking. The black-robed man looked at Monster Emperor and dissed in his heart. He was really a lunatic. If not for his need, he really didn't want to be with such a sick person. Your city is defended by Lin Wani and we can't break the defense. I hope that you can fulfill your promise. Laoshan City, Maigu City, Tianshui City, and Fengyue City have all activated their defenses. We just need you to help us break one city. The black-robed man said. Monster Emperor lowered his head and tore at his body. He reached his fingers into his body and pulled out a bunch of rotten flesh. He tossed it to the side and said casually, "Do you know why I lost so badly? Monster Emperor, I am talking to you about something important. Can you treat it seriously?" The black-robed man was a little furious. This fellow was just too much. Not only was he ugly and fat, but he was also so rude. He didn't even care about their matter at all. How annoying. Monster Emperor continued, although Swordhead is strong, it is impossible for him to injure me like this without suffering any injuries. However, thanks to his massacring sword path, he perfectly sliced open the hidden injuries in my body. That damn fellow saw that I was more talented and stronger than him, so he said that I had fallen. That is just so dumb. However, I have already used Swordhead's hands to succeed. Kekahahaha, Monster Emperor's maniacal laughter spread out from the cave. The black-robed man's body shook. He was actually shocked by Monster Emperor's perverted personality. However, there were some things that had to be said. Monster Emperor, can you be more serious? What I am talking to you is really important. If you continue like this, I think there is no need for us to continue working together. What he hated the most was talking to people who didn't respect him. Especially for such a freak. Monster Emperor's voice was hoarse and loud. Understood, haven't you always been serious? What, do you think I'm not serious? The black-robed man said, Monster Emperor, we know that you are a serious person, which is why we hope that you can complete this matter quickly. It will benefit both you and us. Oh. Monster Emperor smiled. Especially when he smiled, his eyes squinted and the corner of his mouth cracked. That terrifying feeling was enough to scare anyone. Oh right, listen carefully. Did you hear anything beautiful? Under the shocked gaze of the black-robed man, Monster Emperor grabbed the fat on his stomach and flicked it. The sound of waves spread out. It was so vast and ethereal like the sound of a celestial realm. To Monster Emperor, that voice might have been really beautiful, but to the black-robed man, he couldn't feel any beauty at all. Monster Emperor, you should slim down. Don't you think that your fat is affecting you? The black-robed man said. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Monster Emperor. He just needed to pass the message. He turned around and wanted to leave. He took a few steps and stopped. I hope it can be done quickly. What he didn't know was that when he said those words, Monster Emperor's expression became really ugly. He squinted and stared at the back view of the black-robed man. A killing intent exploded out from Monster Emperor's body. The temperature in the cave suddenly dropped like it was covered in ice. The black-robed man stopped and lowered his head. He realized that there was a shadow covering him and it was getting bigger and bigger. A bad feeling appeared in his heart. Monster Emperor, you, pang. A fat palm swept across and smacked the black-robed man onto the wall. The wall cracked and the cave nearly collapsed. Damn, being unable to understand means that you are stupid enough. But since you dare to insult me, then you are asking to die. Monster Emperor stared at him in rage and a ball of killing intent exploded out from his body. The black-robed man was stunned like he didn't dare to believe it. Monster Emperor, you dare? Monster Emperor's fat body was like a giant mountain that pressed down on him. Stupid thing. Flames spat out from the black-robed man's eyes. Who knew that Monster Emperor would actually attack? He raged and kicked Monster Emperor's body with terrifying strength. With a pang, there was no shocking movement at all. His legs sunk deep into Monster Emperor's fat. With a gotcha. How is that possible? He shouted in terror. A black whirlpool appeared at Monster Emperor's stomach. It was like a living being had opened its mouth and swallowed the black-robed man. As expected, there are too few people who can understand me. Monster Emperor muttered and a maniacal expression appeared in his eyes. The sky was bright. Lin Fan rested for a night and waited for the three of them to give him rage points. When the sky turned bright, the bugs swallowed the three of them. The pain of taking revenge was unbearable for normal people. Maybe this was the pain of sadness. It wasn't that Lin Fan was too cruel but that he really didn't know how to torture these people. If he kept them alive, they would just be a problem. Even if their cultivations were trashed, it was hard to say whether or not they would cause more problems. His gains were decent. 30,000 rage points were gathered over time. Of course, along the way, there were some unknown rage points. Maybe some people who were still alive were thinking about him. However, the number of rage points decreased. It should have been related to time. As a long time passed, people slowly forgot about him. He felt that these people were just too sad. The pain of the past was forgotten as time passed. This was called forgetting history. They didn't need to take revenge on him, but at least they remembered this period of history. How could they continue living so carelessly? Maybe when his status rose, those people might even turn around and lick his boots. Add points. God Body, 430 slowly increased and instantly reached 440. God Body, 440, Middle God Essence Realm, he clenched his fingers and terrifying power boiled. He casually added points. He didn't feel arrogant because his strength increased. Wasn't that normal? It was really casual. He raised his strength through playing and not through hard work. Otherwise, it wouldn't be work and rest, but it would overdraft his body. Lin Fan was thinking about what to do next. Should he return to U City or, he felt that he definitely couldn't return to U City. From Old Wu's actions, he could tell that U City didn't welcome him. Father definitely didn't head out and was just watching from somewhere. The meaning behind this was clear at a glance. They felt that they were weak and couldn't help at all. If they stayed in U City, they would just be a burden. To other people, they might be able to bear with it, but to him, he couldn't. That was an insult to him. Okay, I will head to Laoshan City. Once I raise my strength, I won't care about anywhere else. I will return to U City in glory and let Father see whether or not I am strong. Lin Fan gathered his courage and decided to work hard. He knew that Father was suppressing something and it wasn't a simple thing. To use his hot blood to go back to help Father? That was an extremely stupid action. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know that he was important to Father. When that happened, they would focus all their firepower on him to restrict Father. It would definitely have a huge impact. This was why he had to go to a place where no one knew who he was. Time to head out. Lin Fan was filled with energy and was about to head to Laoshan City. Wait. Suddenly, something awkward happened. Where was this Laoshan City? It wasn't that he was acting cool and acting cute. He really didn't know where Laoshan City was. Oh my god, if he knew, he would have asked the three of them. Then, he wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. It should be there. Lin Fan thought about it and looked into the distance. He didn't care if it was real or fake and headed out right away. He followed his instincts and he definitely wouldn't be wrong. You City. You despicable fellows, to draw me out, you are actually so dirty. You City's Lin Wani. Scoff, you are just a so-so. If you have balls, then let me go. The Void Realm idiot who mixed into the acting group hollered in rage. He wanted to ask whether or not he was strong in his life. He cultivated for 60 years to reach Void Realm and could be said to be a talented person. However, the truly terrifying thing was that the people surrounding me were all stronger than me. I am really anxious, what should I do? Paw! Zhu Shen's temper couldn't take it anymore and he slapped him. You fellow, you actually snuck into our group. Do you know that if young Master Lin was really in U City, you might have succeeded? That slap was a little fierce and left 5 claw marks on his face. Everyone had a lingering fear in their hearts. They were indeed frightened. Someone mixed in and they actually didn't notice. How terrifying was that? If young Master Lin was really there, then the outcome would have been catastrophic. Not to mention them, even the Void Transformation Realm experts of the Alliance were dumbfounded. What was going on? How did it become an act in the end? He really thought that someone wanted to wipe out U City Lin Manor, which was why he wanted to help. If he knew that this would happen, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Brother Wu, how should we deal with him? Zhu Shen asked. Old Wu said calmly like he was talking about something really normal, send him to talk to him and see what he is plotting. In the end, we will just kill him. Okay. The Void Realm expert hollered, you can't do that. He knew what talking to him meant. That would torture him to death. How vicious. I want to self-destruct, I want to self-destruct. Chapter 262. The next day. Old man, does this path lead to Laoshan City? Lin Fan stopped an old man who was carrying a pole and asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his sixth sense, but it was better to ask people than to walk all the way to the dark. The old man bent his back and it was obvious that he was a normal person. Young master, you are walking in the wrong direction to Laoshan City. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. When the old man pointed out the path, he felt like something wasn't right. He was walking in the wrong direction. I can't accept this situation. How can I, Lin Fan, walk in the opposite direction? I'm doing this on purpose to prove that even a smart person like me can make a mistake sometimes. Lin Fan didn't say much. He wouldn't admit that he was walking in the wrong direction. He always believed that the world was round and as long as he walked forwards, he would definitely be able to circle back. Of course, unless he was stupid, he would definitely change the path. When the old man left, he turned around. He was helpless to actually walk in the wrong direction. This was such a sad story. Laoshan City, I am coming. He rose into the air and headed towards Laoshan City. He heard that there were enemies there. He also heard that there were rage points there. Although he didn't know whether or not it was true, he definitely wouldn't go wrong to take a look. He wanted to return to Marshall Path Mountain to continue his life, but things didn't go as he expected. He would often face many unexpected situations, so he had to change his mind. He could only head forward step by step according to what happened. What was his father facing? Although he was God Essence Realm, from the techniques he got in the secret room, he knew that his father was so strong that he was afraid of him. But even such a strong father couldn't be distracted. That was enough to show how terrifying the target he was facing was. U City. Lin Wani stood guard at the border. The barrier was calm, and there were no abnormalities. Occasionally, a crack would open, but it would be destroyed by Lin Wani with a single strike. He didn't give the other side any chance to come out, and he didn't even give them a chance to send a message. This made the Alliance furious. Lin Wani was amazing, but he couldn't be so overboard, right? His decisive killing and indiscriminate actions totally stunned the Alliance. Why are you here again? Lin Wani opened his eyes and looked into the void. Old Ancestor Su had a smile on his face as he slowly walked out from the void. Not calm, it is really not calm. I can't stay here any longer. Now that the various defense lines are facing problems, your U City is the calmest, so I came to learn from you. Lin Wani didn't care about old ancestor Su's words at all. Okay, I am guarding this place. Unless I die, they can forget about taking a step forward. What do you want? I don't think that you came to chat with me because you have nothing better to do. If you're really bored, you can help me guard this place. I can also go take a rest. Old ancestor Su said. Sword Palace Sword Head wiped out 9 bug gang headquarters and slashed open Niteo River. The flood drowned Fuzhou and there were many casualties. Monster Emperor is nowhere to be found, he might be dead. Lin Wani was stunned and then said, as expected, you are too rash. Also, Monster Emperor won't die and it is hard to kill him. As the country protector, can you do something like find those people who are working with the Alliance in case they sneak attack us? When that happens, it won't be so simple. Chaos, it is a total mess. Swordhead's actions have messed up everyone's plans. Old ancestor Su said helplessly. This matter had exceeded his expectations. I don't know whether or not it is chaotic, that is your problem. I just need to defend you city. Oh right, I hope that when you return, you can bring my son away. I don't want him to get so close. Lin Wani said. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to ensure his son's safety. Other things weren't that important to him. Suddenly, the crack shook like someone was about to come out from within. Old ancestor Su raised his hand and slapped the air. The space seemed to be squeezed and with a pang, it was destroyed. Someone screamed but all of that wasn't important anymore. Okay, when we pass Marshall Path Mountain, I will bring your son away. But if he doesn't listen to me, can I be violent? Old ancestor Su smiled and asked. He had met that kid in the past and wanted to recognize him as his grandson but he actually didn't agree. Zhang Tianshan said, last time when you passed Jiang City, didn't you want young Master Lin to be your grandson? Brother Lin, you need to be careful. This person has always wanted to recognize you as his son. Instantly, Lin Wani squinted and his gaze became a little off. Old ancestor Su smiled, don't look at me like that. I saw that your son was not bad and wanted to recognize him as my grandson to ensure his safety. Moreover, you are around the same age as my son. It is not a loss, it is really not a loss at all. Lin Wani wanted to hammer this fellow to death. His words were just too infuriating, but he was lazy to stoop to his level. Okay, I won't talk so much to you. It is good that you know these things in your heart. Be careful. Old ancestor Su left. It was obvious that he didn't expect someone to say this out. Wasn't he trying to sow discord between him and Lin Wani? His relationship with Lin Wani couldn't be described with words. It was really deep. Laoshan City is in front. Lin Fan floated in the air and noticed that Laoshan City was different from what he expected. It was even more broken than Yu City. He could only see the exterior in the distance, surrounded by mountains. However, these mountains seemed to have been damaged. At first glance, they looked like deep pits on the moon, full of pockmarks and hollows. There must have been an extremely tragic battle. Even after such a long time had passed, he could still smell the scent left behind by the battle between the experts. He landed from the sky and walked towards Laoshan City. This place was different from those prosperous cities. There was no one around, at least he didn't see a single commoner. Not long after, the road ahead was blocked by someone. Stop, who are you? The person who blocked Lin Fan's path was a young man. He held a curved blade and looked at Lin Fan warily. Maybe because Lin Fan was around the same age as him, he wasn't too nervous. This was an era that looked at age. Those who looked young wouldn't be too terrifyingly strong. Of course, there were those who opened the heaven gate in their brains and their external cultivation reached a certain realm. They looked young but were actually old monsters. Lin Fan looked at him and felt that his strength was okay. He wasn't that terrifying. I come from Jiang City's Marshall Path Mountain. I came to Laoshan City to defend against the Alliance. From what he learned from those people, there shouldn't be a problem. As expected. When he said these words, the other party's attitude became much better. Although he was still wary, he put away the curved blade in his hand. So you are an ambitious person. My name is Hu Luo, I live in Laoshan City and am an investigator. I am in charge of the surrounding few miles. What about you? Lin Fan, I am the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain and I only have a few disciples. But your name is a little special. Nonsense. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like he wasn't strong, otherwise, why would he be sent here to be an investigator? Hu Luo looked young, but he looked old. There were many signs of youth on his face, which were pimples. When he heard Lin Fan's words, he rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "My name is Hu Luo, I am not messing around." Lin Fan smiled, "Little brother, let's not talk about this. Why don't you bring me to Laoshan City? I just came and am unfamiliar with this place. I met a few people who said they were from the Alliance and killed them. After learning about the border problem, I thought that I had some strength, so I came to help." When Hu Luo heard this, his attitude towards Lin Fan became better and he became more passionate. But he asked curiously, "Brother Lin, you don't look much older than me." "I am 21, what about you?" It was a little awkward. He was actually 21, a little older than him. "I am 22, just 1 year older than you." Lin Fan's ability to lie through his teeth wasn't a joke. Even if you didn't want to believe him, you had to. Hu Luo believed Lin Fan's words and didn't doubt them at all. At the same time, he was impressed that Lin Fan actually met people from the Alliance and even killed them. But to Hu Luo, the people from the Alliance probably ran out from here. The situation was really intense. Although they were chased back, there would definitely be some who escaped. Lin Fan and Hu Luo walked towards Laoshan City. During this period of conversation, he realized that Hu Luo was a decent kid. When he asked some questions, he wouldn't hide anything from him. Of course, he also asked that since he was 21, then he should be married, but he replied that he wasn't. Lin Fan looked at him for a while and finally understood why he wasn't married. Firstly, the conditions here didn't allow it. Also, his face couldn't be said to be ugly. It was just that there were a few small things on it, which had a slight impact on his overall appearance. Very quickly, they arrived at Laoshan City. Why are there so many people? Lin Fan was shocked and filled with disbelief. The people in the city were all armed. Some of them looked simple and honest, looking like normal people. However, they held giant blades in their hands, which was a huge contrast to themselves. Hu Luo said, "We have been living here for a long time. In the past, we had a normal life. Only when danger arrives will we do this. Let me introduce myself, I am the second generation here. My parents met here and then I was born. Then, they are all dead, they all died here. I inherited their will and continued to stay here." Hu Luo smiled brightly and greeted the people around. It was obvious that he was really familiar with them. The people around sized up Lin Fan. After all, he was a stranger, so they had to be more wary. Chapter 263. Although he said it so casually to Lin Fan, he definitely felt really sad. Such a strong kid. Shwa shwa. The people around all locked onto Lin Fan. There were even many auras that scanned his body like they were trying to find out where he came from. That didn't feel friendly at all. Hu Luo smiled, "Brother Lin, we are all young people. They don't know you, which is why they are looking at you. But I believe that you are here to fight against the Alliance. Don't worry too much. I don't care, I am just curious." He was definitely curious. There were so many people in Laoshan City and he felt like they weren't simple. He was thinking about whether or not Yu City was like that, filled with experts. It was just that he didn't see through them. If he offended everyone in the city, the outcome. He sucked in a cold breath. That was a little terrifying. He might even lose his life. So, when he needed to be calm, he had to be. He couldn't be too arrogant. If not, the outcome would be catastrophic. Hu Luo smiled, "Follow me, I will bring you to register." As we live in Laoshan City, we all know one another. But Brother Lin came from outside, so if we don't register, it will be easy for misunderstandings to occur. Very quickly, under Hu Luo's lead, they came to a restaurant. There was an old man smoking and he smiled. Little Luo, who is this? Why haven't I seen him before? Old Master Wang, this is Brother Lin from Jiang City, the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain. He killed 3 people from the alliance outside and wants to help. Hu Luo said. He was really respectful towards Old Master Wang. When it was safe, Old Master Wang would act like a beggar. Old Master Wang sized up Lin Fan. To have such thoughts at such a young age, not bad, not bad. But I think you should leave. This isn't a place to gain fame. You can die at any moment. As for Martial Path Mountain, I have never heard of it. It seems like it isn't that eye-catching. Hu Luo said awkwardly. Old Master Wang, how can you say that? Brother Lin came to Laoshan City to help. I know that you don't have bad intentions, but Brother Lin just arrived. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. It is okay. Uncle Wang is thinking about my safety and wants me to leave. Junior thanks Senior for your concern, but the alliance matters are everyone's business. How can I be afraid because of death? Uncle Wang smiled. Young man, I hope you won't be so scared that you'll wet your pants when the time comes. Young people don't have high cultivation. Coming here is just torture. In the end, you'll still have to rely on us old guys. Hu Luo pulled Lin Fan inside. Grandpa Wang, I'll talk to you later. I'll bring Brother Lin in first. Lin Fan was pulled into the room, but he still turned around to take a look. This old Master Wang wasn't simple and should be an expert. If he was angered, his rage points would explode. Of course, this was just a thought. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, let alone him. Brother Lin, don't mind him. Grandpa Wang is a very nice person. He doesn't mean anything by it. It's just that his son was killed by the alliance, so whenever he sees young people, he will try to persuade them to leave Laoshan City. Take me for example. I don't know how many times Uncle Wang has tried to persuade me, but I can't leave. I have to inherit my parents' will. Hu Luo said firmly. Lin Fan patted Hu Luo's shoulder. You are amazing. I respect you. He really did respect him. But Grandpa Wang's words made sense. Based on what he knew, the alliance people were really strong. He was so young, so he definitely wouldn't be that strong. Logically speaking, he was just cannon fodder. But he couldn't be so direct and could only encourage young people to cultivate. After all, not everyone was as talented as him and had such high comprehension ability. There were many people in the shop and some of them came from outside. At this moment, a male said unhappily, I went to U City a while ago and wanted to work hard against the alliance. Who knew that U City wouldn't want me and chase me out? Isn't that too much? No matter what, I am an elder of a famous sect. Hayes, you can't blame U City. U City is defending against the most terrifying enemies, so it is normal that they are stricter. Right, although you are unhappy, you just have to remember our goal. Why did we defend this place for so many years? There's no particular reason. It's all for the land we're standing on, and those people. Who knew that he would be able to hear news about U City in Laoshan City? That was really unexpected. Hu Luo said softly, U City Lin Wani is my idol. I heard from the older generation that he blocked the entrance to the alliance alone. Even when he nearly died, he didn't take a step back. He is the hero of heroes in my heart. Lin Fan smiled. He really wanted to tell Hu Luo that he was the son of the hero in his heart. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say that. After all, that would be too high profile and would easily attract trouble. The current situation was good. Everyone treated him like a small fry and no one cared about him. Not only could he kill the enemy, but he could also earn rage points, so why not? Very quickly. With Hu Luo's help, Lin Fan obtained the recognition of Laoshan City. He held a small token in his hand which represented that he was from Laoshan City. Brother Lin, this is your first time in Laoshan City, so you definitely aren't familiar with this place. I have a few friends, so why don't we go together? We can take care of one another. Hu Luo asked in anticipation. After all, there weren't many young people in Laoshan City. Lin Fan wanted to reject, but thinking about it, he did need someone to lead him. Young people were easy to talk to. As for those old fellows, there was definitely no way. Maybe when they faced problems, they would say, "This kid isn't someone you can offend. You better stay here." He hated such situations. Weren't they looking down on him? Lin Fan didn't reject and just agreed. Hu Luo was obviously very excited as he brought Lin Fan to meet his friends. To be honest, with Lin Fan's current strength, he could definitely converse with the older generation. As for the geniuses of the younger generation, they would all have to step back. Perhaps he might be younger than them, but his strength was way beyond theirs. He could be considered to be of the same generation as the elders of their race. Under Hu Luo's lead, they came to a courtyard. Before they entered, they heard a commotion. When Hu Luo heard that, he felt a little awkward. He shouted, "Come out, I brought a new friend." Instantly, the commotion in the courtyard disappeared. It was really silent, there was no sound at all. Pata! The door to the courtyard opened, and several heads poked out of the door. There was a girl with short hair, a round face, and huge eyes. She looked at Lin Fan curiously. It was obvious that she didn't expect Hu Luo to bring others in. Shortly after was a young man who wore a black round hat. Another was an expressionless young man like he didn't have any emotions and wasn't interested in anything. "Come out, what are you all doing in there?" Hu Luo waved his hands and told them to come out. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. Another 3 kids, their ages should be similar to his. However, as for how old, he couldn't tell. "Introduce yourselves, I won't introduce you all," Hu Luo said. The round-faced girl giggled as she circled Lin Fan like she was sizing him up. "I am Lu Siki, the big sister here. Since you came to Laoshan City, you definitely aren't familiar with this place. As long as you join me, no one will dare to bully you. How is it, have you thought about?" Hey, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, the man in the round black hat grabbed her head and pulled her aside. "You're not a big sister. How old are you to act like a boss?" She smiled and looked at Lin Fan. "I am Yang Shun, 22 this year, initial master realm. Everyone here says that I am a genius. If I was in a sect I would be a genius. If you want to follow me, I can protect you." The expressionless guy said, "Ling San." He just said his name and didn't say anything else. Hu Luo said awkwardly, "Brother Lin, that is his personality, don't mind him." Lu Siki asked curiously, "We have already introduced ourselves, but you still haven't told us your name." Lin Fan, from Jiang City, Martial Path Mountain sect leader, a small sect with just a few people. Lin Fan said. "Wah! Sect leader." Lu Siki looked at Lin Fan in worship and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? He is around our age and is actually a sect leader. Amazing, really amazing." Cough cough. Hu Luo coughed and hoped that they wouldn't bring bad influences to this person that they just met. After all, they just met and their passion might seem like they were mocking him. This was why he hoped that they could calm down. "Brother Lin, you definitely don't have a place to stay here. If you don't mind, you can stay here with us," Hu Luo said. If not for the pimples on his face, with his passionate personality, the girls would definitely like him. Lin Fan nodded, "Okay, if you don't think that I am disturbing you, then I am okay with it." He hoped that he could come into contact with people from the Alliance once more. At the same time, he wanted to understand the Alliance on a deeper level. What kind of presence or power could actually make so many experts stay here? Lu Siki surrounded Lin Fan and wanted to know what it was like for such a young person to become a sect leader. However, before she opened her mouth, Ling San grabbed her collar and pulled her back. He said coldly, "Don't be so close to someone you just met. You don't even know who he is and why he came here." Lin Fan looked at the expressionless Ling San. Ling San turned his head and didn't look at Lin Fan. Hu Luo said softly, "Brother Lin, don't mind him. He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is a good person." Chapter 264. That night, Lin Fan stayed in Laoshan City. He was thinking about something. Since he was here and the Alliance didn't invade, then what should he do? Wouldn't he have to continue wasting time here? That was impossible. He had to use the time to accumulate rage points. If nothing happened in a few days, he would definitely leave and think of a way to head over. He also couldn't let others find out that his father was Lin Wani. Last time, when he reported his background, he made them furious. How would he dare to do that again? If anyone here had conflicts with his father, then wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Moreover, was he someone who would brag about his identity? Of course not. Everything had to be stable. Only by doing so would he be the safest. Another room. Hu Luo, what are you thinking? Ling San looked at Hu Luo and asked. The four of them had a good relationship and grew up in Laoshan City. This was why when a stranger was added, apart from the simple-minded Lu Siki, the others were conflicted. More accurately, he was conflicted with Yang Shun. He didn't like the sudden familiarity. Hu Luo said, "I didn't think much about it. I just feel that he is not bad. Trust my sixth sense, there won't be a problem. He is a good friend." "You don't even know him?" Yang Shun said. Although he didn't hate it, he felt a little weird. Hu Luo said firmly, "Trust my sixth sense, it is a magical feeling. Just like how all of you trust me, now that the crack has opened, anyone who comes to Laoshan City and is willing to fight the alliance with us will be brothers and friends. Yang Shun, don't you agree?" Yang Shun pinched the black round hat on his head and gently touched it, then said, "You're right." "What is wrong with that?" Ling San retorted. He felt that Hu Luo was thinking too simply and treated everyone as a good person, especially someone whose background was unknown. Hu Luo said, "Ling San, don't think of everyone like that. Trust my foresight." Li Shiqi nodded, "Right, he is the sect leader, so how can he be a bad person? Don't be jealous of him, that is not good." Ling San wanted to spit out blood. "Okay, forget it if you don't believe me. One day you will know that what I said was true." At the border, the Alliance's world was different from where Lin Fan was. They had technology but mainly focused on martial arts. A short-haired man was in high spirits. He was holding some kind of equipment in his hand and was talking to himself. "Everyone, I am now at the entrance of the rich land. According to the orders I received, we will attack tomorrow morning. The location of this attack is the place the natives call Laoshan City. 36th Legion and Guangwu College working together. As the strongest 4-star teacher of Guangwu College, in this war, for our future, for our dreams, we have to kill all these natives. Look, this is a wig and their clothes. If you wear these, you'll look exactly like the people there. It'll be easy to fool them." If Lin Fan saw these things, he would definitely exclaim in shock. Wasn't this a live broadcast? Could it be that the predecessor of the Alliance had something to do with the world he came from? Amazing, I finally see Teacher Chen enter the rich land. I bet that Teacher Chen will kill 10 aboriginals. Teacher Chen, capture one and sell it to me. In my exhibition garden, the aboriginals that I caught 20 years ago died recently and my income has decreased by a lot. So dangerous, it is really dangerous. Teacher Chen, you have to be careful. Those aboriginals are really fierce." Teacher Chen smiled and said to the equipment, "Everyone, don't worry. There's nothing that Teacher Chen can't solve. My students will be able to watch my performance. Oh right, this time, I've made sufficient preparations. The signal equipment can be brought to a rich area. Although it can't be too far away, it can still be received within a certain range. When that time comes, you will be able to watch Teacher Chen's performance. Come, Alliance Gift, let's go. Tomorrow, Teacher Chen will bring all of you to witness the killing. In the Alliance, there were still people from the rich land. They were all captured 20 years ago. Lin Fan's language was different from the Alliance's, so normal people in the Alliance didn't know what they were talking about. But after so many years of research, they had deciphered the language of the rich land. To better occupy it, as long as one cultivated, one had to learn the language of the rich land. As for the Aboriginals, they were locked up in the exhibition garden for normal people to watch and admire. Morning. Hong Long. A loud explosion spread out from Laoshan City. Hu Luo came outside Lin Fan's room and knocked on the door. Brother Lin, not good, the Alliance has invaded. Wake up. When the commotion spread out, Lin Fan woke up. Lin Fan had already woken up and excitedly pushed open the door. Where are they? Damn! This was just too exciting. He thought that he would have to wait for a period of time, but who knew that they would come at the right time? Very quickly. The few of them gathered up. Hu Luo said solemnly, "It is tough for us to head to the battlefield, but we have a mission. We need to find those Alliance members who escaped. They will wear similar clothes to us, so once we see them, we have to differentiate them. At the same time, pay attention to safety." Where is Brother Lin? The moment he said this, he realized that Lin Fan was gone. He was still there when they gathered, so how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Brother Lin, where are you? Hu Luo searched, but after searching for a long while, he didn't see him. Leng San said, "I told you that it is the first time you meet someone, so how can you believe them? If he is afraid, then that is his problem. Let's move." Hu Luo was helpless, but he had no choice. He could only nod his head. Let's go. They knew that they weren't strong enough and couldn't enter the battlefield. But some Alliance members would sneak into their territory, so their mission was to find those people. When Lin Fan left the courtyard and moved quickly, many people in the city had left. Basically, they were all heading in that direction. He was so emotional that he was about to jump up. The chance was right in front of him. If he didn't grab this chance, then he would be really dumb. "Kid, this isn't a place you can go. Go back." The old man noticed Lin Fan and wanted him to leave. It was really dangerous and it was normal for people to die. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. Under the old man's shocked gaze, he flew into the air and turned his head. "Old man, don't look down on the young." He left without turning his head. Although it was silent. But that special background music rang out. The old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. I don't know how to fly." Chapter 265. Lin Fan thought about the battle between Laoshan City and the Alliance many times, but when he arrived, he realized that it wasn't like what he imagined. Both sides didn't clash. He mixed into the crowd and squeezed to the front. Make way, make way. Please make way." He squeezed through the crowd and gained a small amount of rage points, just a few dozen. It was obvious that this made them feel uncomfortable. They felt like this kid was impolite. Why did he keep squeezing to the front? Was he so arrogant? Lin Fan didn't want to argue with all the uncles, aunties, old men, and old grannies. He squeezed to the front, and this was the first time he saw someone from the Alliance. In the front row of everyone from Laoshan City, there was an old man standing there. Even if there was no wind, his shirt and white hair were waving in the wind. Acting cool. He didn't want to act cool, but his strength didn't allow him not to. That was roughly what he meant. "Zhao Lishan, decades have passed, so why are you still defending here? Is there really no one left? Or is there no one left who has the ability to defend Laoshan City?" The Alliance person who spoke was really old, but he was obviously familiar with Zhao Lishan. Maybe he was an old enemy. Meeting him once again made him feel really annoyed. Like he was saying that he couldn't change the person. It had been him for so many years, was there a need for that? I will defend this place, so don't even think about going over. Zhao Lishan said coldly. Even if he was old, he didn't back down at all. It was obvious that he was going to fight to the death with him. The Alliance old man smiled, the same thing again. Can't you change it? Look at all of you, what do all of you look like? All of you have been defending this place for so many years. Who did you do that for? Who remembers all of you? Who thinks about all of your hardships? You are just a bunch of sad fellows. Lin Fan realized that the people around were furious. They whispered to one another and scolded furiously. But their voices were really soft, like they were worried about something. Zhao Lishan didn't say anything. He wasn't good at expressing himself with words, so when the other party said so much, he could only reply with one sentence, "Don't even think about going over." This kind of powerless words could be used to reject the other party. Zhao Lishan, I heard that when you were young, your brain had problems and you stuttered. People mocked you for 10 years and then you were cured. You aren't good with words. You are still defending this place that mocked you for 10 years. Should I say that you are a dog, or how should I say it? You should be a scum. The Alliance old man smiled and said words that infuriated everyone around. However, Zhao Lishan's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. In fact, only he knew that he really couldn't beat the other party in cursing. Damn it, these guys dare to use words to humiliate Master Zhao. When the battle starts, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. You retarded hairless old man. These words spread out in the crowd, causing the Alliance old man's expression to change. It was obvious that he didn't expect someone to scold him. Who is it? Step out. The Alliance old man hollered in rage. He didn't find the person who dared to insult him, but his heart was about to explode. Instantly, a figure appeared beside Zhao Lishan. Needless to say, this figure was Lin Fan. He appeared beside Zhao Lishan not because he wanted to console him, but because he was afraid in his heart. Later on, he was going to shout at Lin Fan. With his strength, if he attacked, it was a problem whether or not he could block it. This was why standing beside him was the safest. At least when danger arrived, there would be someone beside him to block for him. I was the one who said that. You balding old man, what do you want to do? Tell me, what indescribable things do you want to do to me? I can give you a chance to perform. Lin Fan was really stubborn. It wasn't that he was strong enough to look down on the bunch of people in front of him, but he felt that there were people helping him. If he couldn't handle it, then he would let them handle it. The Alliance members who followed were all furious. This fellow actually dared to say such arrogant words to a 9-star general. Did he really want to die? Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, ayaya. His heart felt really bad and he couldn't take it anymore. Unbearable, it was really unbearable. Instantly, it increased by 80,000 rage points. Oh my god. Even if he blew up his home, he wouldn't get so many, right? You are asking to die. The Alliance old man was furious and attacked right away. The aura he gave off was really extraordinary. The space cracked and many patterns appeared. This was a power that exceeded many levels. Lin Fan felt that luckily he was smart, otherwise, without an expert to block for him, he would have really died. Pang! As expected, Zhao Lishan didn't disappoint Lin Fan. He raised his hand and slapped forwards, clashing with his strength. The space shook and shattered. The space really shattered and it wasn't just an exaggeration. Great, the people of Laoshan City cheered. Who knew if they were cheering for Lin Fan or Zhao Lishan? Anyway, their morale was high. Such a chance is rare. If I don't grab it, I might not have another chance in the future. Lin Fan thought about it and very quickly made a decision. With an expert beside him, he would just scold them and then retreat. It would be really stable. Son, do you see that? With your little strength, you dare to cause trouble here. You didn't drink enough milk when you were young, or were you born disabled? You don't have any strength at all. I think you should just go home and sell your butts. Lin Fan hollered fearlessly. He felt that it wasn't enough, so he pulled out his blade and slashed. Of course. The blade energy was useless, but to Lin Fan, it didn't matter. He just needed to let them know that he treated them like shit. The rest wasn't important at all. Kid, you are not bad, but you should back off and leave this to me. Zhao Lishan opened his mouth. Maybe because he had been provoked for too long, he was filled with rage and didn't know how to reply. Now that he saw the 9-star general stomping in rage, he felt much better. Rage points plus 999. Another 80,000 plus. As expected, group taunts were the most overbearing, but it was just too dangerous. If not for this elder helping him, he would have been sliced up into pieces. Maybe not even a single piece of him would have been left. A battle erupted. Lin Fan instantly retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that the Alliance old man was staring at him. There was also a suppression that caused the space around to twist. But Zhao Lishan blocked it. This was why it didn't overflow. If not, with his strength, it would have been a dream for him to survive under that suppression. Damn, as expected, I was too arrogant and became his target. Lin Fan was terrified and worried. These people were so bad. They just said a few words and they wanted to kill him. They had no tolerance at all. The Laoshan City experts clashed with the Alliance experts. The battle was really intense and it was going to be a bloody battle. If they wanted to open up a passage through the crack, then it would be useless. Only by sending experts to open it up would they be able to succeed. More and more people came out from the Alliance crack. Most of them avoided the battle and headed into the distance. But the Laoshan City experts locked onto them and naturally, they wouldn't let them run. He saw Old Master Wang, the old man whose son was killed by the Alliance. He was really strong. On the battlefield, one couldn't see the weakness of an old man at all. Instead, a shocking light wrapped around his body. The weapon in his hand was shocking too. It was actually a fan. An old man with a fan, it didn't seem right. Lin Fan could only think of one possibility. That fan was Old Master Wang's son's weapon and Old Master Wang was using his son's weapon to kill Alliance members. I am still too weak. He stood in the air and frowned. He was really too weak, so weak that he couldn't even interfere in the battle. The experts in Laoshan City weren't nurtured by a single person or gathered by a single person. To Lin Fan, the Imperial Dynasty had always been trash. They couldn't even wipe out 9 Bug Gang, so how could they not be? So, the Imperial Dynasty gathered these experts to fight against the Alliance? That was just a fool's dream. Therefore, he believed that these powerhouses came of their own volition for the sake of their so-called lofty ideals. Teacher Chen came out from the crack and mixed into the crowd, successfully avoiding the natives' pursuit. Guys, do you see this wig and clothes? It's really uncomfortable to wear them. I don't know what these natives are thinking. How can they wear such ugly clothes? Did they evolve from lowly beings? That's right. What's wrong with them? He dissed the equipment. Amazing, Teacher Chen, aren't you afraid that those fools who are calling for peace will report you for using such insulting words to insult these low-class natives? Incisive, truly incisive. The surrounding environment is not bad, I really want this place to become our territory. In the future, we can come here to travel. Teacher Chen, plant the flag. This place belongs to the Alliance. Kill all these low-grade natives. Suddenly, Teacher Chen wanted to brag to his fans, but a furious shout spread out from behind him. Stop, who are you? Hu Luo hollered in rage. They came to check and as expected, they found their target. Teacher Chen smiled, guys, I seem to have been noticed by these natives. The moment he said this, he turned around and pointed the equipment at Hu Luo and the others. There was a sudden uproar in the live broadcast room. Natives, I didn't expect to actually see natives. Moreover, there are 4 of them. Teacher Chen, capture them and bring them back, I will pay a huge price. Do you see that native? She is a girl. She has a round face and big eyes. She is so cute, I really want to inject positive energy into her. Teacher Chen, take out your pointer and use it to motivate this girl. I will give you alliance gifts. Hu Luo looked at him warily. Who are you? Teacher Chen was helpless and shrugged his shoulders. Who? Until now, you still can't tell who I am. Or, are you natives really so low class? Uproar. Hu Luo held a curved blade in his hand and the people behind him took out their weapons too. Hu Luo, be careful, this fellow isn't simple. Yang Shun said warily. I know. Hu Luo's breathing became rushed. Although he didn't know his cultivation, his calm expression made him feel huge pressure. He just hoped that he wasn't too strong. Leng San took a look and his expression changed. He hollered, leave, this alliance member is really strong and we are no match for him. Bring Shichi and leave. Teacher Chen smiled and said towards the equipment, look, who said that these natives are low class? They have realized that they are no match for us. What do you all think? Do you want to kill them instantly or torture them? Shwa shwa. The screen was filled with scenes of torture. Tearing off their clothes and torturing them. These male natives opened their eyes and looked at how their female natives were humiliated, whipped, and filled with energy. Teacher Chen smiled, I have already asked for your opinions, but none of you are going to say anything. Instantly, the alliance gifts exploded. Okay, I will respect your opinions. Once we leave this place, the signal will be cut. I will show you how terrifying the strongest 4-star Teacher Chen of Guangwu College is. Teacher Chen smiled and said. He then looked towards Hu Luo with a dark and sunken gaze. Very quickly. Not long later. Pang! 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 4 people smashed onto the giant tree and blood spurted out from their mouths. Hu Luo looked at him in disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock. This was a God Essence Realm expert, how could he miss out on a God Essence Realm expert? Pata! Teacher Chen stepped on Yang Shun's head, deforming the black round hat on his head. Yang Shun tried to lift Teacher Chen's foot. Don't step on my hat. His expression was filled with rage but in front of absolute strength, he had no way to fight back. Teacher Chen said towards the equipment, did you all see that? What I used just now was my unique leg technique. These aboriginals couldn't even withstand a single blow and were defeated in an instant. Right now, the aboriginals I'm stepping on are trying to lift up my leg. They look like they're struggling like ants. These natives are very sad. We have already broken through their language, but they don't know our language at all. Every word that I, Teacher Chen, am saying is very mysterious to them. Oh, that's right, their language is called Chinese. It's a very ordinary language. You guys have learned something new. Now we are in front of this female native. Not bad, she is really cute. If we bring her back, maybe we can sell her for a good price. What do you all want to see? Take off her clothes? No, I am a 4-star teacher from Guangwu College, how can I do such a thing? But these people are not the same species as us, so maybe I can satisfy your request. Teacher Chen grabbed Lu Siki's hair and placed her face in front of the equipment. Pata! Let go of your dirty hands. Leng San grabbed Teacher Chen's ankle. He raised his head and shouted in rage. Pang! Teacher Chen kicked Leng San to the side. Just now, this native told me to let go of his dirty hands. It seems like they are connected, just like the animals we raise. Within the equipment. Wah, such a cute native, even if she is an animal I can do it. Teacher Chen, I am a student from Guangwu College. Don't you think that you are too much? No matter what, they are lives, you shouldn't do that. Silence. Kick her out of the room. His actions were like flowing water and he didn't hesitate at all. Guys, Teacher Chen doesn't like fools to appear in his room. If I find out which student she is, I will definitely expel her. Teacher Chen said. Overbearing Teacher Chen. Right, we like Teacher Chen, we just want to see torture. Charge, torture the natives, torture them. Hung Long. Suddenly, two people landed from the sky, causing a thick dust storm. Lin Fan's knees pressed on the back of an alliance member, pressing him down from the sky. He smashed into the ground and created a giant hole. With a kacha, the alliance member raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His spine broke. Teacher Chen looked at those scenes and was stunned. What happened? There was a commotion in the equipment too. They exclaimed. They were curious. What was going on? Damn, you didn't even give me face. Lin Fan pressed down on the alliance expert whose life and death were unknown. He smacked the back of his head in rage. But suddenly, there was a situation around. He raised his head and blinked. He looked at the foreign environment and some familiar people. What were they doing? Chapter 266. That was what happened. The situation on the battlefield was a little chaotic. There were too many experts, and he knew that his strength was a little weak. Although he wanted to help, he had to know his own limits. He couldn't just ignore his own strength and rush up to fight with the experts for the so-called protection. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't have done so. Moreover, he felt that he was a talented person. As long as he lived well, one day he would become a peak expert. It wasn't worth it for him to die for no reason. When he saw some people who were weaker than him chasing in another direction, he felt that he might be able to help, so he also chased after them. Who knew that just like that, he would chase up to a God Essence Realm expert? He was running and he was chasing behind. He shouted for him to stop, but the other party didn't give him any face at all. He even started to run. Pooey! Does this filthy, cowardly thing only know how to run? So, after chasing for a while, when he caught up, he directly suppressed him. He didn't give him any face at all. He just suppressed him. Now, the surrounding situation was a little foreign. Brother Lin, run. Go back and inform them that a God Essence Realm Alliance expert has come out. Hu Luo's face turned red as he shouted. He was really anxious. If Brother Lin came, the outcome would be the same. He wouldn't be his match at all. Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He said to the equipment, I didn't expect another low-grade native to send himself to me. Wow, this fellow is so handsome. He is much more handsome than the other natives. Look at his eyes, he is stunned. Does he not know what is going on? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan looked at Hu Luo and then at Teacher Chen. What was going on? Hu Luo and the others were in trouble and were directly knocked to the ground by 1 versus 4. His strength was a little weak, right? Hey, old uncle, could you please remove your foot from my friend? Lin Fan said. This alliance expert stepped on Yang Shun's head. That wasn't good. That was bullying. Also, why was he grabbing that cute girl's hair? Was it that excessive? Teacher Chen smiled and muttered to himself. Teacher Chen came to rich land to show the students the situation here and also to bring glory to Guangwu College. Who knew that these natives would send themselves to me? Teacher Chen is in a tough spot. As he spoke, he actually showed a helpless expression, as if what he said was true. Did you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Do you not understand human language? Lin Fan walked towards Teacher Chen. He was curious about the device in his hand. That guy seemed to be talking to the device. Could this be? He didn't dare to imagine it, but he was really curious. Teacher Chen, that silly native is coming over. Motherfucker, I hate guys who are more handsome than me the most. Teacher Chen disfigured him. Teacher Chen, I'm willing to pay a high price. I only ask that you bring this native back and sell him to me. Teacher Chen looked at the message in the device and was thinking about what to do. Should he kill these natives or bring them back to earn some money? The things needed for cultivation were all expensive. Now that he had entered the rich land, whether it was the things here or the natives, they were all very valuable. This was especially true for the higher quality ones. They were even more expensive. Lin Fan's appearance made some fat women in the alliance, who couldn't even eat their own people, excited. They would bring him back and train him slowly. They would definitely feel good. Brother Lin, don't be rash. Run, we will block them for you. Go back and inform the seniors in the city to save us. Hu Luo said anxiously. He didn't expect Brother Lin to not run and instead walk towards them. He was really anxious and didn't know what to do. Lin San looked at Lin Fan in shock. He wasn't worried for Lin Fan, but he realized that Lin Fan had fallen from the sky and landed on the ground. There was a corpse in the deep hole. He was an expert. All of them had misjudged him. Okay, Teacher Chen is willing to fulfill your wishes. There are a total of 5 natives, so Teacher Chen will bring them back. The highest bidder will get them. But before that, I will let you see how strong the strongest teacher in Guangwu College is. Teacher Chen just needs one finger to crush these natives. Watch carefully. The moment he said that, Teacher Chen attacked. His aura swelled. He stood on one leg and swept forwards. The air was swept up and formed a terrifying aura. Yeah. The power of the whip leg was really terrifying. If a normal person stood there, they would definitely, gotcha. Time seemed to have slowed down. The leg seemed to have been struck by something and bent. At the same time, there was the sound of bones breaking. Looking closely, it turned out that Lin Fan had punched Teacher Chen's knee. It was just a simple punch, but it had broken Teacher Chen's knee. Ah! Mr. Chen grabbed his broken leg and screamed in agony. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Hu Luo's mouth opened wide. His jaw was about to dislocate. He was stunned. To them, an extremely strong alliance expert actually had his leg broken by Brother Lin in one punch. What was going on? Why was he so quick? Lin Fan picked up the device and flipped it around. He realized that this thing was like a phone, but it was much more high-end. He felt like this was the screen of a broadcast. There were many words that he didn't understand. It looked like pinyin, but when he looked closely, it wasn't. What language was this? What happened? What happened to Teacher Chen? I have seen a ghost, I have really seen a ghost. Teacher Chen, what happened to you? That scream definitely came from Teacher Chen. When they saw that the face was that of a native, they were all stunned. They all knew that something bad had happened to Teacher Chen. Hi, idiots. Lin Fan was really familiar with broadcasts. In the past, he often watched 3 Taoists. But when 3 Taoists fell, he left. Logically speaking, when he said such insulting words, the people watching the broadcast would definitely be furious. They would then crazily give him rage points. But he realized that there weren't any. Even if there were, they were really weak rage points. Is it because of the language gap and they don't understand what I am saying? Lin Fan thought about it and felt like that was possible. Before that, he looked at Hu Luo and the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Although he wasn't familiar with them, Hu Luo was a decent person. He liked such people and didn't mind interacting with one another. Who knows, maybe they could become friends in the future. Brother Lin, we are fine. We just didn't expect you to be so strong. Hu Luo said. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. He was around their age, but his strength was just too terrifying. Lin Fan smiled, "Didn't I tell you that I am the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? As sect leaders, how can you be weak?" Hu Luo nodded his head. His respect for Lin Fan increased by a lot. "Heal up, I will deal with some things." Lin Fan walked in front of Teacher Chen. Looking at his tragic appearance, he couldn't take it anymore. How old was he? Just a broken leg. Was there a need to make such a huge fuss? Lin Fan knelt down and patted his face. If you dare to shout again, I will take your life. Instantly, Teacher Chen stopped shouting. The shock in his eyes was real and there was nothing fake about it. He sat beside Teacher Chen and held his shoulder. He placed the equipment in front of them and their faces appeared. Let me ask you, what did a fool say? Lin Fan asked. Teacher Chen bore with the pain, #yen% See law. Lin Fan grabbed Teacher Chen's hair and actually ripped off his wig. He raged, do you think I am a fool? Fool only said 2 words, how many did you say? Rage points plus 999 rage points plus 66 rage points plus 12 rage points plus 33. Lin Fan was confused. What was going on? What was going on? Who could tell him who was the one who gave him these weak rage points? Were the people watching the broadcast all weaklings? Teacher Chen bore with the pain, I am the strongest 4-star teacher in Guangwu College. What do you want? I think you should let me go. Now that our people have seen this, if you kill me, I can guarantee that when our people arrive, you won't be able to run. Lin Fan waved at Hu Luo and told him to take the equipment. He then pressed Teacher Chen to the ground and beat him up. The comments rolled. Their hearts hurt for Teacher Chen. Seeing the natives bully their beloved Teacher Chen, they felt really sad. Why did this happen? This was the strongest 4-star teacher, their mental pillar. They still had to watch Teacher Chen kill, so how could he die just like that? Rage points plus 999 rage points plus 11 rage points plus 12. A very small amount of rage points, it wasn't as satisfying as shouting on the battlefield. Lin Fan was really annoyed. He thought that he could earn a huge amount, but who knew that it would be so sad and pitiful? He searched for the fan points on the screen. He finally found something similar. Over 3,000. Fuck, this is what a small-time streamer is like. He has so few fans that he can't even be seen. He looked at Teacher Chen. His gaze turned sharp, as if a murderous intent was about to explode from him. Lin Fan was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. If he killed him just like that, it would be a huge loss. He slowly understood what the alliance had. It should be the world closest to his last life. The sense of familiarity, of being from the same hometown, those didn't exist. If he knew a little about the situation, he would have a better plan. I can't kill him quickly. If this fellow is famous, as long as I torture him, I will be able to attract a huge amount of rage points. Lin Fan already had an idea. It seemed like that was the only way. Chapter 267. Brother Lin, let's leave. Hu Luo suggested for Lin Fan to leave with them. The Alliance experts were here and they weren't sure whether or not there were other Alliance experts hiding around. Lu Siki was furious when he grabbed his head. He walked in front of Teacher Chen and kicked him. Who asked you to grab my hair? Who asked you to grab my hair? Yang Shun took off his hat and cleaned it up. He used his sleeves to wipe off the dust on it. Ling San was calm but his gaze towards Teacher Chen was filled with terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. Lin Fan raised his middle finger at the equipment. Since they didn't understand each other's language, he hoped that he could incur their rage. However, something awkward happened. He didn't care at all. Could it be that this iconic act of humiliation was no longer working? Lin Fan wrapped his arm around Teacher Chen's shoulder and the two of them looked at the screen. He said helplessly, "Why do you only have so few fans? Don't you find it embarrassing?" Teacher Chen looked at Lin Fan in shock. The words of the other party had him feeling that this indigenous being seemed to know something. If words didn't work, then he could only use his actions to make him feel fear. Not long later. Teacher Chen grabbed his clothes and hollered, "What are you doing? Let go, what do you want to do?" He felt afraid like he was about to be violated. See law. Instantly, Lin Fan ripped off Teacher Chen's clothes. Lu Siki turned his head and covered his eyes. He then separated two fingers and peeked. Leng San blocked in front of Lu Siki. Don't look, it will dirty your eyes. Rage points plus 999. Teacher Chen's face flushed red and rage burned in his heart. As the strongest 4-star teacher in Guangwu College, he was actually stripped by the native and exposed on the platform. The screen was filled with comments. You know who you are. The native is so amazing, do they have no gender? Ah! Teacher Chen is about to be abused, but why am I so excited? Teacher Chen, use your pinching technique to slice him apart when he enters. Shwa! Lin Fan picked up the sword and placed it at an indescribable place. Tell them that you are a bunch of trash. If you dare to say anything else, I will swing my sword down. Teacher Chen shuddered. He could already feel the coldness of the blade against his skin. If the other party's hand trembled, that thing would really be gone. Gee goo goo. Teacher Chen said something that Lin Fan didn't understand. Instantly, the bullet scream became even more intense. Rage points plus 33, rage points plus 44, rage points plus 12, what a bunch of lowly people. Could it be that only the weak would become keyboard warriors? These rage points were basically negligible. There were even many people who didn't have any rage points at all. I'm really disappointed in you. Lin Fan looked at Teacher Chen. He thought that it would be easy to earn rage points from him, but who knew that he would be so weak? Could it be that she had to help him attract more fans? Accumulate enough fans? It didn't feel realistic. He didn't have the time to help her attract fans. Teacher Chen looked at Lin Fan in fear. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. He felt like Lin Fan wanted to use him as an example. Over at the Alliance, many people were spreading news about Guangwu College's 4-star teacher entering the rich land and being suppressed by the natives. But very quickly, the content was blocked. It was obvious that someone was covering everything up. Did they not want the people to know that the Alliance experts couldn't beat the natives? Or was it because the scenes were unsightly and had a bad influence on the teens, which was why they blocked it? Big brother, we have no grievances with each other. I was forced to come here. As a 4-star teacher, I have always advocated peaceful coexistence. Teacher Chen's tone changed. How would he dare to act cool anymore? Even if he wanted to act cool, he had to look at the current situation. Lin Fan didn't bother about him and was in deep thought. What should he do? After a long while, Lin Fan opened his mouth. Why do you have so few fans? He really felt that this was a good chance. But since Lin Fan didn't support him, what could he do? He felt really helpless. He didn't need a lot, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands would do. He didn't ask for a few million. Teacher Chen didn't expect that a native would talk to him about such things. If he knew that this was the case, he would have gone to buy some zombie fans. Pata! The screen instantly turned black. A line of words floated across. You have broken the rules of the Alliance platform and are suspected of breaking the rules. You have been temporarily banned. Shwa! Lin Fan looked at Teacher Chen, and Teacher Chen looked back at Lin Fan with a dumbfounded expression. This had happened too suddenly, and even he hadn't expected it. You can't blame me. You stripped me naked, which is why the Alliance platform banned me. Teacher Chen's voice trembled. He felt that Lin Fan was filled with killing intent towards him. Just by sensing his aura, he could sense it. Holy shit! Alliance platform, you are just too vicious. I am a 4-star teacher of Guangwu College and am in danger. You don't help to persuade me and actually ban my platform. Aren't you forcing him to kill me? Heavens, earth! I have served you until now, but now you don't even care about me. That is just too much. There is nothing else. Lin Fan was helpless. He was thinking of a way but didn't expect things to turn out like this. It seemed like streaming wouldn't work. Hu Luo, let's go. Lin Fan said. Hu Luo wanted to leave long ago. He felt that it was really dangerous here as he didn't know what terrifying scenes would happen next. If more experts came, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Who? Teacher Chen heaved a sigh of relief and felt like he had dodged a calamity. But suddenly, a sword light flashed. He felt like a part of his body was ripped open and fresh blood spurted out. His limbs were broken and they separated from his body. A wound appeared on his neck and large amounts of fresh blood spurted out. Rage points plus 999. In the end, he was merciful and didn't kill him. He gave him hope to live and at the same time, he gave him hope to hate him. Perhaps this was the reason why kind-hearted people were so easily hurt by others. Hu Luo's eyes opened wide as he looked at the alliance member in the pool of blood. His limbs were sliced off. His neck was about to be sliced open and large amounts of fresh blood flowed. Based on the situation, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Brother Lin, Lin Fan waved his hands calmly, forget it, let him live. Hu Luo dissed in his heart. Oh my god, was he letting him live? This was a complete bloodletting, to see how long the other party could last. He was speechless and didn't know what words to use to describe it. Really, if not for Brother Lin's solemn expression, he would have believed it. Rage points plus 999. Teacher Chen laid there in rage but he didn't move at all. His mind slowly blurred but he tried his best to stay awake. However, it was too difficult, it was just too difficult. He heard that before one died, everything that happened in the past would be filtered in one's mind. He regretted it. He shouldn't have come to rich land to stream. Far away from Laoshan City, the space shook and the sounds of killing spread out. Who knows how many people will die this time? Hu Luo was sad. At the same time, he felt that he was too weak and regretted not being able to help. Lin Fan looked into the distance and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He really wanted to help, but he knew that with his own strength, the possibility of surviving in that chaotic battle was too low. There were no Void Realm experts there and they didn't dare to say that they could protect themselves. As for God Essence Realm experts, they probably wouldn't even dare to enter. When a battle reached its peak, it would be impossible for anyone to exist within several miles of the expert. Everyone would consciously avoid the expert, as that terrifying aura was enough to tear them to shreds. Even if they were so far away. He could sense a terrifying aura sweeping towards him. However, he was confident that in just a short time, his strength would grow to a point where no one dared to underestimate him. How he wished he could go back to that group of people and mock them. That was the real place to get rich. What dogs hit stream, it was just trash. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Brother Lin, we can't return to the city yet. This battle is more intense than before and there will definitely be many alliance members sneaking in. Let's head there to search and find all of them. Hu Luo said. Can your injuries support your movements? Lin Fan asked. These people were a little fierce. Their cultivation wasn't high but all of them were as fierce as tigers and didn't show any fear at all. Hu Luo said, no problem, we can do it. We can persist. They are facing enemies stronger than us. Although we aren't strong, we won't retreat. Then, let's go. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to return. Since that was the case, then he would head over. Maybe he could even gain a wave of rage points. One definitely couldn't get close to the center of the high-end battle as the ripples were too strong and affected a huge area. Lin Fan and the others followed the small path and searched for those weird fellows. It is really intense. Lin Fan looked around and was shocked. Were Void Realm and 5-Element Realm above God Essence Realm really so strong? He was so far away and he could still feel it. Obviously, this was too unexpected. Pang! Suddenly, in the distance, a person was forced back. His body smashed numerous giant trees and struck towards Hu Luo. Lin Fan pulled Hu Luo to his side. In an instant, that person passed where Hu Luo was standing and smashed into a giant stone, leaving a deep hole. Hu Luo's pupils constricted and he looked at the person in the hole, Brother Lee's face was bleeding. He opened his eyes and said weakly, "That is an alliance member, don't let him run. All of you stay here and take care of him, I will chase him." Lin Fan stopped Hu Luo and the others who were about to charge over. When the alliance member saw Lin Fan and the others, he didn't head over. He turned around and fled into the distance. Chapter 268. Lin Fan stuck close to the ground and flew really quickly. He came here to earn rage points, but slowly, he realized that some things weren't so easy to avoid. It was like he had been swept into some terrifying matter. Wang! Lin Fan raised his hand and many swords floated behind him. They were formed from true essence and had terrifying destructive power. 10,000 Sword Path. Sword Palace. Elder Hanqing's sword technique was really good. Very quickly, hundreds of swords appeared on his back. They were extremely sharp. He waved his hand and with a xiao, hundreds of swords broke through the air and locked onto the alliance member who was running. Grandmaster cultivation. He seemed really weak. The alliance expert sensed the changes behind him and turned his head. When he saw the scenes behind him, his eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Xiao! A god's sword didn't hit him and landed on the ground. The ground was sliced open like it was proving to the alliance members how terrifying that sword was. Damn! The alliance expert nearly cursed out loud. Where did such a terrifying expert come from? How did he get targeted by such an expert? What were the alliance experts doing? Didn't they say that they would restrict all the experts in Laoshan City? Xiao! Xiao! The sword landed. Even if the alliance expert wanted to dodge, it would depend on whether or not he had the ability to do so. Pucci! The sword pierced his legs and pinned him to the ground. With a thud, he fell to the ground and screamed. He struggled and tried to break free, but shortly after, many swords landed and pierced his arms and shoulders, pinning him to the ground. The alliance expert shouted in his heart. "Save me! Who can save me? I regret it, I want to live, I don't want to come here." Pata! Lin Fan landed in front of him and grabbed his head. He raised his head and said, "Look at my face and remember what I look like. Just direct all your anger at me." His actions were just too arrogant. But he had no choice. It was just too difficult to earn rage points. The alliance member who was pierced by the sword remembered Lin Fan's face in his heart. Rage points plus 999. Not bad. Lin Fan used a little strength and pressed his head onto the ground. That was a humiliating action. He then raised his head and looked into the distance. There were people fighting everywhere. If it was possible, he wouldn't mind rushing in and fighting with them. There was a bang. He left the spot right away. As for the alliance member who was pierced by the sword, after his rage points reached the limit, it was time for the death god to reap his harvest. In midair, Lin Fan floated there, not moving for the time being. It was as though he was accumulating something. But when he took a closer look, he realized that there were already more true energy swords appearing behind him. Poof! Poof! Divine swords appeared one after another, glowing with the divine light of true essence. Dozens of them. Hundreds of them. Thousands of them. It was still increasing. If it was placed on anyone else, no one would have such ability, or rather, no one would have such surging true essence. After a long time, with 10,000 divine swords hovering behind him, he felt that it was about time. If he continued, it would only be a waste of time. He saw two experts fighting in the air, and for the time being, they were equally matched. The battle between the Alliance and Laoshan City experts was really intense. At the same time, their cultivation was much stronger than Lin Fan's. "Laoshan City expert, please move aside," Lin Fan hollered. When the Laoshan City expert heard that, he retreated without hesitation. Xiao! Xiao! Numerous true essence swords turned into streaks of light that struck towards the alliance expert. "Kid, amazing! The Laoshan city expert was impressed. He then used the chance to recover his stamina. Lin Fan smiled, I will take over later, I have to go help elsewhere. Understood. Dang dang. The Alliance expert crossed his arms in front of him and a light veil appeared. The True Essence sword struck it and didn't give him a chance at all. Damn. Damn. The Alliance expert was furious. Someone suddenly sneak attacked him. When he saw the aura, he was shocked. After all, the commotion was just too terrifying. He thought that it was a terrifying expert, but when he took it head-on, he knew that he had been cheated. The attacks were strong, but they weren't enough to cause any damage to him. Ah! The Alliance expert was furious. A terrifying aura exploded and destroyed the sword attacks. Expert, attack! Lin Fan shouted. The Laoshan city expert recovered well. He didn't hesitate and continued to fight. When Lin Fan left, he looked at the Alliance expert and smiled. He wasn't afraid that they recognized him, he was afraid that they didn't. Rage points plus 999. Bastard, I will kill you. The Alliance expert wanted to kill Lin Fan but the Laoshan city expert blocked him, I am your opponent. Little brother, thank you. Lin Fan laughed. As expected, it was useful. Just like what he expected. Although it was dangerous, at such a time, he could only accumulate rage points and become stronger. No need to thank me, just beat the shit out of him. He estimated. If he offended all the Alliance experts here, then the rage points would be terrifying. Aya. Although he deserved to be beaten up, he had no choice. If he didn't deserve to be beaten up, then why would he make others so furious? Of course. There were some areas where he couldn't enter. Just looking at the twisted space, he knew how dangerous it was. Even if he was a dual cultivator, the gap in realms was too huge. He wouldn't talk about dual cultivation. Only death would be his final destination. At this moment, he noticed a place where he could go and help. When he was prepared to strike, a weird situation occurred. Pucci. The expert from Laoshan city was ambushed from behind. An arm pierced through his body. However, the expert from Laoshan city didn't retreat at all. He grabbed the person who appeared behind him and strangled the expert in front of him. With a low roar, he charged forward, forcing the people around him to make way for him. The space around him distorted to the extreme, and an explosion rang out. Pang! True Essence shook, forming a shockwave that swept everything around. This! Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at the scenes in front of him. Even if his body was pierced, with his strength, he could have survived. Why did he choose such a method? Zhao Lishan, you see, casualties are starting to appear. As long as you move aside, I can ensure that there won't be any more casualties. 9-star General and Zhao Lishan's battle was really intense. Seeing that the alliance had suffered so many losses, he started to negotiate. Dream on. Zhao Lishan wasn't good with words and rejected him right away. The 9-star marshal said angrily, Zhao Lishan, so what if you can defend this place? The other defensive lines will collapse in the end. At that time, your situation will be extremely tragic. You are strong and can escape, but the people behind you will not have the chance to escape even if they want to. Stop talking nonsense with me. Let's fight to the death. Zhao Lishan slashed the sky and it felt like the entire area was being split open. A terrifying current covered the 9-star general. Hong Long. The two of them affected a huge area. Within this area, the destructive aura surged about. No one dared to enter, otherwise, they would definitely die. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. This is the reason why father doesn't want to see me. To fight to the death, even if I die, I won't retreat. Father told me to leave because he doesn't want me to be dragged into this. In the end, it is because I am too weak. Father doesn't trust me at all and treats me like a useless kid. Okay, I will become stronger. I definitely won't miss this chance. Even if there is a chance of death, I can only try. He stood in midair and the true essence in his body started to shake. His god body changed. His body size didn't change much, but the power of his body exploded out. Even the air buzzed from the vibrations. Who? Who? Each time he breathed, a ball of mist flew out from his nose and mouth. The true essence swords seemed to have been buffed. He activated all his cultivation techniques and numerous special internal strength gathered on them. Attack! Xiao! Xiao! Numerous true essence swords broke through the air behind him. They were really dense and covered the sky. Under his guidance, they searched for the Alliance experts. Numerous people were shocked. It wasn't because the aura was terrifying but because the special effects were just too terrifying. The Alliance expert who had just forced back a native didn't even react when he realized that numerous true essence swords were heading towards him. He raised his hand to block the wave of attacks. Hong hong. The true essence swords clashed and caused some problems for the Alliance experts. At the same time, they stopped their movements. Damn natives, such small tricks. To Void Realm experts, this was just a small trick. They tore open the space and guided the true essence swords into the space before locking them down. To Lin Fan, who hadn't reached Void Realm, he was unable to control the true essence swords in the space. The connection between the two was instantly broken. Kill this ant. Some Alliance experts who were annoyed by the true essence swords hollered. They wanted to kill Lin Fan. How could the Laoshan city experts not do anything? Protect our little sword god. Damn! Suddenly, he had the title of Little Sword God. But Lin Fan didn't hear it, otherwise, he would have shouted that he didn't play with the sword and that this was just his hobby. Instantly, Lin Fan could feel a sharp will of the void striking out at him. He ran right away. Although he was prepared to take the risk, he didn't think about fighting him head-on. Just as Lin Fan was about to dodge the attack, the will of the void struck him. It was as though there were countless sharp blades slicing at him without a trace. This was the ability of a Void Realm expert. Lin Fan was only at God Essence Realm and couldn't sense how strong Void Realm experts were. He hollered and his god body rose to its peak. However, he was still injured by the void intent, and blood spilled everywhere. How terrifying! Lin Fan instantly dodged and fled into the distance. He was in big trouble. Everyone wanted him to die. Chapter 269. Now, he really wanted to sing a song. If this wasn't love, then what did he have to be sad about? The situation was like that. He really wanted to ask, how could this not be love? He was really filled with love towards these Alliance members. Even if he angered them, he didn't fear anything. He wanted to be brave. He had to fight to the end. CSI. It was so painful. The space intent surged over and he dodged it. But the space that was stirred up caused his body to be covered in wounds and blood splattered in the air. Hung long. The space intent landed on the ground and the ground cracked, forming a deep hole. Lin Fan fled really quickly and in the blink of an eye, he left the battlefield. Luckily, the Laoshan city elder helped him block, otherwise, if the Alliance members followed, he would definitely die. He turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was safe for now. Brother Lin. Hu Luo saw someone descend from the sky and thought that it was an Alliance member. But when he looked closely, he didn't expect it to be Brother Lin. But Brother Lin's situation was a little off. Why are you all here? Lin Fan asked. Were these fellows really fated to meet him? When they separated, they were there, so why did they bump into each other in the blink of an eye? Hu Luo said, we were searching for Alliance members and just bumped into one. Luckily, he wasn't strong and we killed him. Brother Lin, your injuries. He was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan's injuries. It was like he was sliced open by something and fresh blood dyed his shirt red. I am fine, it is just a small injury. Lin Fan was perfectly fine. It was just a little painful at the start, and now the wounds were healing and forming scabs. He was an expert who cultivated both internal and external cultivation. His physical body's recovery ability was very terrifying. "Brother Lin, how is this a small injury? This is..." Before he could finish his words, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Lin Fan's body shook and the coagulated blood fell off. "You are fine, you are perfectly fine." Hu Luo looked at him closely, and that was indeed the case. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. What kind of person was he to be so terrifying? Lin Fan's expression was solemn. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "I wonder how many people will die when it ends." Hu Luo stood at the side and didn't speak. He looked towards the intense battlefield. In order to block the alliance members outside, the experts of Laoshan City were fighting with their lives on the line. To the Laoshan City experts, their goal was to block the alliance experts outside. "Go, let's continue to search for alliance members," Lin Fan said. He had to admit that his own strength could not be compared to those on the battlefield. But those Master Realm, Grandmasters, or God Essence Realm Alliance experts had no problems at all. They could totally crush them. "Brother Lin." Hu Luo didn't know what to say. He realized that Brother Lin was too ferocious. His injuries were definitely from something terrifying. Now that he had to search for those people, he really wanted to tell him to go back and rest. The battle between Zhao Lishan and the Alliance's 9-star marshal had already entered a white-hot state. The collision between the two of them caused terrifying damage to the void. What a bunch of lunatics. The 9-star general looked around. The Laoshan City experts were like lunatics, charging fearlessly and causing heavy losses to the Alliance. "Retreat!" The 9-star general shouted and broke away from the battle. He looked at Zhao Lishan, "Wait and see." Instantly, the Alliance experts retreated, but the Laoshan City experts didn't think about letting them off so easily. They charged forwards. Damn! To the Alliance experts, they really wanted to spit at the Laoshan City experts. Were they sick in the head? Didn't you hear the 9-star general say that they stopped? Why did they charge over so fiercely? Did they really think that they were afraid of them? Don't think about running. The Laoshan City experts hollered in rage and chased right away. Some Alliance experts weren't able to react at all and were crushed to the ground by the Laoshan City experts. Despicable, shameless. Damn! The Alliance experts hollered in rage and wanted to pounce on them. How could they be so shameless? Come back! Zhao Lishan stopped them. Stopping now was to reduce the casualties. At the same time, it was to let the Alliance know their attitude. If they wanted to break their defense, they had to step over their corpses. The Laoshan City experts listened to Zhao Lishan's orders. They looked fiercely at the Alliance experts like they wanted to swallow them up. "Master Zhao, how can we let them leave so easily? Kill them all here and let them know that Laoshan City is a defense line that they can never break." Right. The Laoshan City experts were filled with killing intent and they really wanted to keep these people here. "Calm down, don't be rash." Zhao Lishan told them to calm down and continue to fight. Both sides would just suffer heavy losses and chase them back. That would be their goal. The 9-star general looked at everyone from Laoshan City with a dark and cold gaze. When he saw the Alliance experts retreat to their original spot, he left behind some vicious words and left. "All of you listen up. The Alliance has to crush the Laoshan City defense line. All of you are just delaying time and one day you will understand." Zhao Lishan continued to look at him coldly. He didn't care about what the 9-star general said. To him, guarding Mtimang City was his ultimate goal. Everything else wasn't important. Even if he died, he had to die in Laoshan City. Within Laoshan City, someone was arranging the corpses. There were many casualties and many of them were old friends who had lived with them for decades. Now that they had turned into cold corpses, it was a huge blow to them. "Brother, rest in peace. I will take revenge for you." Someone sat beside a corpse and lowered his head. Tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Such a situation wasn't rare. Some of them cried, but they definitely wouldn't regret it. That was their choice, and when they decided to do so, they knew what the outcome would be. Of course, some were discussing the kid that appeared on the battlefield. To them, the kid was really fierce. They called him Little Sword God. After all, they all saw those scenes. The 10,000 swords swept through the air and brought many problems to the Alliance members. Although the 10,000 swords weren't as strong as expected, to them, this kid was worthy of the title of Little Sword God. I remember that the kid is on the same side as Huluo. I saw him too. Didn't Huluo bring a kid to register? It seems like there are many young people who aren't afraid of death. Little Sword God is not bad. This kid has a deep understanding of the sword. I feel like it is similar to Sword Palace. Did he come from Sword Palace? That night, in the courtyard. I really earned a lot this time. Lin Fan felt great. He looked at the rage points of the small support system and nearly peed his pants. He said that only by mocking a group could he gain the most rage points. Rage points, 365466. What a terrifying amount of rage points. Maybe this time he could raise his strength to a really high level. The risk was worth it, it was really worth it. Heart cultivation, Sword Seed, Grade 8, this was the heart cultivation technique that Elder Han cultivated. To Lin Fan, it was quite decent. Improve. Consumed 10,000 rage points. Sword Seed, Grade 9. Sword Seed, Peak Grade 12, Wang. When the Sword Seed rose to Grade 12, there was a shocking change in his body. An eye-catching small sword floated in his body. This was the shocking effect of raising Sword Seed to the max level. Not bad, not bad. Next is to raise my cultivation. True Essence slowly increased from 430. One True Essence consumed 3,000 rage points. Consumed 30,000 rage points. True Essence, 440, Middle God Essence Realm. The increase in strength made Lin Fan really excited. He felt like his body was filled with power, but this was far from enough. He needed to continue to improve. God Essence Realm Technique 9 Dragon Technique, it was a mysterious dual cultivation technique. It could improve the God body and also True Essence. Consumed 4,000 rage points. 9 Dragon Technique, Basics. Instantly, Lin Fan felt a slight change in his True Essence and God body. A faint, almost transparent little golden dragon coiled around the surface of his body. He continued to improve. 9 Dragon Technique, returning to True. All of a sudden, something shocking happened. With Lin Fan as the center, 9 illusory figures of golden dragons coiled around the surface of his body. They spun continuously as though they were swallowing something up. As expected, some techniques are really strong. Lin Fan exclaimed. He realized that the techniques that his father kept were really overpowered. Just this 9 Dragon technique alone made him feel like his strength had increased by a lot. Be it True Essence or God Body, they were all greatly improved. Improve. God Body, 450, Peak God Essence Realm, improve. True Essence, 450, Peak God Essence Realm, 60,000 rage points were consumed right away. He felt like his strength had reached a terrifying level. Internal and external cultivation, raising True Essence and God Body to Peak God Essence Realm. The power that his body contained was really shocking. Based on Lin Fan's thoughts, the next step would be the most crucial one. He would have to know just how much power would be required to step into the Void Realm. Ripping open space wasn't something that a normal person could do. Or rather, this power had reached a certain extreme. Consumed 6,000 rage points. Cold City 4 Destruction, Basics. Consumed 11,000 rage points. Cold City 4 Destruction, returning to True, instantly. Lin Fan felt that there was a shocking change around him. Flames were boiling. Water was surging. The soil was tumbling and rolling. Trees were growing. Although these were all illusions, they seemed to represent 4 special attributes. God Body Cultivation Technique. This time I will definitely be able to raise my strength to initial void realm. Lin Fan was filled with hope and felt like he was going to soar into the heavens. Chapter 270. Hu Luo and the others helped out in the city. Laoshan City was quieter at night. They buried the people who were sacrificed. To Hu Luo and the others, this was the first time in 20 years that someone close to them had died. It wasn't that they couldn't accept it, but when it really happened, it was a huge blow to their souls. Hu Luo, the little sword god who is with you is not bad. A middle-aged man patted Hu Luo's shoulder and said. Ah. Hu Luo was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. He asked curiously, Uncle Shen, what do you mean? What little sword god? Uncle Shen looked at Hu Luo with a weird expression like he didn't expect that he actually didn't know. The kid that you brought to the city. Yang Shun raised his head and asked, Uncle Shen, are you talking about Brother Lin? Anyways, it is the kid who is with you. Today, he is amazing. His sword techniques are amazing and his courage is praiseworthy. He appeared beside Master Zhao and scolded the Alliance 9-star general. He even used 10,000 swords to join the battle. Even if the Alliance experts chased him, he didn't fear them at all. Uncle Shen said. Ha! Hu Luo looked at Uncle Shen with his mouth agape like he was listening to a book from heaven. Uncle Shen, are you joking with me? What kind of joke is that? Everyone saw it for themselves. Uncle Shen said. At that moment, Hu Luo suddenly thought about where the wounds on Brother Lin's body came from. At that moment, respect rose up in his heart. It was obvious that he didn't expect Brother Lin to be so brave. It was totally unexpected. To be able to be called Little Sword God by the seniors in Laoshan City was something to be proud of. Alliance Meeting. The 9-star general led the experts to clash with Laoshan City to test their strength. The outcome was shocking. To break through Laoshan City's defense line, they didn't have enough experts and needed more. But the Alliance headquarters was unhappy with this trip. Teacher Chen's livestream was blocked by the Alliance headquarters. They weren't strong enough and were suppressed by the enemy. It was obvious that the Alliance was dispirited. Therefore, such behavior was naturally strangled in the cradle. As for Guangwu College losing a 4-star teacher, naturally it made them furious, but more than that, they felt embarrassed. As a teacher, he was actually so weak, that was a huge loss of face for Guangwu College. Meanwhile, the latest news was out, which was that Alliance members were prohibited from bringing broadcast equipment into the rich land. In case the Teacher Chen incident happened again, it would have a negative impact on the Alliance. In the courtyard of Laoshan City. Is this the strength of the void interpretation realm? Lin Fan floated in the air and used up all his rage points. He finally raised his true essence and God body to void realm. He raised his hand and slowly moved his fingers. With a ripping sound, a tear appeared in the air, as though a piece of cloth had been torn apart. The void within the fissure was pitch black, but there were spots of light flickering. It was extremely resplendent, as though it was a galaxy in the universe. When he raised his divine body to the void realm, the door in his mind opened completely. It was as though he no longer had any restrictions. Everything became very mysterious. Now, he felt that his strength wasn't something that God Essence Realm could compare to. The gap between the two could be said to be like heaven and earth and couldn't be described with words. To be more direct, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. The difference in height meant that one would look at problems differently too. It seems like I can open up my own dimension to store things. Lin Fan felt like he had to slowly explore some things. How would he be able to understand it right away? He tried to open up the dimension but realized that it was really unstable. It was like he was trying to form a connection with himself. The problem was huge and it wasn't as simple as he thought. Brother Lin. At that moment, Hu Luo's voice spread in from outside. Listening closely, he felt that the voice was curious and excited. Lin Fan landed slowly. Gradually, his control over his strength made him even more confident. Why did you come to find me at this time? Lin Fan was really curious. Hu Luo and the others' strength couldn't be compared to his, but one had to say that they were different from other young people. Kachi. He pushed the door open. What happened? Lin Fan looked at Hu Luo and the others and asked curiously. Why did Hu Luo seem more excited than him? Hu Luo said excitedly, Little Sword God. Ah! Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at Hu Luo. He actually didn't understand what he meant. Little Sword God? Who was he calling? Hu Luo noticed Lin Fan's confused expression and said, Brother Lin, you have a nickname now. When you fought with the Alliance members in the day, they called you Little Sword God. At the start, I didn't know who they were calling him. They said that he was with me, so I knew that it was Brother Lin. Lin Fan's mouth was agape. He was a little dumbfounded. Little Sword God? Why did he feel like that was a little weird? Lu Shiqi said excitedly, I didn't expect us to have such an amazing person beside us. How old are you? Are you an old monster? I heard that some old monsters have high cultivation and can turn young. If not, you are around the same age as us, so how can you be so strong? Shiqi, what are you thinking about? How can Brother Lin be an old monster? He is around the same age as us. Yang Shun said. Lin San noticed that Shiqi was so excited about Lin Fan and felt a sense of danger. But he was expressionless and no one could tell that there was anything wrong with him. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand, who thought of this for me? Don't you think that Little Sword God doesn't sound good? That was indeed the case. If it was Sword God, then it was okay. But why was it Little Sword God? He felt like he was a scum. In the day, the special effects were too exaggerated, so people thought that he was a sword expert. That was really unfair. This was just a hobby that he played around with. He couldn't take it seriously at all. He hadn't even mentioned that he was actually very familiar with the way of the sword. If they saw him play with the blade, then wouldn't they call him Little Blade God? So, this matter was a bit of a headache. Hu Luo said, Brother Lin, how can it not sound good? Who in Laoshan City doesn't know about your nickname? I heard them say that you actually scolded the Alliance's 9-star general. So amazing that I didn't dare to believe it. Lin Fan was a little helpless. It seemed like he was too high profile. He had just come to Laoshan City for a few days and he actually had such a title. Forget it. No matter how an outstanding person tries to hide himself, he will always shine. After a while, Hu Luo felt that it was late, so he didn't continue and told Lin Fan to rest. Lin Fan returned to his room and continued to study the Void Realm ability. The next day, when Lin Fan walked around Laoshan City, people actually recognized him and called him Little Sword God. This made him feel a little helpless. He really wanted to tell all the big shots not to call him Little Sword God. This title wasn't much. Unfortunately, he had no choice. People already treated him as the Little Sword God. There were even people who patted Lin Fan's shoulder and praised him. To have such strength at such a young age was really rare, or perhaps they had never seen it before. What else could Lin Fan say? He could only accept it. After all, no matter what, it sounded like they were praising him. He was waiting for the Alliance members to arrive. It was a waste that he wasn't able to join in the battle yesterday. If he reached Void Realm, although he was only at the initial stage, he believed that with his strength, he could even crush peak experts. As for what 5-element realm was like, he was unfamiliar with it. He hadn't fought it before, so he was really unfamiliar with it. He left Laoshan City and strolled around. He wanted to see what the border area of Laoshan City looked like. When he arrived, he saw many experts guarding there. They were all really old and there were basically no young people at all. Maybe this was because the experts were all old and the young were weak. They didn't have the ability to guard the border at all. He noticed that the border barrier was like a ripple. Was that the alliance? Ah, little sword god is here. I still remember what happened yesterday. How bold. An old man smiled and then said to the people around, "Come take a look. This is the heroic little sword god from yesterday." The moment he said this, instantly, many people gathered around. Lin Fan was a little shy and felt that this was too sudden. It was like he had instantly become famous. He knew that he was an outstanding person and it was normal for him to be the center of attention. But he knew that since his strength rose to God Essence Realm or Void Realm, the level he interacted with in the future would be different. The world of those young people wasn't suitable for him anymore. He should be interacting with those old men on the same level. After all, he had no choice because of his strength. Lin Fan smiled, "Thank you all for your help yesterday. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have died to those alliance members. Don't worry, little sword god, they won't be able to hurt you unless they step over our corpses." An old man smiled. Lin Fan walked to the side of a bunch of elders and asked about alliance matters. When he learned that these people lived in Laoshan City and disguised themselves as normal people, he was shocked. When he saw the situation in Laoshan City, he thought back to Yu City. If he hadn't personally experienced it, it would have been hard to imagine. In the end, the people around him knew what he was doing and what he had to protect. Only he didn't know who the people around him were and what kind of strength they had. He treated them as normal people. This was why it was so awkward. Little sword god. At this moment, Zhao Lishan walked over and looked at Lin Fan with shock in his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't expect Lin Fan to have such cultivation at such a young age. That was unbelievable. Chapter 271. Senior Zhao. The person who came was Zhao Lishan, the strongest expert in Laoshan City and also the commander to defend against the alliance. Although he felt good about himself, naturally, he wouldn't be arrogant towards Senior Zhao. He greeted him with respect. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan and nodded his head, "You are young and talented. When I was your age, I was only Martial Path Grade 10. Your future is limitless. Thank you, Senior Zhao, for your praise. I was just lucky and had a few fortuitous encounters." Lin Fan said humbly. What else could he say? He had to tell him that he had a small support system and that cultivation was really simple. It was as simple as eating and drinking. If he really said that, he was really afraid that he would be captured and beaten up. "We didn't ask you how you cultivated so quickly, so why did you have to brag to us?" The surrounding experts looked at Lin Fan with no hint of jealousy, only envy. Up till now, they had been cultivating one step at a time and hadn't had many opportunities. To think that this little sword god would have so many opportunities. His luck was just too crazy, wasn't it? When Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan, it was like he saw hope. The situation was really serious. The alliance stared aggressively and Zhao Lishan felt huge pressure at every moment. If the Laoshan City defense line was shattered, then, he would be the biggest sinner. Lin Fan followed Zhao Lishan and walked at the border. "I heard that you came from Jiang City and are the Martial Path Mountain sect leader." Zhao Lishan asked. Lin Fan said, I came from Jiang City. When I learned about this, I met 3 alliance members on the way and fought with them. I learned about the situation here, so I came to take a look. I hope that I can help." Zhao Lishan exclaimed, "Haze, if everyone could be like you, then alliance wouldn't be a problem. The people in Laoshan City might look like that, but actually, they were all geniuses of various sections. They came willingly to Laoshan City and live a boring life for others." Lin Fan stood at the side and nodded his head. He comprehended what Zhao Lishan said. That was indeed the case. Those that were able to cultivate to the void interpretation realm and above, even if they were rather old, were already considered to be geniuses. However, looking at the current appearance of these people, it was truly impossible to imagine that they were once geniuses of some sect. If he stayed in the sect, his position might be extraordinary and he might even become one of the sect's upper echelons. However, they had given up power and glory to come to this remote place. It was truly admirable. The appearance of the alliance started 100 years ago. 100 years ago, no one knew what they were and no one knew where they came from. At that time, they brought us huge problems and many died. But someone blocked them and paid a huge price to chase them out. 20 years later, alliance experts appeared once more. To us, the easiest thing to forget is history. Everyone thought that it wouldn't happen, so they didn't care much about it. That time, starting from the border, all the cities in Fuzhou were occupied. Someone stood out and chased them away. After these two incidents, someone cared about it and built cities at the border to defend against them. Lin Fan had never heard about alliance. Now that he heard about it, he slowly understood many things. Senior Zhao, since they can enter our territory, can't we enter theirs? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Lishan thought about it for a moment. I am not sure about that. The alliance has always been the one attacking and we have been defending at the defense line. We just hope to force them back. It seemed like they didn't think about counterattacking. In Lin Fan's opinion, there was no strategy at all. Only the side that was on the offensive could gain the upper hand. If he was born 10 years earlier, no, if he came here a year earlier, he could use the small support system to raise his cultivation. The alliance members wouldn't even be a problem. He would be able to crush all of them with one fierce move. Of course, he was filled with respect towards the people in Laoshan City. He really didn't expect that there would actually be people who were willing to be normal people and defend this place. To him, anyone from Laoshan City would be treated as an expert if they went out. Glory, splendor, wealth and rank were all within his grasp. Thinking about that, he thought back to Yu City. It seemed like the situation there was similar. The people there weren't simple people. Amazing. They were really amazing. He actually didn't see it. Martial Path Mountain. With a loud explosion, a low voice spread out. Zhou Zhongmao broke out of seclusion. The effects of the purple gold dragon essence pill were simply too overbearing, and his physique had also been changed by the purple gold dragon essence pill. He now possessed the potential that the Zhao family could only dream of. Martial Path Grade 12 Initial Realm. In such a short time, he crossed realms and reached such a stage. That was enough to be described as terrifying. My cousin isn't back yet? The first thing Zhou Zhongmao did when he came out wasn't to feel the joy of his strength increasing but to find Go Zi to ask whether or not cousin was back. He wanted to raise his strength quickly so that he could better protect cousin. Go Zi missed young master but he didn't know where young master went. When he told Zhou Zhongmao that he was in seclusion the last time young master came back, he didn't disturb him. Zhou Zhongmao felt really bad. He felt like he missed out on something important. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to know where cousin went but even Go Zi didn't know. This made him a little anxious. It was obvious that he was worried whether or not cousin faced danger outside. I am going to search for cousin. Zhou Zhongmao said firmly and decided to search for cousin. When Feng Poliu knew about the situation, he was helpless. What did he want to do? If he continued, then there would be no one left on Martial Path Mountain. However, once Zhou Zhongmao was sure about something, even 8 horses couldn't pull him back. This was why his decision wouldn't change. Yuan Tianchu felt like Martial Path Mountain was about to disband. Zhang Tianshan's departure made him think about it for a long time. Lin Fan's departure made him think about it for a long time. Now that Zhou Zhongmao was going to leave, then there would be no one left on Martial Path Mountain. Don't tell him that the final winner would be Feng Poliu or Liang Yongqi. That would be really terrifying. Laoshan City. Since he talked to Zhao Lishan, he had a deeper understanding of the alliance. At the same time, he had a huge understanding of Laoshan City. For example, that old Master Wang who liked to smoke and use a fan as a weapon. When he found out about his background from Zhao Lishan, he was shocked. He was a disciple of a sect who nearly took over the position of sect leader. But because his son was killed during the Alliance invasion 20 years ago. After learning about the situation, he didn't bother about the sect leader position and came to Laoshan City to take revenge for his son. He came for 20 years and didn't leave Laoshan City at all. Every day, he would sit there and smoke and look at the sky in a daze. He regretted his actions. His son told him to head to Laoshan City to defend against the Alliance. He was obsessed with the sect leader position and didn't go. After his son was killed, he was furious and swore to wipe out all the Alliance members. Lin Fan could see that old Master Wang was really fierce. He didn't back down when facing the Alliance members and instead used his life to fight, causing the Alliance members to be terrified. The people here are all heroes, it seems like I can't fall behind. Lin Fan muttered. His original goal was simple, which was to obtain rage points to raise his strength. But now, not only could he raise his strength, but he could also do something meaningful. That was really good. Within the room, he didn't sleep and was sensing the power of the void realm. A crack was ripped open in the space in front of him and the pitch-black space shone brightly. Damn it! How the hell is this storage dimension built? Lin Fan scratched his head and his head hurt. Even if his thoughts were advanced, it wasn't a problem of it being advanced. It was just that it was foreign. It was really simple for him to use his fist to shatter the space. Wasn't it just to explode with strength and punch? But the situation now was a little complicated. Construct. The damage of the space was a little high. If he placed anything in, it would instantly shatter into pieces. It was really unstable. What should he do to make the space that he opened more stable? This was something that made people feel helpless. Time passed slowly. When the sky turned bright. Done. Lin Fan smiled. After a night of research, he finally succeeded. The space dimension was really stable and he opened up a dimension that wasn't too small but also not too big either. He locked down his mind and wrapped the dimension, forming it into a portable dimension bag. He placed the long sword and blade in. He then closed the dimension and the crack disappeared. One couldn't see any problems at all. But with a thought, his palm reached into the space in front of him. His palm disappeared and he took out a long sword. There are many more mysteries in the void realm. I will slowly study it and I will definitely find more amazing things. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Right now, he really wanted to fight with a strong opponent. He wanted to test out just how strong he was. He already had a wonderful feeling that any random punch he threw out would have an extremely terrifying power. It was a power that could shatter the void. He pushed open the door. Hu Luo and the others had left Laoshan City and were patrolling outside. They weren't strong and there was a limit to what they could do. But they could still patrol outside and search for Alliance members that they missed. As for fighting Alliance members at the border, it was too much for them to handle. Maybe it wasn't too much. With their strength, they would be instantly killed. They wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Chapter 272. Hello, Little Sword God. Where is Little Sword God going? When he came out, the Laoshan City experts all greeted him. But to Lin Fan, he didn't know what to say. Couldn't they just talk nicely? You can call me Lin Fan, you can call me Little Lin, but there was no need to call me Little Sword God. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that he was used to it and it was impossible for him to stop. He could only smile awkwardly at them. Since that was the case, then he would just continue. Anyway, he was used to it. He walked at the border and was thinking about when the Alliance experts would appear once more. He was really looking forward to it. His cultivation relied on rage points. Logically speaking, if he went to a sect to cause trouble, it would be amazing. But the key was that no sect offended him, so he couldn't just find trouble with them for no reason, right? As for those sects he had conflicts with, he didn't dare to go. If they had experts and he went to mock them, it would be a problem for him to return. That would be a tragedy. Alliance experts. Lin Fan thought about it. He felt like after coming to Laoshan City and going through this matter, he had become a whole new person. It was like he had broken away from small fights and was walking towards a greater cause. Land of the Alliance. The 36th Legion and Guangwu College's people in charge were all here. The Alliance 9-star general looked at everyone present with a dark and sunken expression. The Alliance headquarters gave the final order to take down Laoshan City within 10 days. I hope that all of you can go all out and not try to take advantage of the situation. Many people sat around the round table. The 9-star general looked at them with a sharp gaze and gave the final notice. The Guangwu College person in charge had a tough expression. General, there are too many natives and we can't fight them with our strength. The 36th Legion's deputy tapped the table and agreed, that is indeed the case. There are too many natives in Laoshan City and there are too many experts. With just our numbers and strength, it is too tough to break in. We might even be wiped out. If the Alliance headquarters doesn't send more experts, we won't be able to complete this mission. 9-star general said, everyone, this battle is for the entire Alliance. We are about to use up our resources and if we can't find the best way, then we will self-destruct. Rich land is our last hope and the Alliance headquarters will go all out to occupy it. The person in charge of Guangwu College said, General, we understand that, but with our current strength, it is tough, really tough. Unless we can gain something from other places and fight for a chance for us, it is impossible. The defense line of the fertile lands was not limited to Pyrolite City. Not to mention U City, that was the toughest defense line to break. As for the others, they were easy to deal with and they had a high chance of breaking through. 9-star general looked at them with a deep gaze. He smiled, if Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island come to help, do you still think it is impossible? In an instant. The room was silent. General, if that is the case, then everything isn't a problem. But why would they help? Everyone present was extremely curious. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island didn't fit with the Alliance headquarters. Before entering the rich land, the Alliance headquarters had already treated them as evil organizations. 9-star general got up with a sharp gaze and said in a domineering manner, when the Alliance faces danger, all uneasy powers will stop fighting and work together against the enemy. This was the oath that all the powers swore to the highest honor when the Alliance was formed. Instantly, everyone was filled with respect. This was the supreme alliance in their hearts. What nonsense, to even swear to the highest honor. Who knew what kind of promise they made? Of course, whatever the general said was the truth. One couldn't go against him, otherwise, he would accuse you of betraying the alliance and no one would be willing to help you clear your name. Sword Head, you are making it easy for me to find you. In a forest, old ancestor Su walked out slowly. In front of him was a straw hut. It seemed like Sword Head built it. Are you living here because you feel guilty or are you trying to escape reality? Sword Head was farming and when he heard the voice, he placed down the tools in his hands. Country protector, I came from afar. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Old ancestor Su smiled. Sword Head, what are you doing here? During the Fuzhou battle, you slashed open the Nuteo River and caused many deaths. Have you suppressed the sword path in your heart? Ah! Sword Head nodded. It was obvious that he didn't want to continue talking about this matter. He felt that he was a sinful person. He had killed many people. If those people who died deserved to die, killing 1,000 or 10,000 wouldn't affect him at all. He could even condense his sword intent. But when he came to his senses, it was too late. How old are you? Why is your will so weak? You aren't going back to Sword Palace? Old ancestor Su asked. Sword Head said, I am not going back. I am not fit to be the Sword Palace head. Let me spend the rest of my life here. Kiki, live for the rest of your life. You are really dreaming. With your current cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to live for a few hundred or even 1,000 years. But do you know that there are very few people who can live for 100 years? No one is willing to die, but do you know why they can't live that long? Old ancestor Sue asked. The goal of anyone becoming strong wasn't to live longer. Unfortunately, they had no choice as they were forced to do things. If they didn't do it, then no one would. So, the stronger one was, the more things one had to bear. Swordhead kept silent and didn't say anything. It was obvious that he knew the reason why so many experts couldn't live for so long. I don't want to say anything more to you. If you really feel guilty, then head to the border to defend against the Alliance. Old Ancestor Sue said sternly. Stay here and let others help you defend against the Alliance and live the life you want. That is such a beautiful dream. Swordhead said, I understand. I will leave in a while to defend against the Alliance. I just hope that Country Protector can take care of Sword Palace. Old Ancestor Sue said, I am thinking that the entire sect should head over. Although Swordhead felt guilty, he wasn't stupid. If Sword Palace went, then wouldn't that mean that they might be wiped out at any moment? It was enough for him to go, but he couldn't be too much. Country Protector, don't you think that this is a little too much? Swordhead asked. Old Ancestor Sue smiled, Hayes, how is it too much? It isn't. It is just that some people are silently contributing. Once the defense line is broken, then it isn't too much. But it is understandable. 20 years ago, Sword Palace protected you like a treasure, so how could they let you die? Okay, it is good that I found you. Do as you see fit, I won't force you. Let's go. Old Ancestor Sue turned around and left. He didn't say much to Swordhead. He was going somewhere else. To him, the times had changed, and it was no longer the same as before. There were fewer and fewer people who were willing to contribute. Only when people hurt them would they fight back. Before they were affected, they just wanted to preserve their strength and not be affected. Laoshan City. Come out, all of you come out quickly. I have waited for so long, why aren't you attacking? Lin Fan walked at the border and muttered softly like he was tempting the Alliance members to come out and fight. He wanted to raise his strength quickly. He even wanted to reach peak Void Realm in a breath and peak 5 Element Realm in half a day. After a day, he would be invincible in the world. When that happened, it would feel great. Who would dare to offend him? What alliance? This young master would just directly charge to their door and hack at their home. How domineering would that be? Little sword god, what are you muttering about? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He really respected Lin Fan. He was young and talented, so he praised him many times. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk to him but that he didn't know his name. There were so many people in Laoshan City and he had only been here for a few days, so how could he know so much? The other party seemed to sense the situation and could not help but smile. Little sword god, just call me Old Shen. Old Shen's hairstyle was not bad. It was instant noodle hair and the mustache on his lips was really thick. The only thing was that it looked a little unnatural. Okay, Old Shen. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like this was his first meeting with an expert. He was now at a young age and had entered a level that the younger generation couldn't touch. That feeling was really different. It was like when the younger generation was still in primary school and he had become an elder. The people he came into contact with were people who would give him bottles of Lafite. Old Shen, actually you can call me Old Lin or Little Lin. This little sword god title sounds weird, why don't we change it? Lin Fan said. Right now, it was too late for regrets. Why did he think about playing with swords? Being called Little Blade God was okay, at least it was much better than this. Old Shen rubbed his instant noodle hair, that sounds good, Little Sword God. Once you remove the word little and become Sword God, then that would be really amazing. Lin Fan and Old Shen walked side by side. He had to continue talking about this topic. He realized that Old Shen didn't have any expectations for the future. He asked from the side and realized that Old Shin didn't think that he could survive. Lin Fan hadn't experienced such a thing before, so he couldn't imagine how dangerous it would be. But from what Old Shin said, the best outcome would be to chase the alliance members away. If half of the people in the city could survive, that would be a miracle. The mortality rate would be too high. After a long while, Lin Fan separated from Old Shin. He was alone and looked around. The barrier at the border was like water. When he touched it, it felt like he was touching the surface of water. However, he couldn't pass through it. It was like a layer of magical power was blocking him. He reckoned that it would require a lot of power to break through. He grabbed the barrier and true essence surged. He hollered and wanted to try. But as expected, there was no movement at all. From start to finish, it was like nothing had happened. Haze. As expected, I was thinking too much. Lin Fan decided not to. He was asking to be humiliated. In the end, his cultivation wasn't strong enough. If it was really powerful, it would have been torn apart by that claw just now. Now that the alliance members haven't appeared, they are definitely planning something bad. That was how bad people acted. The short period of peace was to lower their guard and then attack to catch them off guard. This was an old plan. But they were still so happy. He could only say that they were thinking too much. There was a river upstream of Laoshan City. This was the river of life. The water for cooking and drinking came from here. At that moment, a sneaky person walked out from the darkness. He looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one, he walked in front of the river of life. The Alliance had attacked Laoshan City and hadn't taken it down. As for that, they would think of all sorts of methods. Now, poisoning was one of the best ways to solve this problem. He took out an exquisite bottle from his pocket. The liquid inside was red, and it had a nice name in the Alliance. It was called Dark Red Blood. It was the blood of dark creatures, and it was extremely poisonous. Hee hee. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His snow-white teeth shone like stars, and he seemed to be quite pleased with himself. The Alliance needed his contributions and he would open up new opportunities for them. They were just a bunch of small natives and they actually dared to block the Alliance outside. That was just too much. He definitely couldn't accept it. He opened the bottle and released the terrifying dark red blood. He then poured it into the river of life. He believed that the dark red blood would be able to poison him. To deal with the Laoshan City natives, the Alliance thought of many methods. He was one of them and many people didn't have high hopes for it. His family was a poison user family that wasn't cared about. Now, he was the last heir of that family. The dark red blood merged into the river of life and the color of the river slowly changed. It became really eye-catching and then slowly returned to normal. What a beautiful color. This is art, a true art. I will prove that poison is omnipotent. He thought about it. He should be able to poison all the natives in Laoshan City to death. But he wasn't sure whether or not he could poison them to death. After all, he had never used poison before. He only poisoned chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, and cows. Maybe this was the reason why there were fewer and fewer people in the poison family. He reached out and dipped his finger in the water before placing it in his mouth. At that moment, he opened his eyes wide like they were about to explode. His face flushed red and so did his skin. White smoke rose up from the top of his head. Then, his legs gave way and he fell straight to the ground. A crow flew past his head. So awkward. Chapter 273. Ah! There seems to be someone there. Lin Fan looked around and realized that there was a person lying above the river. He was a little far away and he wasn't sure who it was. But looking at the situation, it seemed like he was lying on the ground and looking at the sky. Maybe he wasn't a bad person. If he was, he definitely wouldn't be so carefree. Oi! What are you doing? Lin Fan got close and asked. But he didn't move at all and just laid there without moving at all. Why didn't he give him face? When he wanted to see his face, he realized that it was a little unfamiliar and his expression wasn't right. His face was as black as if he had been poisoned. He reached out his finger to touch the tip of his nose. There was no heat at all and he was dead. This. Lin Fan frowned and his expression was solemn. What was going on? He noticed that he was holding a tube and there was a drop of red liquid in it. He didn't know what it was. He looked closely. His gaze locked onto the river, and he pondered for a moment before he was instantly shocked. According to his guess, could it be that the other party had poisoned the river? He came to the river and looked at the clear water. He couldn't see any problems at all. It is hard to tell with the naked eye. Maybe only by tasting it will I know whether or not there is a problem. Lin Fan thought about it and understood something. Everything had to be tested. If he didn't test it, it would be hard to understand the exact situation. He reached out and dipped his finger in the river water. He placed it in his mouth and licked it. He frowned and felt that the taste was a little different. It was sour and sweet. He realized that there was heat rising from the surface of his body. There was a white gas for no reason. How weird. But he didn't feel anything. Everything was normal. Soon, the steaming feeling disappeared and was replaced by a feeling of emptiness, as if something had been lost in his body. This time he was much bolder. He held the water with both hands and gulped it down. He felt a red energy spreading in his body and clashing with his organs. Instantly, an overbearing heat struck him and steam rose from the surface of his skin. Feels so good, it feels like my heart is stuffed. Lin Fan looked at the corpse, then at the river, as if he couldn't understand what the other party had put in it. Why did it give him such a domineering pleasure? He slowly touched the corpse. In the distance, a figure looked at the scene in fear. The last of the Alliance's poison practitioners died in the hands of the natives of the rich lands. He was filled with disbelief and even rage. The natives wiped out a technique inheritor of their alliance, completely killing the last inheritor of a poison family. All along. He even suspected that there were spies in the alliance from the rich lands and that they were afraid of the poison families in the alliance. Otherwise, how could the large number of legatees in the poison families have dwindled and died? Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. There seemed to be something spying on him just now. This kind of feeling was a little unpleasant. The alliance spy hid somewhere and opened his eyes wide. He felt that Lin Fan had noticed him. Luckily, he hid well, otherwise, he would have been noticed. He had to go back and inform the alliance. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at this corpse of unknown origins. He could only leave silently. He had no interest in the situation here at all. No matter what happened, it was no longer important to him. When he returned to Laoshan City, he found that some people in Ji Mountain City had been running to toilets. Every time they passed by a toilet, they could hear a puffing noise, along with a strange smell. Hu Luo, what is going on with them? Why are they lining up to shit? Did they eat something wrong? Lin Fan asked. This was a huge matter. To these experts, it was abnormal for them to have diarrhea. It didn't make sense. Of course, for some of the true experts, this wasn't a big deal. Everything seemed very normal. Hu Luo said, Brother Lin, you don't know. I didn't expect someone to poison the river. Luckily, the poison was diluted by the water, so it was just diarrhea. If it wasn't diluted, then the outcome would be catastrophic. It seems like we have to be careful. The Alliance is willing to do anything to take down Laoshan City. There is poison in the river. Lin Fan thought about it and suddenly thought back to the corpse by the river. The bottle in his hand should have been poison, just like what he thought. But wait, he didn't understand something. Since he was the one who poisoned him, then how did he die? This place was filled with questions, but he didn't have time to think about it. He could only let it continue. Old Shen, where are you going? Lin Fan saw that Old Shen was walking awkwardly and asked curiously. Instant Noodle. Old Shen smiled, "Nothing, I am going to buy some, Poochie." His fart had betrayed Old Shen. It seemed like he was also one of the people who had fallen for it. That poison was really fierce, to actually make people fart. But why was he perfectly fine? Was his body really strong? Old Shen's face turned red and he ran away. He cursed in his heart, "Which bastard did this? Can't he have a little bit of civility? How despicable to just randomly poison him." A few days later. 9-star General, 36th Legion, Guangwu College higher-ups were waiting for someone. In the distance, a group of people dressed in black and red robes appeared. Their appearance brought a trace of strangeness to the surrounding environment. It was as if every one of them was a black volcano, spewing out a terrifying aura that caused people to be alarmed. "I really hate these people." The 36th Legion Deputy General showed a look of disgust towards the people from Hell Mountain. Their 36th Legion and Hell Mountain people had clashed several times and suffered heavy casualties. To be honest, it was the 36 legions that had suffered heavy casualties. One had to admit that they were really strong. To them, the people from Hell Mountain were evil disciples. Their black and red robes represented that they weren't righteous. Who knew that the Alliance headquarters would invite them over to help? "We are on the same side in the future. You should let go of your past prejudice," 9-star General said. The Deputy General looked at 9-star General and didn't say anything. In his words, this was what the Alliance headquarters a 9-star General was best at. Suddenly, the Deputy General looked at someone from Hell Mountain and said in shock, "Evil God Jinming, how is he still alive? Didn't they say that he was killed by the Alliance headquarters?" He looked towards 9-star General and hoped for an explanation. 9-star General was calm and didn't find anything weird at all. "They are just lying to the people." After all, he caused huge panic. If they didn't announce his death, the Alliance headquarters would be suspected. Damn! The Deputy General's face twitched. As expected, a bunch of scum who only knew how to lie to others. As the people of the Alliance, it was really sad. Those tens of thousands of people who were killed by evil God Jinming really died for nothing. "General, long time no see. I didn't expect the Alliance headquarters to actually work with Hell Mountain one day. I really didn't expect that." Evil God Jinming opened the cover on his head and revealed a terrifying face. There were dark red patterns on both sides of his face and a small skull pendant hung from his earlobes. Hell Mountain and the Alliance have always had a close relationship. A few hundred years ago, when the Alliance was formed, Hell Mountain helped a lot. From then on, the Alliance headquarters and Hell Mountain have a close relationship. 9-star General said. Evil God Jinming smiled, but this smile was a little cold. "It is indeed close." The 36th Legion Deputy General said, "Why aren't the people from Ocean Emperor Island here yet?" He was a little confused. Based on normal situations, they should have appeared by now. 9-star General was really confused too. Ocean Emperor Island had a strong sense of time and logically speaking, they should have arrived by now. Evil God Jinming smiled, "I think people from Ocean Emperor Island won't come. We met them on the way. I told them that Hell Mountain can come and we don't need them anymore. So, they all left obediently." 9-star General was stunned like he didn't expect Evil God Jinming to chase people from Ocean Emperor Island away. He wanted to rage. But he didn't. He suppressed the rage in his heart and smiled, "If Ocean Emperor Island comes, then things will become much simpler. Why is there a need to make it difficult?" Evil God Jinming said, "Things that aren't difficult will only make one feel bad. I am really curious about the rich land experts. 20 years ago, I wasn't strong enough and couldn't fight them. Now, I want to see how strong they are." 9-star General smiled and looked at Jinming. He wanted to say that if he knew that he had such balls, he would have sent him to U City and let him face Lin Wani. Wouldn't that be better? Don't you think that you are too much? The 36th Legion Deputy General raged. He hated people who made decisions on their own, especially evil sects like Hell Mountain. They were so arrogant and he hated them to the extreme. Alright, don't talk so much. 9-star General scolded and told the Deputy General to shut up. Why didn't he learn from Gwangwoo College to do more and speak less? Actually, how would he know that it wasn't that Gwangwoo College didn't want to speak but that they were so strong and they had no right to speak? Unless their dean came, he would be able to say a few words. The Alliance headquarters' actions confused many of the Gwangwoo College teachers. Hell Mountain and the Alliance were enemies. When they taught the students, they clearly said that Hell Mountain was an evil organization and they had to kill them on sight. Who knew that? Now that so many evil people from Hell Mountain appeared in front of them, they didn't do anything at all. That made it a little awkward. Luckily, no students appeared. If the students saw such scenes, they would ask, "Teacher, didn't you say that Hell Mountain is an evil organization? Why are you working with them?" If that was the case, that would be awkward. Chapter 274. During this period of time, he was thinking about whether or not the Alliance experts would come. His goal for waiting here was to fight to the death with the Alliance. He might have been at Void Realm, but he was really strong. If he really went all out, no matter who it was, he wouldn't be afraid. Haze, if they don't come out, then I really have to change places. Lin Fan muttered. Although he had a good relationship with everyone during this period of time, days without rage points weren't happy at all. He couldn't anger the people defending Laoshan City, right? That was immoral. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a bright light spread from the distance, lighting up the area. He didn't wait for anyone to inform him, turning into a streak of light and heading towards the border. The Alliance experts were here. It was just too exciting. They were finally here. He had waited for so long. When he left, Hu Luo came to inform him, but he was too slow. There was no one in the room and only the swinging wooden door could prove that someone had just left. Many people rose into the air in Laoshan City and headed towards the border. They are different from me. My main goal is to gain rage points while they are defending and protecting the land beneath their feet. Lin Fan looked at the people who lived together in Laoshan City and didn't care about anything else. He actually didn't know what to say. When he arrived there, Zhao Lishan was already facing the Alliance experts. The battle between the two sides was about to start. As the leader of the Alliance, 9-star General looked like a respectable old man. But looking at him now, he looked more like a hatchet man hidden in the Alliance. Each time he appeared, he would use words that he thought made sense to attack Zhao Lishan. It was like he wanted to use his intelligence and shocking eloquence to convince Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan, the chance is right in front of your eyes. If you don't cherish it, then you won't have another chance. The Alliance headquarters has to break the Laoshan City defense line. Anyway. Zhao Lishan wanted to say the last sentence but Lin Fan didn't give him a chance. You really talk a lot of bullshit. You're already so old. Why don't you talk less so that you can live a little longer? Lin Fan appeared beside Zhao Lishan and scolded the 9-star General. Please forgive him for appearing beside Zhao Lishan. It couldn't be helped. The other party was too terrifying. He was very afraid. If he was a little further away, the other party would directly attack him, and he wouldn't even have time to cry. Although he wanted to play it safe, for some reason, when he saw so many Alliance members, his heart swelled up. He wanted to eat from the tiger's mouth and earn a bunch of rage points. It was such a small request, but he had to face an astonishing terror. True enough. A wave of killing intent enveloped him. The killing intent was very strong, like a raging flame. He didn't even need to look to know whose killing intent it was. Brat, you're too arrogant. 9-star General's gaze was ice cold and killing intent was boiling in his eyes. To Lin Fan, it was as if he was in an ice cellar. It was bone-piercing cold and his originally passionate heart turned cold. Gulp. Lin Fan was really nervous. He forcefully raised his head and stared at the 9-star general. He smiled, "If you have balls, come and hit me, you trash." Shwa! The alliance members who appeared all looked at Lin Fan in shock. They didn't expect that such a small native would actually dare to insult the 9-star general. He was really bold. Lin Fan couldn't stand being stared at by their gazes. It felt weird, as if he was being locked on. Rage points plus 999. This should have been from the 9-star general. Rage burned in his heart. But that wasn't enough. Damn, he was going to fight them to the death. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen who I am? Later on, I will turn all of you into sticks. Lin Fan gathered his courage and hollered. He knew what the outcome would be if he shouted out loud. Someone definitely had their eyes on him. But he didn't regret it at all. He didn't need to say anything as everyone knew why he stayed here for so long. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Rage points exploded. These alliance members were insulted by the natives of rich land. Maybe to them, that was something they couldn't accept. Amazing. Little sword god's guts are way too big. I'm really impressed. When I was the same age as Little Sword God, I didn't have such courage. Don't talk about the past, even now, do you have the courage? Look at their expressions, it's like they ate flies. Later on, we need to protect Little Sword God. These alliance members have locked onto him. Zhao Lishan blocked in front of Lin Fan and said softly, "Don't be too rash." Lin Fan was helpless. He knew that he couldn't be rash, but he had no choice. If he wasn't rash, he wouldn't be able to survive. This was the fastest way to gain rage points. The 9-star general was still furious. He remembered who this kid was. Last time, he was so arrogant, but Zhao Lishan stopped him and he couldn't kill him. But this time, he was confident that he could kill this kid. You talk too fast. When the Grim Reaper arrives, you'll have to take responsibility for your words. The 9-star general said coldly. This kid who didn't know his place had no right to be remembered by him. Moreover, he was someone who was about to die, so there was no need for him to know his name. Lin Fan went from being nervous to being calm now. He could already face the terror in front of him. When death descends, your head will be gone. I will toss your corpse into the toilet. Also, all of you don't need to look. You will all receive the same treatment, there won't be any difference. Rage points plus 999. There were many alliance members and it was tough for him to kill all of them. He didn't even know what happened to some of them. But even with the current situation, he was satisfied. Hong Long. A terrifying aura exploded from the 9-star general's body. The entire space was stirred up by this aura. Leave this place, don't be rash. Zhao Lishan pushed Lin Fan aside. He felt that the alliance wasn't simple this time and they were definitely hiding something. Xiao. Lin Fan didn't act cool. If he couldn't beat him, then so be it. It wasn't something embarrassing. He was much older than him. As long as he had some time, all of this wouldn't be a problem. Die. The 9-star general hollered. He didn't use any moves but the surrounding space exploded like there were many bombs buried in the air. Each explosion caused a shocking shockwave. Even if Zhao Lishan helped Lin Fan block it, he could sense the strength of the shockwave. How terrifying. That was indeed the case. He didn't underestimate the true experts in the alliance, especially this 9-star general. He was really strong and he felt that the gap between them was huge. It definitely wasn't just a little. If not for Zhao Lishan helping to block, he wouldn't even need to attack. Just his aura alone would be enough to rip him apart. Little Sword God, leave this to us. An old man walked in front of Lin Fan and smiled. Fighting intent was boiling from his body. They were the first column and they were facing the experts of the alliance. Lin Fan felt helpless towards being called Little Sword God. If they removed the word little, he could accept it. Someone patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Little sword god, we will rely on you to talk. If we fight, then leave it to us." He charged forwards. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. Actually, he wasn't weak at all. It felt like they were underestimating him. Hong Long. An intense battle had broken out over at the first platoon. Powerful beings were exchanging blows, and the might that burst forth from the very start was already very shocking. Lin Fan was blocked by the people from Laoshan City. He was helpless and wanted to holler that he really wasn't weak. Suddenly, a sharp blade aura attacked from the side. With a thought, a crack appeared in the void in front of him, and the blade aura was swallowed up. This was the strength of the void realm. To be able to casually tear open space of a fixed size and cause attacks to be useless. Who was so arrogant to actually attack him? When he looked out, he noticed that the middle-aged man's expression was a little off. It was like he had seen a ghost and he retreated slowly. Void realm, how is he at Void realm? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Fan in terror. He saw that Lin Fan had angered the 9-star general and wanted to kill him to show off in front of him. Who knew that Lin Fan was actually at Void realm? How was that possible at such a young age? Suddenly, he realized that the middle-aged man was smiling at him. That smile scared the middle-aged man out of his wits, causing him to turn around and run. "Save me, save me." Lin Fan smiled and disappeared from the spot with a thud. He hadn't found a good opponent and didn't expect Lin Fan to find him. If he didn't show off, then he wouldn't be able to survive. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air above his head. His shouts didn't attract much attention in such a chaotic battle. They were all fighting with their lives on the line and couldn't be distracted at all. Lin Fan opened his fingers and grabbed towards him. Poochie! 5 cracks appeared in the void, and the other party's body was instantly split into 6 parts. This, Lin Fan looked on in shock. He didn't expect that to happen. He just wanted to test the strength of Void Realm, but he didn't expect that he would have such ability. So strong. He didn't want to kill him, but Void Realm's control of space was just too magical. He was actually able to rip apart the space around him and he couldn't even react at all. That was just too terrifying. He couldn't do that. If he killed them all like that, then it wouldn't be good for him to gain rage points. At that moment, a Laoshan City expert was suppressed by an Alliance expert. He flew backward and spat out fresh blood. The Alliance expert chased and killing intent boiled. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress the Laoshan City expert. Damn! Laoshan City showed no fear at all. He hollered in rage like he was going to fight to the death. Suddenly, Lin Fan appeared in front of him and punched. The space shook and a fist energy pierced forwards and smashed into the Alliance expert's body. "Are you okay?" Lin Fan asked. The Laoshan City expert looked at Lin Fan in shock. "Little sword god, your fist technique is actually so strong too." Lin Fan blinked. Should he give him the title of Little Fist God? Chapter 275. As for titles, he didn't feel like any of them were good. If it was possible, he really hoped that they could give him a more domineering title and not one that didn't make him feel cool at all. Little sword god, be careful. This is a chaotic battle and there will be Alliance experts hiding within. When you aren't paying attention, they will deal heavy blows. You have to be careful. The Laoshan City expert that Lin Fan saved said. His injuries weren't light and he should have retreated to rest. But he didn't and wanted to continue fighting. I know. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't expect the Alliance experts to be so cunning, to actually send experts to mix in with normal experts. Wasn't that what he loved to do? At this moment, Lin Fan felt like the situation wasn't right. The Alliance experts knew that they couldn't break through Laoshan City and at most, they would just injure one another. If they had any brains, they definitely wouldn't do that. Moreover, they were the ones who took the initiative. They knew that they couldn't take it down with their current strength, so they definitely wouldn't do useless things. It was obvious that they were plotting something. Lin Fan looked left and right to search for the problem. Those who could fight on the main battlefield were at least God Essence Realm experts. Those below were on the ground and weren't here. After they entered the rich land, they headed in all directions. At this moment, an Alliance expert clashed with a Laoshan City expert. The battle was really intense. True Essence shook and formed a terrifying True Essence domain. Suddenly, just as the Alliance expert was prepared to use his big move to let the native have a taste of it, a hand appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of him. It smacked his face and a strong power exploded. He couldn't help but fly backwards. While flying backward, he heard one sentence. At the same time, he remembered the person's face and provided some rage points. Move aside, don't block the way. Right now, Lin Fan was very calm. Perhaps this was the increase in his strength that gave him the confidence to be able to move unimpeded in this group of people who weren't that strong. Little sword god, you! The Laoshan City expert who was about to fight to the death with the Alliance expert realized that the Alliance expert in front of him had disappeared. He was stunned. What was going on? Where is he? Be careful, I feel like the Alliance is plotting something. I am searching and hope that I can find them before the plot explodes. Lin Fan said. He was searching for the Alliance's hidden plot. But so far, they have not found it. This was a bit of a pity. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the Laoshan City expert frowned and looked around warily. Looking at the current situation, he didn't notice anything wrong. Suddenly, he looked into the distance, where the first regiment was fighting. Not good, little sword god, look at the situation there. Did you notice that Alliance members are gathering our people in one area? The Laoshan City expert was really attentive and actually noticed something really weird. He really disliked the title of Little Sword God. It felt a little tacky. When he looked into the distance, he realized that something was amiss. Although not everyone was there were many experts from Laoshan City who were attracted by it. Hey! Don't stick together, there might be a conspiracy. Lin Fan hollered. His voice was filled with power and it turned into a sound wave that struck forwards. Those Laoshan City experts who were crazily fighting the Alliance members were stunned like they noticed something. Damn! 9-star General's eyes seemed to have sped through time and locked onto Lin Fan. He hollered in rage, evil god Jinming, the moment he said this. There was a loud explosion. The ground shook. Black Death Flame Mountain. At that moment, the world was gray, as if volcanic ash had covered the sky. Pillars of black and red flames shot into the sky from all directions. The Laoshan City experts who were surrounded were shocked like they didn't expect this to happen. Hung long long. The earth cracked open, and black volcanoes erupted from the ground. Scorching black flames erupted and shot out like meteors. Let's go, break this place and get out. The Laoshan City expert hollered. They avoided the black flames but the temperature actually caused the true essence in their bodies to stop. When they collided with the light pillars, a shockwave spread out in all directions, as if it had dispersed their power. Ha ha ha. Stop asking to be humiliated. Hell Mountain evil god Jinming raised his head and laughed. He then raised his hand and a furious roar spread out from the Black Death Flame Mountain. Many black-winged dragons with flames on their bodies climbed out. Shortly after, evil god Jinming looked at Lin Fan. Kid, you are interesting, you can actually see through my goal. Lin Fan stared at him. What a devilish-looking guy, he gave off an evil vibe. Especially the black and red patterns on his face, it showed that he wasn't a good person. Zhao Lishan was shocked. He wanted to help them break the Black Death Flame Mountain but the 9-star general stopped him. Zhao Lishan, you are dreaming if you want to save them. 9-star general held Zhao Lishan back and didn't give him a chance. I wanted to draw all of you in but it is enough now. I will kill a portion of you and let you know what pain is. You fellow. Zhao Lishan didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at evil god Jinming. The aura that spread out from his body wasn't ordinary. Also, the people around him weren't ordinary. The Alliance actually found such experts. Why hadn't he seen them before? Lin Fan floated in the air and looked at the situation in the distance. He felt a little complicated. The experts of Mtimang City, who were trapped inside, were bombarding the light pillars around them, but the effect was minimal. Suddenly, a Laoshan City expert charged towards the pillar. His body's power boiled and gathered in his palm as he slapped towards it. Ah! A scream spread out. His hands seemed to have been burned by flames. They actually turned black and gave off a thick black energy. Stop wasting your energy, that is impossible. Evil god Jinming laughed. When he laughed, it was a little feminine but more of it was dark and sinister. What a waste of his face. Old Master Wang wanted to help but he was held up by the Alliance experts and couldn't be distracted. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Lin Fan frowned and was in deep thought. He took a look at his rage points. There were quite a few, a total of 240,000. Increase secret technique. Heart cultivation, Emperor Heaven scripture. A total of 12 stages. Consumed 5,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven scripture, grade 1. Emperor Heaven scripture, grade 5, to raise it to grade 5 consumed 75,000 rage points. There was no need to continue as it was enough for now. Improve. The 460 true essence value jumped and he needed 4,000 rage points to increase it by 1. True essence, 470, middle void realm, he continued to increase it. True essence, 480, peak void realm, instantly, he felt like the true essence in his body was charging into the clouds. But he bore with it. Raising his realm during battle was the best thing. But this wasn't enough. He wanted to raise his god body too, but looking at the situation, it was impossible. He had to raise one first. Consumed 30,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven scripture, grade 6. Emperor Heaven scripture, grade 8, increase true essence. He wanted to charge for 5-element realm. In battle, he directly raised his true essence to 5-element realm. He wanted to break the enemy's attacks. Hong Long. When he stepped into 5-element realm, his body shook like he was being suppressed. An invisible power surged into his body. He was too rash. He hadn't fully grasped the power of Void Realm and he raised it to 5-element realm. That was just too rash. True essence, 490, initial 5-element realm, ah. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore and hollered in rage. His body was covered in true essence and a 5-colored true essence pillar charged into the sky. The power of special effects. This was the true power of special effects. The surrounding people looked at Lin Fan in shock, as though they had seen something impossible. Little sword god, he. The Laoshan City experts were all stunned like they had seen a ghost. Evil god Jinming frowned and looked at the movement in the distance. 5-element power, heaven and earth power. Was he breaking through during battle? Sword seed. Lin Fan hollered. He touched his stomach and a small sword that contained terrifying power floated out. This was the foundation of the sword path. It was also the life sword that he formed after cultivating sword seed to a certain realm. Especially since it was a max realm sword seed. Elder Hanqing had a life sword but at the critical moment, he used it and became a piece of trash. But to Lin Fan, such a situation was impossible. His sword seed came out from his body. Shortly after, thick true essence formed another one. He continued to take it out and repeat it. In an instant, many small sword seeds floated around Lin Fan. But that wasn't enough. Lin Fan opened his arms. Cold City 4 Pinnacle, 9 Dragon Technique, Void True Sense, he used everything he had learned. The space shook, lightning descended, a golden dragon flew, and a golden sun covered his back. Shocking phenomenons repeated. All of these were formed by true essence. It exceeded all logic. No one could do that. The consumption of true essence couldn't keep up with the replenishment. To other people, this might have been impossible. But to Lin Fan, it was really simple. The Laoshan City experts opened their mouths and their eyes were about to fall out. They were really shocked by Lin Fan. How did he do that? That was impossible. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan felt the surging power and laughed in excitement. The five-element power of heaven and earth was in his control. He finally felt how terrifying true essence was. His long hair danced in the wind and lightning wrapped around his palm. He then used all the true essence on the numerous sword seeds. His hands pressed down and he hollered, "Who dares to block?" Hong Long. The sword seeds were buffed by all sorts of true essence phenomenons and struck into the distance. He wanted to ask loudly, "Who dared to block?" Chapter 276. In the past, he had been thinking about which was stronger between true essence and God body. Then, he realized that true essence was really good to look at and the power that exploded out was just too terrifying. As for God body, he didn't say that it was weak and just treated it as a life-saving method. At that moment, he didn't dare to say that his true essence was complete, but he could only say that his true essence was his strongest attack. He cultivated sword seed to the highest realm and formed the sword path seed. He used his strongest true essence to form numerous strongest sword seeds and used his entire life's cultivation to fight Lin Fan. At that moment, the sky changed. All sorts of special true essence buffed the numerous sword seeds. He used the most eye-catching and domineering aura to let the alliance members know how strong he was. The Laoshan City experts stood on the spot in shock. They looked at the sword seeds that covered the sky and gave off numerous bright lights. They were stunned. Maybe this was the most beautiful scene they had ever seen in their lives. No alliance member dared to block it. They sensed that the sword had merged with nature. The beautiful sword intent turned into physical form. This was a sword path expert abandoning his own sword path true essence to form the most terrifying sword. No, it wasn't just one sword but many swords, so many that he couldn't even count them. This 9-star general paid attention to the situation. When he saw the sword light that tore open the space, he was terrified and felt like something was going to happen. Zhao Lishan used the chance to push the 9-star general away and looked on in shock. When numerous sword seeds were about to strike the light pillar, Lin Fan hollered, "Explode!" Hong! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The void was torn apart, and a huge hole was blasted out. The eye-piercing light made it so that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Those who weren't too far away weren't able to do so. They all felt an extremely sharp energy strike them. Some of them didn't dodge in time and their faces and clothes were sliced open. Not only was there the power of the sword seeds, but there were also the power of various cultivation techniques. Endless true essence mixed all these powers together and the aura it formed was just too shocking. No. Disbelief appeared on evil god Zhen Ming's face. He suffered from the backlash and retreated. His eyes opened wide in shock as he looked at the scenes in front of him. The Black Death Flame Mountain was destroyed. He didn't dare believe it. So what if Lin Fan was 5-element realm? He definitely wouldn't be able to break the Black Death Flame Mountain. However, the power that was released shocked him. He really wanted to ask, "Kid, how the fuck did you do it? That's not how you play." Not long after, the rumbling stopped, and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. There was a cracking sound. Broken. The light pillars that sealed the Laoshan City experts shattered. The Laoshan City experts who were locked within didn't suffer many losses, but there were people who died. Fortunately, they were saved quickly, otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back. His breathing was steady and he did not look tired at all. The sword seed in his abdomen was still floating there as though nothing had changed. He is worthy of the title of Sword God. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, directly calling him Sword God, finally dropping the word little. Sword God! Sword God! Cheers rang out. They were all shocked by Lin Fan's move. If one had to rate the situation just now, the special effects and strength would be full marks. It was definitely a performance that exceeded one's own strength. Lin Fan listened to the cheers and felt a little helpless. He really wanted to tell everyone that he didn't cultivate the sword. He really didn't, the sword was just his hobby. Why couldn't they see through his true nature? Why did he use a move related to the sword? There was a reason for this. That was because the sword seed was an explosive move. If he didn't use it, who else could he use? Damn, who are you? Evil God Jinming asked. His voice was a little hoarse and it was obvious that he was furious. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan, remember this name. He will be your eternal nightmare. At that moment, Evil God Jinming laughed instead of being angry. He gave out a dark and sunken smile. Good kid, die. The moment he said this, Jinming disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan. His palms burned with black flames as he slapped forwards. But suddenly, his hair stood up and he hollered at the 9-star general, damn, you actually didn't give me, he didn't finish. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang blocked in front of Lin Fan. A power that suppressed everything exploded out like an ocean. It was unstoppable. Evil God Jinming was terrified but he still hollered in rage. He went all out but it was too late. There was a loud explosion. Green veins appeared on Jinming's face. His chest felt like it was about to explode. He flew backward and the space behind him exploded. Damn! He looked at the 9-star general in rage. Why didn't he restrict Zhao Lishan? Remember, Evil God Jinming, will remember your actions. As expected, the people from the Alliance headquarters weren't reliable. But he didn't just sit there and wait for death. He tried his best to flee into the void current. The moment he entered, the space closed. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang appeared where he disappeared from. If he stopped for a moment, he would have died. 9-star general reacted and felt a little awkward. He said apologetically, I am sorry, I was in a daze. Such an apologetic attitude would have infuriated anyone who heard it. Perfunctory, he was just being perfunctory. Unfortunately, Evil God Jinming couldn't hear anymore. He disappeared into the void current and whether or not he could survive was a problem. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang were both experts. When the Alliance experts were stunned, they came back to their senses and appeared in front of Evil God Jinming. Whether or not he was really stunned or not, that was something that needed to be investigated. But it was useless to say anything now. Evil God Jinming was really killed. 9-star general stared at Zhao Lishan in rage, you despicable fellow, you actually sneak attacked me when I was careless. Do you think you are worthy of your identity? As long as I can kill all of you, I don't care how despicable I am. Zhao Lishan stared at the 9-star general and didn't care at all. To him, talking about fairness with the Alliance was just asking to die. As long as he could chase the Alliance away, he was willing to try anything. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and felt that it was not bad. True Essence reached 5-element realm, using True Essence that would never be used up to use the most terrifying move. That was really strong. He wasn't too willing to use his sword moves because he really wasn't someone who played with swords. However, he had always used his sword to suppress others and had already left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. If he wanted to change this impression, it would probably be very, very difficult. 9-star general locked onto Lin Fan, his face was vicious and he gritted his teeth, kid, I will remember you. This time, he really remembered him. He didn't expect that just as Hell Mountain Evil God Jinming was about to wipe out a portion of the Laoshan City experts, such a situation would occur. This was something that no one expected. Lin Fan was nervous and a little afraid. After all, he was a low-profile person and the person in front of him was really strong. If he was remembered by an expert, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. But the current situation was a little awkward. He couldn't act like he was a coward, right? There were so many people looking, and if he acted like a coward, then he would lose all his face. So, he decisively let the sword seeds appear again. Although there weren't as many as before, it was enough. He just wanted to use his actions to tell the other party about the current situation. Since there was no way to negotiate. In that case, let's not talk anymore. Let's just take action. At the same time, he released his ultimate move. His quintessential essence surged out and covered the surrounding space. Zhao Lishan and Master Wang were very close to each other. When they felt the strong true energy, they looked at Lin Fan in shock. They were obviously in disbelief. Retreat. 9-star General gave the order for everyone to retreat. Those Hell Mountain experts who came to help realized that evil god Zhenming was heavily injured by the natives, and they were all shocked. But there was nothing they could do. With their strength, they were no match for the natives of the rich lands. Lin Fan pressed down with his palm. The sword seed gave off a bright glow and struck towards the alliance member. The 9-star General instantly appeared in front of all the alliance members. His body gave off a terrifying aura. He frowned and the space around seemed to be squeezed. An unstoppable aura pressed down on them. In an instant, the sword seed was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. He is really strong. Lin Fan remembered everything in front of him. He was really strong, and if he faced him alone, he wouldn't even know how he died. Zhao Lishan blocked in front of him and slapped with one palm. There wasn't any shocking aura, but it blocked the aura of the 9-star General. Zhao Lishan, rich land natives, cherish this period of time. We will return. When the 9-star General saw that everyone was retreating, he too retreated. However, his fierce gaze made Lin Fan feel really helpless. Why did you remember me? I just used a small skill and didn't deal much damage to all of you. Why do that? Just treat me like I am invisible and don't worry about me. I will wait for all of you. Zhao Lishan hollered in rage. Very quickly. The alliance members all disappeared. The entrance of the crack slowly closed. Take a look at the casualties. Zhao Lishan instructed Master Wang. A few consecutive battles caused heavy losses in Laoshan City and many died. This was a loss that Laoshan City couldn't take. But they had no choice. In battle, there would be casualties. No matter who it was, they couldn't avoid it. Even he himself was prepared for it. If the city existed, people would exist. If the city died, people would die. When the Alliance really wanted to destroy Laoshan City, that would be when he died. Lin Fan said, each time, Alliance members are the ones who attack. It would be great if we could. He realized that such a defense was just too passive. Wasn't it just a fight? Who was afraid of who? As long as he could pass, he would fight them right away. Chapter 277. We can't do that, we can only defend. That is the territory of the Alliance, and who knows what dangers are hidden there. If we are too careless, we might be wiped out. Zhao Lishan said. Although Zhao Lishan was strong, after this period of time, he realized that Zhao Lishan was really stable. To put it nicely, he was stable, but to put it bluntly, he was stubborn and didn't know how to adapt. He wanted stability and didn't have the courage to take risks. He was afraid that mistakes would lead to disasters. He could understand how Zhao Lishan felt. No matter who it was, they would be under huge pressure. If Laoshan City's defense line was broken, there would be heavy casualties. This was why no one dared to take responsibility. Even if Zhao Lishan was really strong and had a firm will, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences of his actions. Lin Fan said, if we continue to be so passive and the Alliance replenishes, in just a short while, Laoshan City will be wiped out. Will the Imperial Dynasty really not care? Zhao Lishan shook his head and didn't say much. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's head back and rest. Who knows when the alliance will come again? It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about the imperial dynasty. But to Lin Fan, was the imperial dynasty really so useless? Since such a thing had happened, they still didn't care. Of course, maybe he was thinking too much. The truth shouldn't have been like that. The imperial dynasty definitely did, but because they were too useless, they didn't manage much and couldn't help much. Actually, the imperial dynasty wasn't weak. But in Lin Fan's heart, he was thinking that if they couldn't even wipe out 9 bug gang, then how strong could they be? Lin Fan looked around. Many people were badly injured and many people who were talking and laughing had turned into ice-cold corpses. Haze. He didn't feel too sad. Since he had chosen this path, he would walk it without any regrets. They were people worth respecting. But whether or not it was worth it, that was hard to say. Back to Laoshan City. Maybe because everyone was used to death, or maybe they felt that it was normal, so they didn't have much of a reaction. Sword God. When Lin Fan returned to the city, people started to call him this new title. Towards this, Lin Fan could only endure it silently. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have played with the sword. In the end, it turned out like this. Who could he complain to? He was really tired. Instant Noodles Old Shin held Lin Fan's shoulder. Sword God, you are amazing. Lin Fan said helplessly, Old Shin, why are you praising me? This Sword God title is really weird. Old Shin gave him a thumbs up. What's so weird about that? I feel like this is the best way to show off your abilities. The title of Little Sword God is no longer worthy of you. Only the title of Sword God is worthy of you. At that moment, Hu Luo walked over. The left side of his face was a little red like a pimple popped. He probably fought an enemy and was punched on the face, causing the pimple to pop. It was a little tragic. Uncle Shin, what are you saying? Hu Luo asked curiously. Old Shin smiled and then patted Lin Fan's shoulder. I am talking about Sword God. The battle today was just too shocking. Sword God did so much and saved many lives. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in shock and then said emotionally, Uncle Shin, tell me what happened. We have been blocking the alliance members and we really don't know what happened. He didn't expect Brother Lin to cause such a huge thing and he was really curious. Lin Fan was helpless. He was a low-profile person and didn't like to show off. As for other people telling him about his achievements, he could only tell them to speak slowly and not rush. It was best if they were more detailed. If they were good at speaking, that would be for the best. Not long later. When Old Shin described the situation, Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in worship. Brother Lin, you are so amazing. Lin Fan waved his hands calmly. Although he said that it was okay, he was actually a little proud. After all, anyone who was praised by others would feel delighted. Wah! I love sword path experts. I feel that those who use sword techniques are so handsome. Lu Siki said excitedly. There was a wound on her face and also blood. It was obvious that there was an intense battle just now. Leng San looked at Lu Siki and when he heard that, his body shook. He looked at his empty hands and was in deep thought like he was deciding on something. Yang Shun pressed his hat down and smiled. I thought that Brother Lin had the same cultivation as us, but who knew that he was so much stronger than us? We can't be envious of him. No, we are all fighting against the alliance, so there is nothing to be envious about. Lin Fan was humble. How could he not be humble? Didn't he see that everyone was praising him? If he raised his head and puffed his chest out, he wouldn't be able to take it. As for this round-faced girl, I can see how excited you are. The guy beside you lowered his head and looked at his hands. It was obvious that he wanted to train with the sword. He really wanted to say that the sword Dao was really not fun. Although the pronunciation of the word sword was the same, when it was written, it really was not the same at all. Intent. That's right, the intent was different. Lin Fan was famous in Laoshan City as he saved many people in that battle. Many people were very grateful to Lin Fan. The title of Sword God was indeed very big, but to them, Lin Fan was worthy of it. He accepted their praises and then returned to the room. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries of Void Realm and Five-Element Realm. Truthfully speaking, the Sword Path's attack strength was really strong. Each person could only form one sword seed as the true meaning of the Sword Path. When one faced extreme danger, maybe some people would give up their cultivation to fight to the death. But to Lin Fan, he was a little too much. Although no one said anything, he felt that he was a little too much. He could form the sword seed repeatedly and use it as an attack method before detonating it. In the future, when he faced experts, would he really need to use the sword path? He really didn't want to. Maybe he needed to cultivate some stronger techniques. He sat cross-legged. He wasn't comprehending the true essence in his body but the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven was his head. No matter where he was, he noticed a problem. The head was the most important part of the human body. If his arm was broken, he would be fine. If his leg was broken, he would be fine. If his liver was removed, even if his heart was removed, he would be fine. But if his head was sliced off, then he would be left with nothing. Before Five-Element Realm, he couldn't sense anything, but after reaching Five-Element Realm, the gate of heaven was the most mysterious place. Void Realm can rip open space but can't cross it with one's body. This problem has been bothering him. What was the reason? His body wasn't strong enough. He was deep in thought about this. If he could travel through the void, he would be able to reach so close, yet worlds apart. He would be able to reach any place he wanted in an instant. This was his guess and he didn't know the exact situation. Land of the Alliance. They attacked Laoshan City Alliance camp. Haze, I told you, but your Hell Mountain didn't listen. Ocean Emperor Island came to help and everything would become simple, but Evil God didn't believe me. He said that it was only interesting if it was difficult. Now, tell me, will your Hell Mountain take responsibility for this? 9-Star General looked at the Hell Mountain people and asked. He appeared to be very angry. His old face had become incomparably rosy, as if there was a ball of anger burning in his heart. General, this isn't our fault, right? It is because you weren't able to stop Zhao Lishan, causing Evil God to be ambushed and for him to disappear. The Hell Mountain expert who followed Jin Ming said unhappily. They weren't weak and they weren't pushovers. How could the Alliance just say whatever they wanted? Although the Alliance was strong, Hell Mountain wasn't weak either. Oh! 9-Star General raised his tone and then looked at everyone. So, based on what you said, it is my fault? Although 9-Star General's tone was a little off, it was even a little threatening, like he was saying that if they dared to say that it was his fault, then they were dead. But to the Hell Mountain experts, they wouldn't give the Alliance any face. Right, it is your fault. We will end the Laoshan City battle and will head back to inform the leader. The Hell Mountain expert said. The situation at that time was witnessed by him. 9-Star General was stunned and allowed Zhao Lishan to escape. So, all the responsibility was on him and not their Hell Mountain. Very quickly, the Hell Mountain experts wanted to leave this place. But suddenly, they realized that the surrounding space was locked down and there was a terrifying aura that pressed down on their bodies. You! The Hell Mountain experts turned their heads in disbelief. The 9-Star Marshal wanted to kill them. At that moment, pang! A few low thuds spread out. The 36th Legion Deputy General looked at the 9-Star General in fear. How cruel, he actually killed them just like that. That was just too heartless. No matter what, Hell Mountain came to help and it was normal for them to throw a tantrum. Was there a need to kill them? As expected, it proved what he said. Working with the Alliance was just asking to die. Bury these experts who sacrificed their lives for the Alliance. They died in rich land and it is a righteous cause. I, 9-Star General Xian Long, would like to request an honorary badge from the headquarters. 9-Star General Xian Long was filled with respect. The Deputy General looked at the General and said, Yes, General. What else could he do? Whatever the general said, he would do it. If not, he knew that the general wouldn't mind the alliance sacrificing a deputy general. No one would suspect his death, and no one would look into it. At that moment, some alliance members lowered their heads and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. To them, such scenes had never happened before. Everything was done by the natives of the rich lands. Chapter 278. Beside a certain river. Suddenly, the space ripped open. A person fell from within. That person landed at the side of the river. Half of his body was in and the other half laid on the shore made of small stones. Evil god Jin Ming laid there and didn't move at all. His chest was sunken in and his flesh was a mess. At the same time, there were many wounds on his body which should have been caused when he crossed the void. The injuries that Zhao Lishan and Uncle Wang had inflicted on him were very serious. It could be said that they had almost taken his life, especially when he had escaped into the void and was attacked by the torrents of the void. If it were not for the fact that he was strong enough, he might have really lost his life. But even so, he still fell into a coma. Ah! There is someone there. At this moment, a woman slowly walked over from afar. Her appearance could not be considered beautiful, but she was still pleasing to the eye. Especially her eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. She was a nun in Wa's temple who could cultivate on behalf of others. Her master was senior nun Miaozhen, but she wasn't a true nun yet. But she would be able to do so soon. Once she trained and cut her ties with the mortal world, she would be able to do so. She came to the side of the river and when she saw the person lying there, shock appeared on her face. What heavy injuries. But when she saw the patterns on his face and the cold expression on his brow, she knew that he wasn't a good person. However, she wasn't sure if her guess was correct. She couldn't not save him. She walked forward slowly and placed her finger on his nose. He was still breathing, just a little weak. If he was still breathing, then he could be saved. That night, in the broken temple, the flame chased away the darkness in the temple. Everything was so bright. Yu Yunmeng sat there and slowly added wood to the fire. At the same time, she cooked porridge. Although the tools were simple, it was enough to fill one's stomach. Evil god Jin Ming's brow rose. He woke up but he didn't show it. He felt that the area was really warm and there was definitely someone here. At the same time, when he thought about his injuries, he was furious. That damn fellow actually conned him. If he didn't let Zhao Lishan out, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a figure moving not far away from him from the corner of his eyes. Native? That should be the case. He entered the void and floated around. He had already arrived at an unknown place. He felt that his body was a little strange. When he looked around, he didn't realize that his shirt was gone. Instead, it was wrapped in a lot of gauze. His heart was filled with shock. This native had saved him. While the other party wasn't paying attention, he slowly got up. So it was a woman, that made things even easier. Silently, he slowly came behind Yu Yunmeng. His arm went through her neck and his fingers opened wide, grabbing her neck. Then he said in a gloomy voice. If you don't wish to die, tell me who you are and where is this place, ah. His actions shocked Yu Yunmeng and she had a huge reaction. She got up in a panic and accidentally touched Jin Ming's wound, causing it to split open and fresh blood dyed the bandage. Ah! I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I'm a disciple of the Wa's nunnery. When I passed by during the day, I found you lying there and saved you. I'm really not a bad person. Your wound is torn, it is all my fault. I will help you change the bandage, otherwise, it will get infected and make your injuries worse. Yu Yunmeng panicked and searched in her bag. As she was in a rush, many things fell out. There was a comb, clothes, and even a mirror. Evil god Jin Ming was shocked and a little stunned. But when he saw Yu Yunmeng kneeling on the ground, he smiled. Very quickly, the smile was hidden and what replaced it was a dead man's face that looked like someone owed him a lot of money. The palm behind his back burned with black flames but it was quickly extinguished. I found it. Yu Yunmeng held a brand new bandage and a small healing bottle. She walked beside evil god Jinming. Don't be afraid, I really don't have any bad intentions towards you. I am Yu Yunmeng, what is your name? Evil god Jinming didn't say anything and just looked at her. If she showed any signs of abnormality, he would kill her right away. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. Yu Yunmeng saw that he didn't care, but her hands didn't stop. She started to remove the dirty bandage and then used a wooden spoon to wipe the wound. How did you get so badly injured? When I found you, you were about to die. I thought that you wouldn't be able to make it, but who knew that you would wake up now? Evil god Jinming realized that the natives of rich land were really stupid. Especially the girl in front of him, she was really stupid. Till now, she still didn't know who she was facing. Very quickly, Yu Yunmeng helped him bandage up and then brought over a portion of porridge. But evil god Jinming didn't accept her good intentions and just stared at her coldly. I will place the porridge here. When you want to eat, you can eat some. Then, Yu Yunmeng sat on the other side of the fire and hugged her legs. She stared right at evil god Jinming. When her eyes met his cold gaze, she smiled. I am not familiar with this place and I don't know where I am. With my current situation, if I face rich land experts, it will be tough for me to escape. Evil god Jinming thought about it. Things were a little complicated and it would be tough for him to return to the alliance. Moreover, to recover from his injuries, he needed some time. Okay. He would let this native live and use her as a protective umbrella. Maybe she would be able to last through this period of time. Your face is so beautiful, but this tattoo is so scary. Yu Yunmeng stared at evil god Jinming's face and said. Evil god Jinming clenched his fingers. The tattoo was scary. This was the symbol of Hell Mountain and he actually said that it was ugly. What an infuriating fellow. At that moment, the broken temple door was pushed open and several guys walked in. They were topless and had all sorts of vicious tattoos on their bodies. When they saw that there was someone in the temple, they were stunned. But when they saw the situation, they smiled. One of them who had a full beard said, Old Four, close the door. The wind is strong outside and it is a little cold. Okay, big brother. The person who was called Old Four obviously didn't know what was going to happen. He happily closed the door. Yu Yunmeng noticed that the five of them didn't seem like good people. She walked beside evil god Jinming and gathered her courage. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Evil god Jinming looked at this stupid native and was actually stunned. Do I look like a good person? Or is it because I don't look scary? Does it make people feel like they're weak? Jinming looked at these guys and muttered. As expected, no matter where one was, there would always be such people. The five of them sat in front of the fire and then looked at Yu Yunmeng. They said with a frivolous tone, Where did you come from? Why are you with this sissy in the middle of the night? Why don't you come over and have a chat? Evil god Jinming laughed coldly. What did he say? Sissy? Evil god Jinming was actually called a sissy one day. That was something that he didn't dare to imagine. Killing intent seeped out and caused the atmosphere in the broken temple to become much more suppressed. Big brother, it is so hot. A burly man lifted up the thin clothes on his body. It was a little cold just now, so why did it suddenly become hot? However, when he saw the woman, he instantly understood. Perhaps it was because he knew what was going to happen next, and a raging fire burned in his heart. Yu Yunmeng didn't bother about him and said softly, Don't worry about them. Don't worry, I am quite strong. If they dare to do anything, I will teach them a lesson. Oi, little girl, my big brother is talking to you. Are you deaf? A guy walked towards Yu Yunmeng in annoyance. The moon was so dark and there was no fun at all. How boring was that? He walked in front of Yu Yunmeng and reached out to grab her. Pang! Yu Yunmeng kicked him aside, "Don't go overboard. Big brother, this girl has some ability." The guy who was kicked felt like he had lost face and shouted towards everyone. Instantly. The five of them couldn't take it anymore. Hee, I didn't expect it to be a hot girl. Interesting, no wonder the room is so hot. There is a reason for it. Yu Yunmeng held her sword and looked at the five of them solemnly. She said softly, "Follow behind me and don't move. I can deal with them." "Girl, you are asking to die." The guys hollered in rage. They picked up their weapons and charged forwards. In an instant, Yu Yunmeng wielded her sword and fought with the crowd. These five men were all very powerful, all of them were at the 6th or 7th stage of the martial path. Especially the bearded man, he was at the 8th stage of the martial path. This made Yu Yunmeng feel a lot of pressure. Evil god Zhenming stood at the side and didn't move. He just let the natives bite one another. He just treated it like he was watching a show. But one had to say, looking at the weak fight was like looking at ants fighting. It was really interesting. Suddenly, a cold light struck. A cold light flashed. A burly man saw that he couldn't take down this little girl, so he was obviously anxious. He directly took out a dagger and attacked the sissy. "Be careful." Yu Yunmeng was trapped, and when she saw those scenes, she was shocked. She stepped forward and the sword in her hand was suppressed. She reached out and grabbed the dagger with her slender fingers. Her fingers were sliced and fresh blood dripped down. It hurt. "Move to the side, don't stand here." Yu Yunmeng turned her head and said. Evil god Zhenming looked at Yu Yunmeng and then at the hand that grabbed the dagger. His gaze changed and he flicked his finger. The sword in Yu Yunmeng's hand buzzed and trembled. It then came to Zhenming's hand and he slashed out a few times. Poochie! The five of them were instantly sliced in half. Even when they died, they didn't understand how they died. Yu Yunmeng opened her mouth and looked on in shock. Her face was ashen white. "Why did you kill them? Just teach them a lesson, how can you be so cruel?" Evil god Zhenming said solemnly, "I never said that I wasn't cruel. See? The wound tore open and the bandage was dyed red." Zhenming frowned. His injuries were actually so serious that he couldn't even do intense movements. Chapter 279. King Wudong's rebellion continued. For many people, they couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to send troops to occupy various territories. After all, it was really pointless to lead troops to wipe out some bandits every day. Zhu Xiang felt that things were a little off. Recently, he was much more low profile and was trying to understand King Wudong's thoughts. He wasn't a stupid person. Anything that gave off a weird feeling had a terrifying secret to it. The culprit who wiped out the 100-man army was Yu City's Lin Fan. He had already investigated this point and came back to inform the higher-ups. But after waiting for a long time, there was no news. Based on his understanding, how could King Wudong let it go so easily? So, there was definitely a problem here. Before he understood what was going on, he didn't dare to do anything in case he was stupid and attracted unnecessary trouble. Who is this? Suddenly, he saw a girl appear here. She wasn't ordinary. Be it looks or aura, she was really outstanding. What was more shocking was that she gave off a noble aura. He, who had left the imperial dynasty for many years, didn't recognize her or had never seen her before. Zhao Qingma came here to ask who the person in the portrait was. When she went to Rong City, she didn't find anything. But when she was in Kuei City, she saw a portrait that was similar to the one in her hand. She slowly found some clues. As for coming to King Wudong, naturally, she wanted to ask. To others, King Wudong's rebellion was a huge sin. But as a core member of the family, how could she not know the truth? Moreover, she had to call him uncle. Laoshan City. Lin Fan stayed in the room for a period of time. Apart from comprehending the abilities of Void Realm, he also raised his god body to peak Void Realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough rage points, otherwise, his god body would have reached 5-element realm. Raising one's realm during battle was a little violent and it increased by a lot. If one wasn't as outstanding as him, one couldn't casually learn such a huge leap, otherwise, something huge would happen. Cultivating both internal and external cultivation, the further I go, the greater the pressure will be. Fortunately, my will is firm and my comprehension is extremely high, allowing me to persevere. Otherwise, anyone could easily crush me. He muttered to himself. It's time to go out and see what's going on. Lin Fan got up and pushed the door open. When he left the courtyard, he saw Hu Luo squatting under a tree and shouting, Hu Luo. Hu Luo raised his head and walked over weakly, Brother Lin. Lin Fan noticed that Hu Luo wasn't in a good state and asked curiously, what happened? What happened? Why do I see that you are so listless? During this period of time, the Alliance members didn't come, so there shouldn't have been anyone who died, right? Brother Lin, something happened. Maigu City was broken and the Alliance has occupied Maigu City. Hu Luo said in rage. This meant that the seniors of Maigu City had all died. Lin Fan knew about Maigu City. This was one of the cities in the defense line. When he heard that Maigu City was broken into, he was stunned. What happened? With the current situation, Laoshan City and Yu City can defend, so how can Maigu City be broken through? Hu Luo raged. Traitor, a traitor appeared. Monster Emperor and Alliance worked together to attack at night, catching Maigu City off guard and causing it to collapse from within. Monster Emperor? Lin Fan was unfamiliar and had never heard of him before. Hu Luo said, 9 Bug Gang's gang leader. I thought that 9 Bug Gang was wiped out and Monster Emperor was dead, but who knew that he wasn't? He even colluded with the Alliance to attack us. Lin Fan was stunned. That wasn't right. 9 Bug Gang was on the same side as King Wudong. King Wudong was the brother of the Imperial Dynasty Emperor, so no matter how dumb he was, he wouldn't let the Alliance occupy land, right? Did King Wudong's brain really go haywire to invite enemies to help him rebel with him? If that was the case, then things would become a little complicated. An internal conflict turned into an external invasion. Was the country going to be wiped out? Lin Fan said, then, what should we do next? What did Zhao Lishan say? Should we send people to take back our territory? Imperial Dynasty doesn't care and those sects act like nothing happened and that it had nothing to do with them? I don't know. It was too quick, so quick that I couldn't even react. Hu Luo shook his head. In the end, he knew too little. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get any information from the current situation. He told Hu Luo to rest. It seemed like he could only head to Zhao Lishan to ask. This was a huge matter. One defense line was broken and the Alliance occupied land to use as a base. Then, the pressure on the other defense lines would be huge. Not only did they have to defend the borders, but they also had to defend against enemies from the outside world. Damn! Was the 9 Bug Gang leader really so amazing? That was just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. Why did it feel like Monster Emperor was so overpowered? He really carried a gang alone and did such things that normal people couldn't do. When he found Zhao Lishan, many people were there and worry appeared on their faces. Sword God! Sword God, you are here. The people around greeted Lin Fan. Although this kid was young, no one underestimated Sword God. Everyone saw his strength and he was really strong. His future was limitless. Lin Fan nodded his head. He could only accept the way they called him. As long as they were happy, he didn't care. Master Zhao, Monster Emperor is too much. Someone raged. If the Alliance broke it, then it was okay as they weren't as strong as them. But now that someone from their side was working with the Alliance, that was unacceptable. I think that Monster Emperor can't do that alone. He definitely has helpers. With Migu City's strength, it wouldn't be so easy to break. I suspect that the evil sects are involved. I don't agree with that guess. I was from the evil sects in the past, but we have a bottom line. Monster Emperor is from Insect Valley and his methods are really weird. If he sneak attacks at night when no one is paying attention, he might cause huge problems. Instantly, noises spread out from the room. It was obvious that Migu City being broken had a huge impact on them. Some of them even looked sad. It was obvious that there were people they were familiar with in Migu City. Enough! Zhao Lishan raged. At that moment, the room was totally silent. Everyone buried their heads in rage. What we will face next will be even more complicated and terrifying. It is hard to say whether or not we can defend. I just hope that all of you can go all out to protect what we want to protect. He wasn't sure whether or not they could defend. He didn't dare to brag, but he could only ensure that they would fight to the last person. At that moment, Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan and said to everyone, "All of you listen up. If it really comes to that, I hope that all of you can protect him and not let him die here." Lin Fan was stunned and said unhappily, "What do you mean? I am not afraid of dying." Actually, he was afraid of dying, but sometimes when he was dumb, he really wasn't afraid anymore. Zhao Lishan shook his head, "No, you can't die. Your talent is something I have never seen before. To be able to cultivate to such a stage at such a young age is really overpowered, but you don't have much time left. If you had more time, we would have one more peak expert. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. No matter what, you are our hope and you can't die. Our martial path has reached its end at this age." The people around agreed. Master Zhao's words make sense. Sword God, let's listen to Master Zhao. But it isn't time yet. When that time comes, I will risk my life to open a path for you. To be able to stay here for decades, none of them were afraid of death. If not, with their cultivation, they wouldn't have a good life. What right did they have to stay here and pretend to be normal people? Lin Fan was a little helpless. Really, give him more time, not too much. Half a year? 1 to 2 months was okay. As for a few years, that was just too long. This was an insult to him. It seemed like he needed to change places. Time was tight and he didn't have that much time. He could only head out and find something to do. "You city. Old master, Migu City has been broken," Old Wu said regretfully. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Lin Wani frowned and shook his head. He then raged, "Monster Emperor, I will definitely kill him." Old Wu didn't understand Monster Emperor's actions. What did he ask for to actually work with the Alliance? Or rather, what did the Alliance give him? They actually made him do such a thing. "Old Master, what should we do now?" Old Wu asked. The current situation wasn't good for them. Even if Yu City was fine, what about Tianshui City, Fenghua City, and the other defense lines? Were they just going to allow the Alliance to advance? Suppress them, we have to restrict them. Lin Wani raised his head and looked at the border. "Old Master, this..." Before Old Wu finished, Lin Wani stopped him, "Go gather them. I will head in first and all of you follow behind." Zhang Tianshan felt his blood boil. He was finally going to do something huge. However, the moment he had such a thought, he was splashed with cold water. "Don't go in, just guard outside." The moment he said this, Lin Wani held the halberd and slashed towards the border. The halberd in his hand gave off a shocking aura, causing the space around to explode. A crack appeared and he charged in. Old Wu left quickly to inform everyone in Yu City to follow Old Master. Attacking the Alliance wasn't a smart move, but he had no choice. He had to take the risk. As long as they broke the main camp in Yu City, they would be able to give the other cities some time to rest. Migu City, Monster Emperor was in the corpse pit. Numerous disgusting bugs covered the corpses of the experts that were killed. When the Alliance people passed the deep pit, they all had disgusted expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they despised Monster Emperor and felt that he was sick in the head. A young Alliance girl who was a technician carried a bag and followed the group. When she saw the scenes in the pit, she nearly vomited. What a disgusting fatty, he is just sick in the head. Suddenly. Ah! The girl's legs were wrapped by the tentacles in the pit and she was pulled in. No matter how she shouted, no one dared to enter. Pata! Monster Emperor grabbed the girl. His fat body was like a small mountain as he opened his mouth. The sound of the waves can only be heard close up. Kekahahaha, like a pervert. Chapter 280. Monster Emperor was in the corpse pit in Maigu City, greedily allowing the bugs to swallow the corpses. His actions were just so despicable. Just because others said that he was a disgusting fatty, he mercilessly swallowed a blonde and cute girl. Was there still law and order? That was just too much. Numerous guys felt heart-pained and they really wanted to slice the fatty in the middle of the pit into pieces. But when they saw his perverted actions, their hearts were filled with fear. The Alliance members were rebuilding Maigu City. Their technology was slightly more advanced, but that wasn't the main point. What they were best at was gene development. There were all sorts of weapons installed on the old city walls. Of course, these weapons were basically useless against true powerhouses. However, they had great power against martial grandmasters and other powerhouses. In the meeting room of Maigu City, a 9-star general and 38-star generals were discussing the next situation. After they occupied Maigu City and killed all the experts in the city, they didn't continue to attack other places. They were waiting for the other defense lines to collapse. At that time, they would unite into a defense line, and then they would be able to slowly devour the rich land. We have won the Maigu City battle, but we suffered heavy losses. One 9-star general was heavily injured and we sacrificed 2 9-star generals. We sacrificed 63 8-star generals and 1,000 others died. But we killed all the rich land Maigu City natives and that is enough to threaten them. 9-star General Mao Shintai looked around. Let's mourn for the heroes who died in battle. Then, the people in the meeting room lowered their heads and looked really sincere. But deep down, they didn't think that way. Some of them were excited. If they wanted to rise up, then someone had to die. If no one died, then the position would be empty. This was why they weren't sad and were even a little excited. But to have a foothold in the alliance, they had to have some fake emotions. After a while, 9-star General Mao Shintai raised his head and was prepared to give out the next mission. They were the first to break through the rich land defense line. If this news spread to the alliance headquarters, it would definitely shock them. At that moment, an alliance member walked in from outside and said in panic, "General, the Monster Emperor and the corpse pit ate our members." Everyone around was shocked and furious. How was Monster Emperor so bold to actually kill their alliance members? Mao Shintai was really calm. Did he say something? The alliance member said, "General, the girl who was eaten only said that Monster Emperor was a disgusting fatty." At that moment, everyone understood that it was not an injustice to be eaten. People who hadn't come into contact with Monster Emperor might not know what his reverse scale was, but he knew that Monster Emperor hated it when people called him a disgusting fatty. Of all the things you could have said, you just had to say this. Who could you blame? Therefore, he deserved to be eaten. Got it. General Mao Shintai waved his hands and told him to leave. There was no need to report such a small matter. If Monster Emperor started a massacre for no reason, then no matter what, he had to care. But Monster Emperor's existence was an unstable factor. He was one of the more mysterious and terrifying experts and was hard to kill. At this moment, more urgent news came. U City's Lin Wani brought people to tear open the entrance and enter the Alliance's land. A war had already broken out and the Alliance was at a disadvantage. When news spread out, everyone was filled with disbelief. How did this happen? U City had 4 9-star generals there to deal with Lin Wani, But now they were actually at a disadvantage. Mao Shantai's expression was solemn. How strong has Lin Wani become? 20 years had passed and he thought that even if he improved, it wouldn't be much. But looking at the situation now, things weren't right. He had probably become terrifyingly strong. However, it was not practical to send people to support them. Forget it. He would let those old fellows at the Alliance headquarters worry about it. He just needed to occupy Migu City and the rest didn't have much to do with him. Laoshan City. Lin Fan waited for many days and didn't see any Alliance members appear. However, there was one piece of news that shocked him. U City's Lin Wani brought people to wipe out the U City Alliance army and occupy their territory. It was similar to Migu City, occupying their main camp. My father is too strong. Lin Fan was shocked. He knew that his father was amazing, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He was so strong that it was a little scary. He was in the city and listened to the conversations around. He slowly understood why his father did that. Lin Wani did a great job. I thought that Migu City being taken down would cause us to be at a disadvantage. Now that U City is counterattacking, it will bring huge pressure to the Alliance and restrict them. But the Alliance definitely won't allow such a thing to happen. There will probably be a huge war. Haze, those damn sections. If they were willing to help, we wouldn't have to work so hard. They discussed. Although some of them were furious, most of them were excited. Lin Fan was in deep thought and was a little worried. Would his father be in danger? After doing such a thing, the Alliance definitely wouldn't let it go. But looking at the current situation, maybe even the Alliance wouldn't be able to distract them. If he could initiate a battle, then he would attack. Why would he wait for the Alliance to act so arrogantly? Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Hu Luo patted Lin Fan's shoulder and asked. The difference in strength between him and Brother Lin was like heaven and earth, but he knew that Brother Lin wasn't an arrogant person and treated them nicely. Lin Fan shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. I don't think that defending is a good choice. If we want to win, we have to attack. If we attack the Alliance and make them feel pain, then nothing will be a problem. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in shock. Brother Lin, this suggestion is really dangerous. If we casually enter the Alliance's territory, what happens? Before he could finish, he was stopped by Lin Fan. There was no need to say any more. He really didn't need to say anything. He was too timid and afraid of everything. How did he form such a mindset? He should have learned from his father and fought his way into the Alliance. How overbearing was that? He could even make the Alliance feel pressure. His success was right in front of you, so why didn't you learn from him? Actually, danger and success go hand in hand. If you don't take risks, you won't know whether or not you will succeed. My father. That was what he told me. Lin Fan nearly said that his father had succeeded. He stopped himself and changed his tone. If he said that, then it would cause a huge scandal. He wasn't someone who liked to be high profile and didn't like to use his father's name to act cool. Even if his father was really strong, he wouldn't use it. This was confidence. Hu Luo scratched his head and was a little helpless. Although I think that Brother Lin is right, my position is too low and I can't make such a decision. He was so dumb. Hu Luo didn't have much status in Laoshan City, so there was no point in saying so much. He had to tell Zhao Lishan. Although Zhao Lishan was strong, he was a coward and didn't dare to take risks. So, he knew that even if he went, it was useless. Based on the current situation, the Alliance definitely wouldn't appear. The Alliance definitely wouldn't appear. The U City situation was about to make their heads explode and all attacks would have to be slowed down. They had to solve the U City situation before they could do anything else. Haze, it seems like I have to work hard. He decided to leave Laoshan City as it was too dangerous to continue here. He didn't dare to ensure that his luck would continue to be so good. If he was targeted by experts much stronger than him and Zhao Lishan and the others weren't able to deal with it, then the outcome would be terrifying. Lin Fan came to the border. There was no one here. He hollered and his power exploded. He stabbed into the barrier and his power surged like a flood. Open! Green veins appeared on his forehead. God body and true essence stacked together. Wang wang! The barrier trembled, and a very small hole appeared. However, it was as if there was an even greater power blocking it, preventing it from tearing a bigger hole. Damn! Lin Fan retracted his hand and felt a little helpless. This barrier was just so strong. With his terrifying strength, he could only tear such a small hole. If he told others, he wouldn't dare to believe it. What kind of strength do I need? He was confused. Was it really so difficult? No. Too weak. This meant that he was still too weak. He couldn't take it, he definitely couldn't. He had to raise his strength. If the alliance didn't come out, it meant that they weren't giving him food. If they didn't give him food, then he had to think of a way. He took a glance and memorized this place. One day, I will return, and when that time comes, I will tear you apart. Lin Fan went to find Zhao Lishan. When they met, he told him his thoughts, which was to leave Laoshan City to raise his strength. With the current situation, it was tough to improve. Zhao Lishan was really confident in Lin Fan. Any young person with such strength, as long as they didn't die, would definitely become a true expert. It wouldn't be a problem for them to even surpass him. Lin Fan couldn't take it and suggested to Zhao Lishan to let him tear open the tunnel and the bunch of them charge in. But like he thought, Zhao Lishan felt that it wasn't appropriate. He just wanted to fight slowly, so there was nothing he could do. He really wanted to enter alone, but his strength didn't allow him to. His head hurt. His head really hurt. Go, cultivate well. Leave this place to us. If the alliance really attacks, then we can only rely on you young people. Zhao Lishan said. He had high hopes for Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan would definitely become a peak expert. Lin Fan cupped his fists and said goodbye. One day, he would return. Chapter 281. When he said goodbye to Hu Luo and the others. Hu Luo showed his reluctance and wanted to hug Lin Fan and kiss him face to face. Lin Fan hugged him slightly. As for his face, forget it. The teen was in puberty and his face was covered in pimples which affected his looks. There were even some that were about to burst. He was really afraid as the pressure would cause the pimples to burst. The scene was just too terrifying and it would even splatter. Lin Fan walked in front of Yang Shun and patted his shoulder. This person had a story. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with him, he was familiar with him. Next was Lu Siki. He had always been very friendly to girls and never bullied them. Men who bullied women weren't men. Only men who dared to beat women up were perverted. Leng San looked at Lin Fan. Although he was expressionless, he heaved a sigh of relief from the depths of his heart. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Was he such a dangerous person? Your sword skills are not bad. The moment Lin Fan said these words, Lin San's face changed immediately. It was as though he was ashamed, as though he had just been found out about something that he shouldn't have done. He was noticed. Damn, how could he be noticed? Lin San was expressionless but huge waves rose up in his heart. He was someone who cared about his face and didn't like others to find out his secrets. But Lin Fan noticed. To him, it was like someone had stripped him naked and there was nowhere to hide. Everyone, goodbye. I'll be back. Lin Fan said. During this period of time in Laoshan City, he really didn't lose out at all. His cultivation rose like a rocket, rising continuously. God body cultivation reached peak void realm. True essence cultivation reached initial 5-element realm. This was a realm that normal people couldn't reach. Those who were able to reach this level were all people with great talent, and even people who were blessed with opportunities. If not for the Border Defense Alliance, one wouldn't be able to see so many experts gathered together. One wouldn't even be able to see so many talented people die at once. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan, who left, and prayed for him to have a safe journey. A few days later, Lin Fan headed towards Migu City. Naturally, he didn't want to fight Migu City alone, but he wanted to take a look at the situation nearby. If he could, of course, he wanted to be arrogant. But safety was the main priority. Now he felt that he was in an awkward situation. His own strength was not weak at all, but compared to some experts, the gap was still a little big. He had to find a way to improve it. At the same time, he also thought that since the world was so big and there were so many sects, if they came in groups, naturally there wouldn't be so much trouble. Unfortunately, human nature was too complicated and his thoughts were too matter-of-fact. If everyone was so united, the alliance wouldn't have lasted until now. An invasion every 20 years. Could it be that every 20 years, the barrier would become weaker, which was why experts could tear it apart? Otherwise, it would be impossible to tear it apart during normal times. That should be the problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. 7 days later, Lin Fan came near Migu City. He didn't get close and just looked from afar. He noticed that many people were busy outside the city. Their clothes and hairstyles were different from the people here. What are they doing? He had a feeling that these people seemed to be searching for something on the surface of the ground. To others, this might seem very confusing. However, Lin Fan had a feeling that they were searching for something deep underground. Mineral vein? Or was it something useful to them? In the distance, there was a person holding a piece of equipment. He waved it left and right like he was showing people something. This person was the Alliance headquarters publicity staff, Hao Xingyuan. As someone with a position in the headquarters, compared to those who weren't recognized by the headquarters, he was different. The equipment platform and the banner in the room said that the Alliance headquarters was exploring the rich land. Guys, this is the rich land. Under the leadership of the Alliance's Mao Shintai and 9-star general, we broke through Migu City. To the people of the rich land, they are in deep trouble. Our alliance is suppressing the evil that oppressed them and liberating them. Although the alliance suffered many losses in this battle, we didn't vent our anger on the rich land people that we captured. Instead, we treated them in a friendly manner and talked to them to let them understand why the alliance came here. Hao Xingyuan pointed at the equipment and started to operate it. Most of the people watching the Alliance headquarters live broadcast were normal civilians. They were really concerned about the Alliance and the alien world. Although the alien world was called the Rich Land, they still liked to call it Alien World. So many of us have died, so how can we let them live? We have to kill all of them. Long live the Alliance will save them and lead them to a more glorious future. Let's mourn for the fallen heroes and hope that they have a good journey. Hao Xingyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The normal civilians were unfamiliar with the Alliance. At the same time, he used a sense of love to let them know that the Alliance wasn't invading them but saving them. That was the only way that the normal people would be willing to send their children to the Alliance headquarters academy. Only a small number of geniuses would be selected to be nurtured. In the end, after being brainwashed by the headquarters, they would think that everything they were doing now was to save others. Looking at the comments, Hao Xingyuan said, "Killing isn't our goal. Our goal is to save more people and to coexist peacefully with the rich land people." Last time, a 4-star teacher from Guangwu College said that he wanted to start a massacre and was criticized by the Alliance headquarters. How could such a person be a teacher? Okay, let's not talk about all this. Let me bring all of you to look at the environment here. It is really bad and desolate. Also, their city walls are really broken and they live a very primitive life. Our Alliance headquarters came here to plant trees and renovate houses. When the civilians learned of our goal, they all warmly welcomed us. How would the commoners who watched the broadcast know what the truth was like? Instead, they felt that the Alliance headquarters was just too good. But many people who knew about the situation nearly spat out the rice they ate last night when they heard that. So disgusting. To be able to say such things, as expected from the Alliance headquarters. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything. If they said something that couldn't be revealed here, it would be easy for them to be banned. What was more terrifying was that they would open their doors and check their water bills. It seems like it is a little amazing. Lin Fan muttered. There were definitely many experts in Migo's city, so how could he perfectly cause some problems for them? This was something that he had to consider. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. I am not willing, I have to cause a ruckus. Lin Fan looked forwards and locked onto Hao Xingyuan. He had to end the battle quickly and teach the Migo City Alliance a lesson. Hao Xingyuan continued to explain about rich land. At the same time, he talked about how good the alliance was. Suddenly, he realized that the comments weren't right. Oh my god. Behind, there is someone behind you. Native of the rich land, native of the other world, he's behind you. Be careful, child, he's about to attack you. Hao Xingyuan looked at the comments and his expression changed. He lowered his head and there was indeed a shadow on the ground. There really was someone standing behind him. Who was it? Why was there no movement at all? A warm air surged at the back of his neck. He wanted to shout but his throat was blocked. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. He slowly turned his head and wanted to see who it was. Pang! At that moment, a low thud spread out. Lin Fan grabbed Hao Xingyuan's head and pressed him to the ground. His head exploded. Such a person didn't give many rage points and was even a waste of time. He grabbed the device and aimed it at himself. A smile appeared on his face and then he pointed the camera at Hao Xingyuan, who had no head. The comments stopped like the signal had been cut off. But shortly after, the screen was spammed. No. How can you be so cruel? This native is so annoying, our alliance headquarters is helping them. Damn, in the past, when I visited them when they were locked up, I felt that they were pitiful. Now it seems like they deserved it. Lin Fan frowned. He looked at the foreign comments and his head hurt. Damn, I don't understand. His head hurt. Rage points plus 11. Rage points plus 22. A small amount of rage points. To him, this was a form of humiliation. It felt really annoying to be targeted by the weak. These weak rage points were from the alliance members with some cultivation. As for the normal people, they didn't get any rage points at all. Lin Fan looked at the equipment and grinned, giving out a weird smile. To others, this smile was like a provocation, which caused the alliance civilians to explode. Rage points plus 22. Rage points plus 33. These were all provided by the alliance members with cultivation. As for the normal civilians, even if they were so furious that their brains bled, it was useless. Many experts looked at the scenes in the broadcast. They didn't react as it had nothing to do with them. They just felt that the situation there wasn't good. The alliance broke through the Migo City defense line, but the U City attack camp was broken by the natives. From this, one could see that both sides weren't at an advantage at all. Or rather, they were restricting one another. You fellows, if you have balls then come over. In just a short while, I will head to your territory. Lin Fan looked at the equipment and said word by word. Then, he made a clean-cut gesture. He was just that domineering. Those scenes terrified the alliance civilians. The natives of the rich land couldn't be saved. They were people who were killed. Heroes of the alliance, who exactly are you facing? Chapter 282. Gotcha. A bunch of trash. They were just too trash. The rage points were so small that he didn't care at all. The equipment was smashed into pieces and scattered on the ground. Then, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and went into hiding. He had to find a chance to earn a huge amount. He had already come to Migo City, so if he left just like that, it would be a huge loss. Danxia Island. On the boundless sea, there were many islands, and there were many birds circling around them. The location was not bad. If Lin Fan saw the situation of Danxia Island, he would raise his thumb. The old ancestor of Danxia Island had good foresight. Dong! Dong! A bell rang out, spreading far and wide. The vast ocean was filled with a pleasant bell sound. The empty space in front of the hall was filled with people. At the same time, quite a few disciples hurried over. They found their places and stood there, waiting for everyone to arrive. Then, the sect leader, who was standing on the platform, would speak. Not long later, the Danxia Island disciples all stood there with their backs straight. Their eyes focused on the sect leader and elders. It was really quiet and no disciple spoke. Everyone was waiting for the sect leader. All the disciples are here, right? Danxia Island sect leader Dan Yongdao opened his mouth. Although he was old and his hair hung down, he was really energetic and one couldn't see any signs of weakness from him. Sect leader, all the disciples are here. The elder at the side replied. Dan Yongdao looked at all the disciples. He couldn't bear to do it but he had to. Although it wasn't their responsibility, someone had to do it. Disciples, I gathered all of you here because I have something to tell you. Something is happening at the border and the alien alliance has invaded. Our Danxia Island is a righteous sect and our goal is to uphold justice. So, I will use the entire sect to head to the border to fight with the alien alliance. Who is afraid? If you want to back out now, I won't stop you. There was no hesitation at all. All the disciples said in unison, Sect leader, we are not afraid. Our goal is to defend justice and defend against the enemy. Dan Yongdao nodded his head in satisfaction. Danxia Island's culture wouldn't change and would never change. To have such disciples was Danxia Island's blessing. But he knew that to these young disciples, Danxia Island wasn't their lucky land. Those who have been in the sect for less than 10 years, please step back. For those who had joined the sect for less than 10 years, although their cultivation was not bad, it was only good. It was not enough to defend against external enemies. Even if they went, they would only be cannon fodder. This was why it was for the sake of the disciples and to leave fresh blood for Danxia Island so that their legacy and future wouldn't be cut off. Only, no one backed out. Everyone stood there without moving. It was clear that they were looking down on them, believing that they were afraid of death. So what if he became cannon fodder? At the very least, he could delay them for a period of time. During this period of time, earth-shattering changes could occur. Ha! Dan Yongdao shook his head. After that, his tone became more forceful as he said, those who have been in the sect for less than 10 years will withdraw. Under the sect leader's tough tone, some people retreated unwillingly. There were quite a number of people who were almost 10 years old, but they were just a little bit away from being able to stay. How detestable! Elder of Imparting Arts, Elder of Enforcement, both of you stay here. Sect leader Dan said the names of some elders. These elders couldn't be lost in the sect. At the same time, they could ensure that Danxia Island continued to exist, so he didn't let them go. Junior brother Yongyun, from now on, you are the sect leader of Danxia Island. Sect leader Dan looked at his junior brother and said. Dan Yongyun was stunned and then said, Senior brother, what do you mean? Why don't you let me go? Why don't you just pass the position to junior brother? Junior brother's cultivation isn't as high as mine, so even if he goes with you, he might not be much stronger than me. When junior brother heard this, he was very unhappy. He blew his beard and glared at him. Senior brother, you sound like you're very powerful. I was standing in front of you back then. Seeing how impatient you were, I gave up my position and let you stand in front of me. If I had known that the person who entered the sect earlier would be the senior brother, do you think I would have given up my position to you? You. Dan Yongyun was unhappy. What did he say? As a junior brother, he had the courage to talk back to his senior brother. Junior brother didn't want to say more. He understood that some positions couldn't be given up. Enough, I am the sect leader, so you have to listen to me. This matter is settled. Danxia Island can't be wiped out and has to be passed down. Master did the same, do you remember? Sect leader Dan said. He was walking on the same path as his master, but he definitely wouldn't regret it. At the same time, this was also the reason why Dansha Island couldn't become a top sect. How many people could return from this trip? No one knew. 20 years ago, none of those who went came back. 20 years ago, none of them returned. So this time, he didn't have any hope. Dan Yongyun was unwilling. Not only was he unwilling, but those elders who were named weren't either. They didn't want to stay on Dansha Island, but they knew that Dansha Island couldn't fall. Otherwise, what would happen after another 20 years? Sect leader Dan said, "Disciples, listen up, go back and make some arrangements. We will leave tonight and leave the island with me." "Yes, sect leader." All the disciples replied. Their expressions were firm and they didn't fear anything at all. Although they didn't know what alliance was, as long as they were on the right path, even if they died, they would die willingly. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. In the hall. The few monks were like old pines in meditation, not moving at all. At this moment, a monk was spinning his Buddhist beads. Suddenly, the beads shattered and he stopped. He opened his eyes and a golden light shone. He said solemnly, "Amitba, old ancestor Su is outside the mountain. The world is facing a calamity once more, so we should seal the mountain and not bother about worldly matters. We should focus on comprehending the Buddhist intent. Once the calamity is over and the hearts of the people are unstable, we can head out to help them." Good. Good. The monks were calm and passed down the order. From today onwards, they would seal the mountain and not bother about worldly matters. Only when the calamity was over would they open the mountain. Outside the White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain, just as the Su family's patriarch was about to ascend the mountain, he realized that a golden light screen had suddenly appeared outside the White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain. Then, the mountain disappeared into thin air and was hidden in the dimension. Top sects are just like that. Old ancestor Su looked at those scenes and shook his head helplessly. As expected, there is no Buddha in this chaotic world. Haze. Old ancestor Su turned around and left. He still had to head to the other sects to persuade them. He knew about the Alliance's situation and it was obvious that they had to take down this place. With the current defense line, it was impossible to block. He could only hope that the top sects could send experts to help. But he knew that the chances were slim. All of the top sects had been around for a long time and were all scheming. To them, this was a chance to overturn everything. The destruction of the imperial dynasty was something that many sects wanted to see. Very quickly, Su family's old ancestor entered the void and headed towards another large sect. A few days later, Lin Fan waited outside Maigu City for a long time and didn't gain anything. To him, the situation was really awkward. It was really awkward. Damn, are you all going to come out or not? You have already occupied the territory, so at least come out to play. Give people a chance, right? Just as he was complaining, something happened. A small team came out from Maigu City. They walked into the distance in an orderly manner. Each of them held various tools in their hands. One didn't understand them, but one just had to remember that they weren't good things. Hee. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was a little perverted, like he had found prey and he was about to drool. He didn't alert them and waited for them to get far away from Maigu City before he attacked. If he caused too much of a commotion and attracted the attention of the Alliance experts in Maigu City, then things would be bad. He followed. He didn't get too close and just needed to be within his control. That Alliance team was a professional scouting team from the Alliance headquarters. At the same time, they were protected by dozens of Guangwu College teachers. Although there were no natives around Maigu City, just in case, they still had to pay attention. The teachers of Guangwu College talked and laughed along the way. They were really excited to come to rich land. There were many things that they couldn't do in the past that they felt really good about now. To them, rich land was filled with treasures. It was just that the natives didn't know how to use them. Moreover, as long as they returned, they would be rewarded by Guangwu College. I heard seniors say that the cities at the border are old and the true prosperity is within. Now, the prices of natives are really high outside. It would be good if we can get some. Hey, aren't you being too greedy? I remember that you've taken quite a few good things. You've taken all the weapons of the experts in Maigu City. I heard that they're made from some kind of extremely precious ore. In the rich land, they're called sky crystal stones. It is okay, I snatched many but most of them are broken. Their prices are greatly reduced and they aren't worth much. God Essence Realm and above experts all used weapons made of heaven crystal stone. When Lin Fan and the 3 Danxia Island elders were on Black Mountain, they saw heaven crystal stones in the deep hole. They were really expensive and were the best choice for crafting weapons. Precious materials were the same no matter where they were placed. After a long while, the team stopped in a desolate place. Occasionally, a strong wind would strike and sweep up sand. The scouting team played with their tools while the teachers hugged their shoulders and chatted casually. They were really relaxed and didn't care about the situation around at all. To them, this was their territory and what danger could there be? Pata! There were footsteps not far away. The teachers present weren't weak and when they heard the soft footsteps, they turned their heads. When they saw who it was, they exchanged glances with one another like they were asking who it was. Chapter 283. It was foreign. This was their territory and it was impossible for natives to appear. They were very confident in this. But the situation was a little weird and they felt like it wasn't the case. Looking at his clothing and hairstyle, he didn't look like one of them. The experts who were surveying the area glanced at Lin Fan and didn't take him to heart. There were so many experts here, so why would they worry about a kid? Who are you and where did you come from? Chao Xiongyi asked. He had the highest position out of all the teachers here, so he had to be the one to question. The others didn't have such a position. Hee. Lin Fan smiled at the other party and counted. There were a total of 26 people, and 13 of them seemed to be stronger. Such an irritating smile naturally annoyed the 13 of them. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Kid, what are you smiling at? Chao Xiongyi was annoyed. He had an urge to smash his mouth if he continued to smile. That smile made it seem like they were weak prey that someone was targeting. Hee. Lin Fan smiled. He liked such a way of meeting. He liked it when they were so impulsive. They didn't even allow him to smile. How overbearing, how terrifying. Another wave of rage points struck him. He was used to being mocked but Laoshan City's mockery was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would collapse. There might have been just a dozen of them but it was a good harvest. As the saying goes, a thin stream flows. With the current situation, his gains were decent. Damn, where did this dumb native come from? He is asking to die. Chao Xiongyi was furious. Even the teacher beside him was furious. Let me teach him a lesson. One of the teachers hollered and instantly attacked. With a pang, he disappeared from the spot. A God Essence Realm expert had a really strong true essence that shook the area. Pang! A little weak, I won't kill him for now. Lin Fan laughed. Just as the other party appeared beside him, he stretched out his hand and slapped the other party's head hard onto the ground. Lin Fan then stepped on the other party's head. Hee. Another overbearing smile. That was just too much. Chao Xiong was taken aback, as if he did not expect his opponent to be so strong. Although the instructor's strength was much weaker than his, he was suppressed by his opponent so easily. Wasn't it a little too fast? So, you're an expert. Is this what you're relying on? You think you're strong enough, so you dare to come here and cause trouble for us? You're really ignorant. The teacher who had been stepped on by Lin Fan was infuriated. He felt that his face was hurting and the friction with the ground made him very unhappy. He really wanted to tell Lin Fan to move his stinky feet away. Rage points struck him. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Chao Xiongyi and the others. Then, he grabbed at the air with his other hand, but he stopped. How could he do that? Was he going to take the sword again? How could he develop such a habit? He was confused. That's right, what do I need a sword for? Was he really going to be a sword god forever? Retracting his hand, Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had really gotten used to being addressed as the sword god, and he couldn't help it. It was okay. If he didn't use the sword, he would just use his fists. While Lin Fan was in deep thought and smiling bitterly, Chao Xiongyi and the others were furious. He was disregarding them. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some cultivation? If that was the case, then that was just too much. Kid, you are asking to die. Chao Xiongyi hollered in rage to vent the rage in his heart. In Guangwu College, he was a demon teacher that everyone feared. He terrified many students and they didn't dare to shout in front of him. Now, a native dared to be so arrogant. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, Chao Xiongyi struck. His palm was really strong, cracks appeared around his fingers. Void realm cultivation, to be able to reach such a realm at such an age, one could be called a genius. The people that Lin Fan killed now were all geniuses. Pang! Lin Fan raised his hand to clash head-on with him. With a loud explosion, a low and heavy sound spread out. The two palms shook and the cracks in the void became even wider. However, Lin Fan was still a little stronger and forced Chao Xiongyi back with a palm. Shock appeared in his eyes. He bent his body and covered his chest with one hand. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A little weak, not really strong. Middle void realm cultivation is indeed strong. Looking at your age, you should be around 50 years old. For you to be able to cultivate to such a state, you can be considered a genius. If you were slightly younger, you would be considered a genius. But tell me, for me to have the strength to suppress you at my age, what kind of genius would that be? Chao Xiongyi said, idiot. Lin Fan shook his head and thought to himself that he should have died. Attack together, I am afraid that all of you won't be able to live that long. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said. His true yuan boiled, forming an image of a strong true yuan phantom behind him. The air seemed to twist as a demonic ape proudly appeared, bearing its sharp, snow-white teeth, exuding a peerless ominous aura. Chao Xiongyi and the others looked at one another and hollered in rage, kill. Lin Fan stood on the spot and smiled. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He opened his arms and said, I am not a sword god. The moment he said that, he hollered. The gap in realms is huge. I don't need any moves, just my fist will be enough to crush you. Chao Xiongyi saw his fist land. There were no changes at all, but the air was suppressed and ripped apart. An extremely terrifying fist aura struck him. Pang! 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 12 sounds, like firecrackers exploding. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. The ground cracked and a deep hole appeared. At this point, the 13 teachers all fell to the ground. He wanted to ask them to turn around because he wanted to pass. Since they didn't give him face, then he would just hammer them. There was no need to turn around. How did this happen? Chao Xiongyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to get up but his bones felt like they were broken. His fingers felt like they were being pressed down and he was unable to move. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Why did this happen? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Rage points plus 999. Not only was he angry, but those nameless teachers were too. They felt really frustrated and provided rage points for Lin Fan. Do. The 13 members of the investigation team held on to their machines. They turned around and looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. What was going on? They had just started working. The 13 teachers were here to protect them, so why were they laying on the ground? Could they get up? Don't do that, they still had to work. If everything that happened was real, then didn't that mean that they were about to lose their lives? Pa-ta! Someone released his hand and the machine fell to the ground with a thud. Shortly after, that person knelt on the ground and raised his hands above his head. His face was ashen white and cold sweat flowed down his face like he was begging for mercy. They didn't want to come and were forced by others. You have to understand us. With the first one, there was a second one. The members let go of the machines in their hands and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled like they were electrocuted. So boring, can you be more angry? Lin Fan asked. These people really disappointed him. If he wasn't angry, then everything he did would be meaningless. Spare me. The 13 members of the investigation team lowered their heads and begged. They wanted to live and didn't dare to think about what being angry meant. They just wanted to live. Lin Fan shook his head and walked around them. They were all really timid and cowardly. He walked a circle around them. To them, it was like the god of death was floating beside them. Boring. Poochie. A sword light slashed across and the 13 members of the investigation team were beheaded. Haze, unbearable, I actually used a sword move again. Lin Fan didn't expect that he couldn't help but use a sword move to harvest them. However, it didn't matter. He just killed some technical members who wouldn't provide rage points. There were 13 teachers here, and it was enough for them to provide rage points. To make them even angrier. He didn't mind ripping off their clothes. That was an extremely humiliating act and he just hoped that they would be angrier. Each person had a limited amount of rage points. This was the conclusion he came to after many attempts. You fellow, you dare to kill people here. You will pay a price for your actions. Chao Xiongyi could still speak but he couldn't move. The other teachers were all numb. They wanted to say something but their throats felt like they were frozen and they couldn't say a single word. Lin Fan kicked Chao Xiongyi's butt and replied half-heartedly. Oh! Rage points plus 999. Tianshui City. One of the border defense cities. At that moment, two strangers entered the city. One was a male and the other was an old monk. There was nothing special about the male. His expression was cold and expressionless like he was in a sad state. At first glance, the old monk looked very ordinary. But when he looked again, he realized that the old monk seemed to be very extraordinary. The old monk looked really merciful and his body was thin. However, his Buddha ears were really eye-catching like they were formed naturally. Master, why did you come here? The male asked with a hoarse voice. The old monk said, to repay good and evil karma. This is also the place where I will repay good and evil karma. The male looked at the old monk in disbelief. Master, why do you have to do this too? The old monk placed his palms together. My sins are too heavy and I have let down the Buddha in my heart. This is a border city to defend against the alliance. Although you have repented and put down your blade, you are unable to become a Buddha. You are unable to let go of your stubbornness and can only use this life to repay. You can become a Buddha in your next life. The male seemed to understand but he nodded his head. It was like he had comprehended something but he didn't understand anything. When the people in the city saw the two of them, they asked softly about who they were. However, many of them didn't know who they were. In a corner of the city, a one-armed old man was drinking wine. When he saw the old monk, he was shocked and then he smiled. An old monk from White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. He was really famous. Legend had it that 60 years ago, the Alliance chased experts and blocked White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. The monk was sweeping leaves in front of the mountain and when he saw those scenes, he ignored them and continued to sweep the ground. He allowed blood to dye the stone steps outside before he turned around and left. From then on, not long later, White Lotus St. Purity Mountain had one less old monk and the world had one more who loved to meddle in other people's business. Chapter 284. All of you old men, why don't you look at how old you are? You aren't feeding your grandson at home and actually came here to cause trouble. You really make me feel helpless. Lin Fan sighed and didn't want to say anything. He was young and should have fought with a bunch of geniuses of his age. That was what he should have done when he was young and arrogant. It was also a form of recognition of his youth. But what was he doing now? He was facing a bunch of old men and some of them were old enough to be his grandfathers. The type of person he spent time with would change his mentality, causing his mentality to be a little old. This was a really terrifying thing. He wanted to change and didn't want to hang out with the middle-aged and old. But he had no choice. If he hung out with the young, it would be like entering Nanshan kindergarten, punching and kicking. He wouldn't feel any joy at all and people would even say that he was a five-element realm expert, so how could he bully the younger generation? If that was the case, then he would have nothing to say as what they said was true. Haze! Lin Fan stepped on the Alliance teacher and looked into the sky. What was the reason for him to hang out with them so quickly? Was it love or was it fate? No, it was all because of the small support system. It was just too much. Although it was good, it took away his happiness as a young man. Maybe this was what people often said, that there was nothing perfect in the world and that one had to pay a price for anything good. His current price was that he couldn't hang out with people of the same age. Rage points plus 999 inch. Can you not step on my butt? The Alliance won't let you off. Do you know my identity? If you... don't step there, it is going to break. Chao Xiongyi cried out. His two balls were being squeezed and his body was shaking. He felt numb and pee flowed out uncontrollably. The stench spread out. Lin Fan quickly retracted his leg and apologized. But when he saw the wet ground, he frowned and said in disdain, "You have no image at all." Chao Xiongyi bore with the pain and the rage in his heart exploded. He couldn't take it anymore and even wanted to fight him to the death. Lin Fan didn't feel like he was bullying him. Lin Fan was much older than him and at most, he didn't respect his elders. After a long while, the rage point stopped and it ended just like that. Was it because he was so angry that he was numb and knew that it was useless, so he gave up? If that was the case, it would be a pity. The 13 Alliance teachers were decent and provided him with many rage points. Wasting time with them till now was to dig out all their rage points and wipe them clean. He definitely wouldn't let them hide anything at all. "This is your limit," Yi Zichen said. Lin Fan shook his head and felt slightly regretful. However, this was to be expected. The 13 teachers provided tens of thousands of rage points, that was indeed not easy. But he found a problem. Everyone who was bullied by him seemed to be able to explode 4 times with 999 rage points, which would disappear after that. He pondered. Could it be that when one's anger reached a certain limit, one would become accustomed to being oppressed, just like sleeping clothes? That was very likely. Chao Xiongyi was afraid of the native in front of him. He was really unwilling to die just like that. When he entered Guangwu College, he had always been a top student and was highly regarded by the college. Until he graduated, Guangwu College kept him as a teacher. Over these few years, he used his talent to climb to become a 5-star teacher. He belonged to the upper echelons of the college and just a step further and he would become a deputy principal. He really wasn't willing to die here just like that. "Maybe, we can, Peng." Lin Fan stepped on Chao Xiongyi's head like he was stepping on a cockroach. With a poochie, the scenes filled in his head. It was a little disgusting, a little terrifying, and it was hard to describe with words. If you don't have rage points, then you are trash. He wouldn't show mercy to the Alliance, especially since he had to defend around Maigu City. Naturally, he couldn't leave any of them alive and had to deal with them all. But that wasn't a long-term plan. The Alliance members in Maigu City would notice that something wasn't right. This was why he had to be fully prepared during this period of time and not let anything happen. When the remaining teachers saw those scenes, their faces turned ashen white. That was the most terrifying thing. When did the natives become so cruel, especially at such a young age? What would happen to them in the future? They wanted to move and leave this place, but their bones felt like they had been shattered. It was tough for them to even lift a finger. Lin Fan walked over slowly and came in front of a teacher. He raised his leg and with a poochie, there was a shattering sound. He then walked towards another teacher. The aura of death covered them. No, they really didn't want to. They were so afraid. Although teachers had to have a fearless attitude, they couldn't do that. If death didn't descend upon them, if someone asked them if they were willing to give up their lives for Guangwu College, they wouldn't hesitate. They would definitely say that they were willing to give up their lives for the college. But when death truly descended, no matter who it was, they would doubt whether or not their death was worth it. Dying for the college, dying for the alliance, was it really worth it? Lin Fan stood in front of him. The Guangwu College teacher raised his head and looked at the smiling native. His throat was hoarse. I don't want to die. What welcomed him was a foot that covered his eyes. It landed and with a pang, it shattered. He didn't give him any chance at all. Lin Fan laughed coldly. They didn't want to die, but who in Maigu City wanted to die? But when they faced death, no one fled. They were willing to die to contribute to the alliance. Each defense line had experts like Zhao Lishan. Naturally, Maigu City had them too. There were also many experts of similar strength. With their strength, they could escape from anyone. But they didn't. All of them died here, which meant that they had such thoughts. Respect, respect. He obtained a few pills from these people. He licked them and they tasted a little. Pooey, he spat them out. Trash, they had no taste at all. But they were useful to Cousin. He wanted to bring these things back to Cousin. Even if he was outside. He was thinking about Cousin's situation. If Cousin knew that his strength couldn't keep up with his cousin, he would be sad. He couldn't let that happen. He had to think of a way to help Cousin raise his strength. Maigu City, I am definitely going to eat it. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. He wanted to continue hiding. At least at such a moment, he didn't have the ability to fight the entire Maigu City. His request was simple. He was going to beat up a bunch of them. Hao Xingyuan was a member of the Alliance's official streaming platform. He was brainwashing the people and introducing the situation of the other side. Suddenly, a person appeared behind him and was killed. Alliance headquarters. A bunch of people sat around there. The image on the wall was Lin Fan's face. This native has appeared many times. He appeared in Laoshan City and now he is near Maigu City. The news he revealed is really interesting. Inform the people there to pay attention. Naturally, such a small matter wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups. Those people were all wary of Lin Wani and discussing how to chase the U City people back to rich land. They spread the news to Maigu City. Although it didn't affect the overall situation, it wasn't good to have natives jumping around in Maigu City. Many of the Alliance civilians saw the live stream. The cruelty of the natives infuriated them. The Alliance took this chance to spread the news. The heroes fell and died to the hands of the rich land natives. Instantly, it infuriated the people. Numerous people requested the Alliance headquarters to flatten rich land. If they couldn't change them, more Alliance heroes would be sacrificed there. This was what the Alliance wanted. What they wanted was for everyone to be united. As long as their actions were supported, everything would be easy to do. On a small village path. Why did you kill those bandits who were begging for mercy? Yu Yunmeng asked. She realized that the person in front of her was really murderous and his methods were really cruel. She was really afraid, but she hid the fear in her heart. She wanted to persuade him not to be so cruel. There was no benefit to killing too much. Evil God Jinming glanced at Yu Yunmeng with a teasing gaze. Not only do I kill bandits, but I also kill normal people. What can you do? I. Yu Yunmeng panicked and didn't know what to do. She gritted her teeth and said, I will kill you. Kiki. Evil God Jinming laughed, you were begging for the bandits just now and now you want to kill me? Yu Yunmeng said, that is because they know how to repent. However, you want to attack normal people and show no signs of repentance. If you insist on doing that, I will definitely attack. A commoner passed by. Suddenly, evil God Jinming attacked and grabbed his neck. He smiled, I am going to kill him now. I will count to 3 and you can attack. If you don't, then he will die. 1. Puchi. Yu Yunmeng stabbed forwards and stabbed right into evil God Jinming's chest. Jinming lowered his head and looked at the sword that stabbed into his chest. He then looked at Yu Yunmeng in disbelief, are you serious? I am just joking. Rage exploded in Jinming's heart. He wanted to break the sword with 2 fingers and slice his neck. But he suppressed it. Pata. He released the commoner. That commoner was so terrified that he peed his pants. He crawled and rolled, lunatic, 2 lunatics. Yu Yunmeng panicked. She wanted to head forwards to take a look but the sword in her hand moved forwards a little more. Don't move. Jinming hollered in rage, if you move, my heart will be pierced by you. Yu Yunmeng released her hand and didn't know what to do, I really didn't know that you were joking with me. I have always treated people seriously. Evil God Jinming pulled out the sword. Fresh blood flowed and another wound appeared. This native woman was really fierce. As expected, be it the Alliance or the rich land, women were terrifying existences. When they were serious, they could do anything. Chapter 285. Brother Su, it isn't that I don't want to help but you know about the situation of my sect. Look at the disciples and they can't help at all. Guixian Island was one of the top sections. The one who welcomed old ancestor Su was Guixian Island's sect leader Su Yuanming. He expected old ancestor Su to come but at the same time, he didn't. Old ancestor Su smiled, Brother Su, you know about the situation. If Alliance enters, even if your Guixian Island is one of the top sects, you might not be able to block them. Why not put down all grievances and defend together? We don't need to counterattack, we just need to chase them back. He was really calm and didn't get angry. He just hoped that he could use logic to let Su Yuanming know that it wasn't good for them to put down some things and work together against outsiders. Haze, Brother Su, it isn't that I don't want to help you. Although I am Guixian Island sect leader, I don't have the final say. Since Brother Su came to find me, naturally, I have to give you face. How about this, let me discuss with the elders and give you a clear answer. Su Yuanming hesitated for a moment and then said. Naturally, old ancestor Su wouldn't believe him so easily and asked, how long do you need? It's hard to say. According to the rules of the sect, all of the sect's elders must be present for any major event. Furthermore, more than half of the elders must agree to it. Right now, there are quite a few elders outside, so we need to inform them to return. From start to finish, it will take at least 3 months to half a year. But to old ancestor Su, not to mention 3 months, even a month was too late. Old ancestor Su looked at Su Yuanming. His tone slowed down and he cupped his fists, Sect leader Su, I am begging you for one thing. As long as you chase the Alliance away, if Guixian Island needs anything, I won't reject it. Haze, Brother Su, why are you so polite? It isn't that I don't want to help but rules are rules. I have to get half of the elders to agree. Don't worry, I will tell the elders to return quickly and give you a satisfactory answer. After all, it is too rushed. Su Yuanming acted like he was helpless and hoped that Brother Su could understand. Old ancestor Su looked at Su Yuanming and slowly put down his hand. He understood that he couldn't do anything. Su Yuanming didn't even want to help. Alright. Since that's the case, I won't trouble sect leader Su. Goodbye. Elder Su turned around and left without another word. Su Yuanming walked forwards. Haze, brother Su, don't be angry. Actually, I am anxious, but I really need time. Why not stay here for a period of time? I can reminisce with you. There's no need to reminisce about the past. I just hope that Headmaster Su won't regret the future. Old Ancestor Su glanced at Su Yuanming and left. He went to many top sects and the outcome was the same. At the same time, he was even more convinced. These sects were waiting for an opportunity. The changes in the world were not important to them. In their eyes, the common people were like weeds. As long as they strengthened their sects and seized this opportunity, they would be able to soar into the sky and become the master. Like an emperor, they would be able to take everything within tens of thousands of miles and even hundreds of thousands of miles. Numerous cities became affiliated. The commoners worshipped the sects or supported the imperial court, becoming puppets of the sections. This was what countless top sects were thinking. Now, the opportunity had come. How could they let it go? Kiki, old man, even if you run till your legs break, no top sect will help you. This is life. Su Yuanming looked at Su Changsen and laughed coldly. After old ancestor Su left the imperial dynasty, he didn't return and just ran outside. He hoped that he could use his face to convince some top sects to help. But he felt that he overestimated his own face. None of the top sects helped him. How detestable. Even the Zhao family, which was an eyesore to him, knew how to put in the effort. Damn! The gap between people was sometimes just too huge. Migu City. The 13 teachers and 13 scouts disappeared for a long time and didn't return. This attracted the attention of the Migu City Alliance members and they started to search around. You still haven't found him? Mao Shintai was Migu City's 9-star general and he felt like many things had happened recently. Yesterday, he saw a native's photo and the Alliance official streamer died just like that. Wasn't that a slap to his face? The person beside him shook his head, not yet. At that moment, an Alliance member ran in a panic and said, General, I found it. Mao Shintai looked at him in confusion. How is it? This, location of the incident. 9-star General Mao Shintai personally came. When he saw the situation, he frowned and didn't say a word. His expression was a little complicated. When the people who came saw this, they all discussed softly. Obviously, he was stunned. How did this happen? How cruel. Damn native, he actually killed so many of us. When they occupied Migu City, they massacred everyone in the city. As no one surrendered and they fought to the death, the Alliance suffered heavy losses and dealt them a heavy blow. It caused one of their 9-star generals to be heavily injured, 2 9-star generals to die, and 63 8-star generals. Their high-end combat strength had suffered such heavy losses that the Alliance wanted to curse. Lin Fan's methods were really cruel. With one slash, he had beheaded the 13 investigators, and with 13 feet, he had crushed the heads of the 13 instructors, leaving them all over the ground. Sigh, it was indeed a little cruel, but there was no helping it. When Lin Fan made his move, he liked to be simple and quick. He didn't want to think for too long. Search every inch of the area. Find him. Mao Shintai said coldly. It was obvious that he was furious. To him, this was like defecating on a tiger's head and then asking whether or not it smelled good. Wasn't he just asking to die? Of course. Lin Fan would definitely think that it felt good to defecate and that there was nothing wrong with it at all. Yes, General, I will arrange people to search every inch of the area. We will definitely find him. The follower beside the general replied. He could already feel a raging fire burning in the marshal's heart. This person had totally infuriated the general. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Maybe his death would be really tragic. When the girls who followed saw such a tragic scene, they wiped their tears and felt that they had died so tragically. These were all their comrades. Find that fellow, I will skin him alive. The Alliance girls hated Lin Fan to the bone. The next day, late at night, Lin Fan hid in the cave and didn't light a fire as it would attract too much attention. Hiding was the safest choice. He was waiting for the Alliance to come out. He believed that as long as the Alliance members in Migu City knew that those people had died, they would search for him. Hayes, I was a rich family young master eating and waiting to die. I drank tea every day and teased other rich kids. How happy, how blissful. Now, Lin Fan shook his head and was a little sad. This was different from what he thought. He wanted to return to the past. But he knew that it was impossible. U City was a defense-line city and there were battles everywhere. How could he live the life of a rich family young master? However, he wouldn't let it go just like that. He would work hard to become strong. Once he became a true expert, he would beat up all unstable people. Then, they would know who they could offend and who they couldn't. They would just stay somewhere and not dare to disturb his life as a rich family young master. His thoughts were his goals. With that as his goal, he got closer and closer. Pang pang. Suddenly, he heard movement outside. The footsteps were far away but they were really dense. It was obvious that the Migu City Alliance members were searching for him. Lin Fan walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. He saw a white light shining all around. What a dense search. So many people were gathered together and they were really aggressive. I can't be careless. There are experts among the teachers. The Migu City Alliance members definitely know that and won't send cannon fodder to fight for me. Lin Fan didn't think that he was stupid. Instead, he was really smart. If they were all cannon fodder, he could not be too careless. It was very likely that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was not impossible for them to use cannon fodder to lure him out. So annoying, can't you all be more stupid? Lin Fan hoped that the Alliance members could be more stupid. That way, he would be happy and everything would be easy. But looking at the situation, that might not be the case. Let's see what they were up to. After which, he hid into the darkness. After roughly counting, there were a total of 10 groups searching for him. As for whether or not there were others, that was hard to say. Be careful around, inform me if you notice any movement. The Alliance members had a speaking tool in their mouths like they were informing others. Understood. Roger. There is no movement. The people who came out to search were all 40 and above. None of them were young. Their auras were calm and their eyes pierced through the darkness to search for any clues. The rich land natives really knew how to cause trouble. Migu City was already their territory and they actually dared to come. They were just asking to die. 5-star teacher Chao Xiongyi was at Void Realm and naturally wasn't weak. But he was killed just like that. That person was definitely peak Void Realm or 5-element realm. Naturally, they had to be strong to deal with such a strong enemy. Based on the Alliance's analysis, there were 2 of them. One was skilled in the sword while the other had a strong body and they had to pay attention to it. But even then, it was okay. They sent out dozens of 5-element realm and dozens of Void Realm experts. Even if they were strong, it was useless. As long as they met them, they would be left here and wouldn't be able to go anywhere else. In the darkness, Lin Fan hid behind an old tree. He was far away and looked at the team in the distance. It doesn't seem simple. Chapter 286. He didn't act on his own and just observed the situation around. It wasn't that he was afraid, but some things weren't as simple as he thought. Who knew whether or not the Alliance was luring him out? He could only wait and see what the situation was like. There are so many of them. If a conflict breaks out, it will definitely attract more trouble. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Fan didn't dare to attack carelessly. He was worried that such a situation would happen. Based on the current situation, they hadn't noticed him yet. That was the best-case scenario. Lin Fan hid behind a giant tree and observed. Suddenly, he felt that something wasn't right. Those people who were far away from him seemed to be heading towards him. In the distance. We have noticed the target, he is with Team A, please support. He doesn't know that we have noticed him. Don't be too anxious and act like you are searching. Once we get close, we will attack together. The pitch-black night affected everyone. To notice a person in the Black Forest, as long as they wanted to hide, it would be tough. But what Lin Fan didn't know was that in the eyes of the other party, he was just a red light source. That was night vision goggles. The Alliance was a world where technology and martial arts were combined. Although peak martial arts suppressed technology, their equipment was really advanced. The night did obstruct their observation. But even if they hid their auras, their body temperature was still there. Especially the experts, their vital energy was boiling like boiling water. In the night vision goggles, it was like a ball of fire. Lin Fan thought about it, they haven't noticed me yet but they are heading towards my range. Does that mean that my territory is the only possible place? He suspected that. He felt that it was really possible. Of course, Lin Fan believed that they definitely didn't notice him. If they did, they wouldn't search aimlessly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in their intelligence. But that he felt that with his intelligence, he could beat many people. At least, he could beat the Alliance members. Very quickly. They were really close, just a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, a furious roar shocked Lin Fan so much that he nearly peed his pants. We found the target, attack together. At that moment, those Alliance members who acted like they were aimlessly searching were furious. A terrifying power swept towards Lin Fan like a storm. Trees were destroyed, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. What is going on? I didn't do anything. Lin Fan was shocked, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled out his blade and used the strongest move of the lightning blade 4 strokes. The saber light flickered and interweaved to form a large net, directly illuminating the darkness. Rumble. There was an expert on the other side who could shatter the saber attack and attack Lin Fan without hesitation. Fuck. Lin Fan just wanted to slip away. He couldn't figure out which bastard had betrayed him. Impossible, I don't know any bastards, okay? Thief, don't even think of running. Just surrender. The Alliance experts were really emotional. In the past, they looked down on the technology, but who knew that it would help them so much? If they had to rely on themselves to find it, it would not be so easy. Rumble. When Lin Fan left the spot, the aura of the Alliance expert landed and smashed open a deep hole. Swoosh! Lin Fan noticed that the surrounding Alliance members were all heading over. Fuck! This was different from what he had imagined. How come everyone's IQ seemed to be so high that they actually discovered him? I can't fight them head-on, I really can't. Who knows whether or not there are experts hiding around? If they sneak attack, then I will be unlucky. He definitely wasn't a coward. But because the enemy was too cunning and if he didn't, the outcome would be unimaginable. It was very likely that he would die. When the Alliance experts saw that he was fleeing, they were delighted. Brothers, we've subdued the bandits. Chase them. To them, as long as he fled, it meant that he was really afraid. Okay, chase. Capture the thief. The Alliance experts were all pumped up and chased Lin Fan. The 9-star general said that no matter who caught Lin Fan, they would be rewarded handsomely. Lin Fan fled in the forest. He turned his head and realized that they were chasing him. Suddenly, a bald old man with withered skin and hawk-like eyes appeared behind Lin Fan. He spread his fingers, and a ferocious eagle appeared behind him. It spread its claws and let out a low roar. Die! When Lin Fan saw those scenes, he was furious. He fled not because he was afraid of the people chasing him, but because he didn't know whether or not there were experts hiding around, which was why he fled. But now, a person who came out of nowhere suddenly jumped in front of him and shouted for him to die. Even a man wouldn't be able to take that. Arrogant. Lin Fan hollered. Power exploded from his body, accompanied by boiling hot air. He clenched his fist and threw a punch backward. The space seemed to be compressed and many cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The bald old man thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Fan. But in an instant, he felt an extreme sense of oppression. When the other party's fist struck, the pressure produced caused his face to distort. His eyes were filled with shock like he had seen a ghost and he exclaimed. How is that possible? Pang! Lin Fan's fist was really handsome and overbearing, causing the bald old man to fall to the ground. With a loud explosion, the old man smashed into the ground like a cannonball and formed a deep hole. Ugh! He spat out a ball of fresh blood. The old man held up his body with much difficulty. He looked at the back view in fear. Shortly after, rage burned within him. Rage points plus 999 inch. Were you trying to scare? Lin Fan didn't care about him at all. Even if he was an old man, he didn't care. Was an old man strong? Young people these days were really fierce, so one shouldn't underestimate them. He had to flee. He really didn't expect that he would be noticed. That was just a sin. Suddenly, there were peak 5 element realm experts among the alliance experts. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky. They raised their hands and the power of the 5 elements exploded. Illusory images of giant trees appeared, as if they were extending out from the ground. Every single tree was incomparably huge, as if they had gained sentience. Many tree tentacles emerged, covering the sky and covering the sun. They tore through the void, rumbling as they lashed out. The space broke and a huge amount of water surged in. It was as if it was 500 kilograms heavy. Even the space around him changed. With a kacha, the soil on the ground cracked open and giant stones shot into the sky. They were hundreds of feet tall and didn't stop. They continued to grow. A scorching flame appeared in the air, burning the entire sky red. Many golden energy formed into spears and surged forwards. Even if it didn't reach him, one could sense the terrifying aura. Lin Fan's path was blocked. This was the aura of peak 5 element realm experts. Moreover, there wasn't just one. Their appearance increased the intensity of the battle. Ah! He hollered in rage and all the power in his body exploded out. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Lin Fan used the source technique. 5 colors of light wrapped around his body. It was like he was drawing the power of heaven and earth. The true essence in his body was being consumed at a crazy rate. All of this required a maniacal amount of true essence to support. Destroy! Lin Fan opened his mouth. Although he didn't give off any shocking aura, the area shook like the source was being drawn in. The surrounding phenomenons clapped and then reached the extreme before exploding. Pang! 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 All the peak 5 element realm experts retreated. Their faces were filled with shock like they didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Demon Ape True Intent. Lin Fan stepped forwards and the space around him shattered like a mirror. He had already raised his god body to peak void realm and when he stepped down, the aura he gave off was really strong. Sweep! The moment he said that, a ferocious demonic ape that was several hundred feet tall roared into the sky and swung its massive arms through the air. Hung Long! A violent power exploded out and shot forwards. In a blink of an eye, it struck a 5 element realm expert's body. Poochie! That 5 element realm expert spat out blood. His chest was like dried mud as cracks appeared on it. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his heart shook. How is he so strong? This was the only thought of the 5 element realm expert. His injuries were really heavy, like a giant mountain smashing into his chest. His organs shook and showed signs of breaking. Old Joe! The people around shouted nervously. Be careful, he is really strong. Old Joe replied. Only by personally sensing his strength could one understand how strong he was. That strength was something even a peak 5-element realm expert like him couldn't block. That was enough to show how terrifying he was. Damn! The people around hollered in rage. They didn't expect that at such a time, he still wanted to resist. He was just asking to die. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan hollered. He opened his arms and true essence spat out. All sorts of phenomenons appeared. Golden sun shining sky. A golden sun appeared in the sky. It was very, very large, at least tens of zhang wide. The golden light it gave off was so blinding that it was difficult for everyone to open their eyes. At the same time, they felt a faint pain on their skin, as if they were being burned by flames. At that moment, the golden sun slowly split apart and formed into many golden spikes. With a xiao, they covered the area and struck towards the surroundings. The Alliance experts were shocked. What a terrifying aura! But how could they just sit there and do nothing? They all used their strongest moves and clashed with the golden spikes, giving out a low explosion. Hung long. The area shook and a strong shockwave spread out, sweeping everything. It caused those Void Realm experts to close their eyes. Was such a battle something they could join in? As for God Essence Realm experts, they were blown away by the shockwave. Who knew where they were flying to? Chapter 287. At that moment, Lin Fan really wanted to point at their noses and ask. Did they see that? This was the outcome of bullying people. Did they really think that an honest person like him was easy to bully? He would use his strongest move to kill all of you fools. He retracted his technique. The golden sun disappeared and everything calmed down. He looked around and felt really proud. Did you see that? His aura was just so strong. Those God Essence Realm experts were strong, but under his attack, they were like kites. Even if they wanted to fly in the sky, it depended on whether or not their bodies were tough enough. Haze, this situation makes me feel helpless. Lin Fan was really confident in his own strength. Looking at those God Essence Realm experts, if not for the defense line battle, such experts would have been recruited by others if they were thrown somewhere else. But in a high-level battle at the defensive line, it was really not much. It was really not enough. Void Realm was the main force and 5-element realm was the main force. As for those above 5-element realm, they belonged to the higher levels or the decision-making level. This native is so young, so how does he have such strength? We can't let him live, we definitely can't. Those God Essence Realm experts were all injured. Although they weren't targeted, the strong impact was like a wind blade slicing their bodies, cutting many wounds. Guys, we can't let this person live. He is so young and has such strength. If we don't kill him, he will be a problem in the future. Kill him. A God Essence Realm expert had decent potential, but he had killed many young people with potential, so he was really sensitive to such things. Unfortunately. The moment he said that, Poochie. Under the shine of the white light, a black ball was tossed up and then landed on the ground. So much nonsense. Lin Fan said. He didn't worry much about those 5-element realm experts around, but he was wary of the surroundings. Those true experts were definitely hiding somewhere. Were they waiting for him to reveal flaws? That was possible. To him, he couldn't stay here for long. But these fellows were really arrogant. He couldn't suppress his temper anymore. Kill or not? He thought about it for a moment. Since that was the case, then he would try. He was really unwilling to let things end just like that. He looked around. A total of 15 5-element realm experts. As for those at the Dimension Sundering realm, they were all far away, not daring to approach. Clearly, they knew that there was a huge gap between their strength, and if they were to approach, they would only be courting death. You scum came to find me. I want to ask you, are you prepared to die? Lin Fan looked at the Alliance members and said. His aura was boiling, as if his body was on fire, and the surrounding space began to distort. Rage points plus 333-inch native, you dare to behave so arrogantly here, do you think you can escape? The 5-element realm expert hollered in rage. For the Alliance experts, the fact that the natives of the rich land dared to act so arrogantly was a slap to their faces. There's no point in talking more. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. If he wanted to raise his rage points to the peak, it was too slow to argue. Why not just suppress them and leave them with one breath to slowly rage? After thinking it through, he didn't say any nonsense. Ha! With his body as the center, a white aura visible to the naked eye spread out at an extremely fast speed, covering everything in the surroundings. The Alliance experts raised their hands to block. The energy waves caused their robes to flutter and their expressions turned solemn. The strength of the native in front of them shocked them. I didn't want to use the sword, but unfortunately, it works every time. Lin Fan smiled. The sword seeds in his body shook and appeared in front of him. Shortly after, the true essence in his body surged and formed the sword seeds that couldn't possibly appear again. One after another, they covered his body. Each sword seed contained a terrifying sword intent. This was the true essence of the sword path. There were some Alliance members who cultivated the sword path. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. Now that the Alliance had light swords, they were extremely sharp and could be compared to god artifacts. But to the true sword path experts of the Alliance, they still used simple swords. That was the most primitive but also the best technique to train one's own sword intent. Among the Alliance members, a peak 5-element realm middle-aged man didn't move at all. He was like a sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His energy was at its peak and a white light shone on his body like a candle being lit. The flame was small, but slowly it rose and turned into a torch. It became stronger and stronger. Kang! A sword came out of its sheath and floated in front of the middle-aged man. The sword body was silver white and it trembled slightly. Extreme sword path, this trip was worth it. The middle-aged man's body shook. It wasn't fear but excitement, like the excitement of meeting a sword path expert. Wang Yao, what are you doing? Attack! The surrounding Alliance members said. Wang Yao shook his head, no, he is a sword path expert, so I have to fight him alone. His sword path makes me excited, maybe I can comprehend something from him. Crazy. The Alliance experts looked at Wang Yao speechlessly and felt like he was sick in the head. Now that he was right in front of him, he didn't even attack and wanted to fight him alone. Did he really think that he had a chance to fight him alone? Stop dreaming, okay? Wang Yao didn't bother about him. He gathered his own sword intent and hoped that when he fought him alone, he could raise it to its strongest level. He would fight him without any regrets at all. Go! His arm was like a sword as he waved it. Numerous sword seeds covered all around and swept forwards. The sword move felt good but he was still wary of the situation around. He was afraid that there were Alliance experts hiding around and waiting for him to be careless to kill him. This fellow. To Lin Fan, it was a normal move, but to the Alliance experts, it was extremely terrifying. His god body had reached peak void realm and his true essence had reached initial 5-element realm. He was a dual cultivator and the power that exploded out was really terrifying, one could even say that it was extremely terrifying. The peak 5-element realm experts who were prepared to kill Lin Fan panicked when they saw those scenes. To them, Lin Fan's move was the strongest move that he was prepared to use when he was at a dead end. Looking at him now. It didn't look like he was going to use life and death to solve it. It was clearly a very simple display, and its power seemed to be very terrifying. The God Essence Realm experts retreated. Such a battle wasn't something that they could handle. The Void Realm experts felt like they couldn't even protect themselves. If they didn't retreat and went head-on, they would definitely be beaten up. At that moment, the Alliance 5-element realm experts hollered and didn't dare to be careless. The power in their bodies boiled and the sky was filled with different colors. The space shook and cracks appeared. The power of the 5 elements was gathered in his palms. Block, stop dreaming. Lin Fan opened his fingers and all the special effects of his cultivation technique exploded out from his body, forming into a waterfall that buffed the sword seeds. Explode! Hong Long. Everything exploded in all directions, the power too astonishing, directly tearing apart the void, forming a terrifying void flood domain that no one could enter. Lin Fan floated in the air and didn't move at all. He was really calm, like he didn't care about anything in front of him at all. Actually, he panicked a little. Increase stats. Consumed 7,000 rage points. Reverse heaven and earth, basics. Reverse heaven and earth, returning to true. At that moment, Lin Fan's aura became stronger. Although he didn't increase his cultivation, cultivating techniques naturally made his strength stronger. One cultivation technique consumed 57,000 rage points. Although it was a lot, it was worth it. He was most afraid of heart cultivation techniques and techniques that could raise the god body. Those were the true consumption and normal people wouldn't be able to take it. Luckily, he was strong enough. Although it was urgent to raise his realm, it was still necessary to increase his combat strength. He continued to improve. He wanted to improve a technique to cultivate the god body. True Heaven Body Secret Technique. This secret technique had a total of 12 stages, but the grade was a little high and it wasn't easy to improve. For people without the small support system, it was tough to improve. But to Lin Fan, it was only about whether he wanted to or not. There was no possibility. Improve. Consumed 30,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 1, Hong Long. He felt as if there was a muffled thunder rumbling inside his body. Suddenly, a ball of red flames burned inside his body. His internal organs were being burned by this scorching flame. Lin Fan's body turned red and then a white mist spread out. Ah! It was like something was being burned from his organs and then his body had a shocking change. Amazing, really amazing. Improve stats. Consumed 40,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 2, suddenly, a torrent of energy appeared in his body. This torrent was dark purple in color, and it cleansed his body. Comfortable, it was really comfortable. If one didn't personally experience it, it would be tough to imagine. One wouldn't even know how to describe it. My body. He looked at his skin and a golden light spread out. Was he going to ascend to the heavens? No. This wasn't ascending to the heavens, but a terrifying power was brewing in his body. His god body was strong enough. It was time for his god body cultivation to step into initial 5-element realm. He looked at the rage points. Luckily, he had enough. Improve. God body 480 slowly increased. Consumed 50,000 rage points. There was a loud explosion. God body 490, initial 5-element realm, Kacha. He didn't do anything, just the tremors from when his god body stepped into initial 5-element realm caused the space around to shatter. Black cracks appeared all around. The wind in the void torrent blew against his body. So strong, I feel like god body cultivation is even stronger than true essence. No, it's absolutely impossible. This is all an illusion. Special effects are the real power. He clenched his fingers. Just the strength of his body alone could shatter space. Not to mention the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the situation outside was a little different.